Chapter 1425. You surrender? I refuse to accept it. The celestial demon wolf didn't resist in the end. It was because of Cheong-Chi, of course. It wasn't that Cheong-Chi had scared it into submission, but it felt that since a ferocious beast like Cheong-Chi had been willing to let Yang Yi ride him, then it didn't matter even if Yang Yi rode it. Now that it had such an excuse, the demon wolf instantly felt much better. Actually, Yang Yi hadn't summoned the demon wolf to be his mount because he wanted to put on airs. He wasn't that bored. It was because traveling through space exhausted a huge amount of profound energy, especially when he was just a voider. The volume of profound energy he possessed was far lower than Elder Yuan and the others. So, he summoned the demon wolf to take him to his destination instead. In this way, he wouldn't have to exhaust his own strength. Moreover, the celestial demon wolf's speed wasn't inferior to him at all. Yang Yi's group shot swiftly through space. Their destination was Nether Blue Stellar region. Zhuang Weiran suddenly asked, "Don't you have another demon wolf?" Yang Yi asked, "Why?" She replied, "You can let me ride that one." Elder Yuan and the others were frequently glancing at her and Yang Yi with grins on their faces. Even though she didn't feel aversion towards it, it made her feel quite uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Yang Yi wrapped his arms around Zhuang Weiran's waist as he moved his head close to her ear, and he whispered, "I just like hugging you like this." Zhuang Weiran's delicate figure stiffened slightly, but it didn't take long for her to return to normal. She remained silent for a while before she nodded slightly. "All right." A smile instantly curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. He didn't try to go too far, and he just hugged her. After all, Elder Yuan and the others were here, and Zhuang Weiran wasn't someone who was willing to show weakness before others. So, he would naturally not do anything that would embarrass her. He just hugged her because it would definitely not cause any problems. All of them sped up under Yang Yi's orders. Their destination was Nether Blue Stellar region. As for the reason for this choice, it was because Nether Blue Stellar region was the closest. 2 hours later, Yang Yi's group finally entered the main world of Nether Blue Stellar region, Nether Blue Continent. Zhuang Weiran asked, "Are we going to launch a surprise attack?" Yang Yi shook his head. Surprise attacks are used when our strength is inferior, or when their strength is equal to ours. But our strength far surpasses them, so we're attacking directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure suddenly soared up into the air, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Nether Blue Continent. Zhuang Weiran and the others followed closely behind him. Bang! A few breaths of time later, a loud explosion resounded in the sky above Nether Blue Continent, and then the restrictions that surrounded it shattered. Who did that? A furious howl resounded from Nether Blue City, and then 5 pillars of light shot up from the city. However, a colossus greeted their arrival. It was the celestial demon wolf, of course. The demon wolf dived down from the sky, and it slammed against the pillars of light. The pillars of light instantly shattered beneath the demon wolf's formidable aura, and then 5 old men appeared below the demon wolf. All of their expressions changed drastically when they saw the demon wolf, and they attacked simultaneously. Rumble. The demon wolf was blasted backwards by their joint forces, but it wasn't injured at all. After that, it dived down again. This time, a ray of light shot down along with it. "It's Yang Yi." The deities had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces when they saw the ray of light. Actually, they'd guessed that Yang Yi was here when they saw the celestial demon wolf. However, they still held a trace of hope in their hearts. But that hope had vanished when they saw the ray of light, which clearly came from a sword. The ray of light and the demon wolf shot down menacingly, so all 5 of them didn't dare act carelessly and attacked once more. Rumble. Deafening rumbling resounded in the sky, and the space throughout the sky rippled violently. It seemed like the space there was about to shatter. However, the space there was clearly extremely strong, so it merely cracked apart and didn't collapse. Yang Yi and the demon wolf were blasted back by the joint forces of those 5 deities. However, they were blasted away as well. Moreover, one of the old men was even struck by a strand of sword energy. While he hadn't died from it, he was injured. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran and Elder Yuan's group had arrived. A black-robed old man from Nether Blue Stellar region stepped forward and looked straight at Yang Yi. "Yang Yi, There's no enmity between my nether blue stellar region and your clouds of heaven stellar region. So, why have you attacked us today? There's no enmity between us? A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Yes' mouth. If I'm not wrong, you've already called for help, right? You're just wasting your breath like this to buy time. My response to that is, dream on. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his right hand and said, don't spare a single deity or semi-deity. Kill them all. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi and the demon wolf shot at the black-robed old man's group, and they were so swift that they instantly arrived before the black-robed old man's group. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and just drew his sword and swung it at an old man before him. Heaven rend. The old man's expression changed drastically at the sight of Yang Yi's attack. Had naturally heard of that sword technique. After all, Yang Yi had used it to obliterate Celestial Demon City. The other old men knew how terrifying Yang Yi's sword technique was as well. So, they didn't dare to let the old man resist it on his own. They immediately shot over to the old man's side, and then they slapped their palms forward in unison. As deities, they possessed the laws of time, but the laws of time couldn't be utilized in front of Yang Yi. Firstly, Yang Yi's sword technique strength had surpassed the limits of the laws of time. Secondly, Yang Yi possessed the sword domain that could suppress all laws. So, that lethal move that belonged solely to deities, the laws of time, were useless before Yang Yi, and it was the main reason why Yang Yi could surmount his realm of cultivation and challenge deities. Because the strongest ability deities had was useless against him. Bang! Even though Yang Yi's attack was formidable, the five of them had been able to resist it and even push Yang Yi back. However, the demon wolf had slammed against one of the old men. Even though that old man had fought back at the critical moment, how could he resist the celestial demon wolf? Boom! The old man was blasted away, and he flew extremely far away. Once his figure stopped flying, he almost crashed straight to the ground. The collision hadn't just cracked apart his body, even his internal organs had cracked open. He was heavily injured. That deity had been heavily injured by the collision with the demon wolf. While he hadn't lost his ability to fight, his combat strength was probably less than half of what it had been. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran and the others had charged over to the other four old men. Moreover, Yang Yi had summoned the other demon wolf. They were suppressed, not only in strength, but even in numbers, because Yang Yi's side possessed an absolute advantage in numbers. Around 15 minutes later, one of the old men was caught by a demon wolf, and then he was devoured alive. Once they lost a deity, the situation that the forces of Nether Blue Stellar region were in couldn't even be described as terrible. Yang Yi. Suddenly, one of the old men said, Yang Yi, my Nether Blue Stellar region accepts defeat. We're willing to return the world that belonged to clouds of Heaven Stellar region. Elder Yuan and the others immediately stopped and gazed at Yang Yi. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. You accept defeat? What a good plan. You accept it now so that you can avoid calamity, and then wait for your reinforcements from Wildland Stellar region and the other stellar regions. Would you still accept defeat once they arrive? No, you won't. At that time, we would be the ones who were in trouble. He was very well aware that they weren't really accepting their defeat, because they hadn't really been hit to the point it hurt. Just as Yang Yi said, they were actually just buying time and waiting for reinforcements to arrive. It was their strategy to buy time until reinforcements arrived. If Yang Yi really believed them, then he would definitely be the fool in the end. Once they heard Yang Yi, Elder Yuan, Zhuang Weiran, and the others immediately charged at the deities from Nether Blue Stellar region. The black-robed old man's face instantly became extremely unsightly. Actually, it was just as Yang Yi had said, they were buying time. Because they'd sought help from Wildland Stellar region and the other stellar regions. Those stellar regions had agreed to help, so they just had to buy time, and the danger they faced would be resolved. But Yang Yi didn't give them the chance. The black-robed old man remained silent for a moment, and then he howled with fury, "Flee!" As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot towards the sky. Fight? They didn't stand a chance against Yang Yi's group. Wait, their reinforcements would definitely not be in time. Because Yang Yi's side possessed an absolute advantage over them, The only way to live was to flee. However, Head just started to flee when shrill cries resounded from behind him. The black-robed old man's face became extremely unsightly, but he didn't turn back and sped up instead. Flee. Flee as quickly as possible. That was the only thought in the black-robed old man's mind. But it didn't take long for him to stop, because Yang Yi had appeared before him while riding a celestial demon wolf. The old man's speed was very swift, but it couldn't compete with the demon wolf. The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "I surrender. I refuse." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, the demon wolf beneath him transformed into a ray of dark light that shot at the old man. The old man's furious howl resounded through the sky. "Yang Yi, I'll take you down with me." After that, numerous explosions resounded through the sky. Around a dozen breaths of time later, that area in the sky finally calmed down, and only Yang Yi and the demon wolf remained there. The black-robed old man's strength wasn't bad, but both Yang Yi and the demon wolf were stronger than him. Not to mention that the two of them had joined forces against the old man. Yang Yi didn't waste any time, and he just rode the demon wolf to Zhuangweiran and the other side. After that, he looked down at Nether Blue City. He gazed at it for a long time before a thought suddenly appeared in Yang Yi's mind. Would my slaughter intent rise to the returnal rank if I slaughter the entire city? Chapter 1426. Who else? Yang Yi wouldn't do that, of course. He didn't have an addiction to slaughtering entire cities. Moreover, he didn't have the time to do it. Their group charged into Nether Blue City under Yang Yi's lead. They only picked out semi-deities to kill, so it took just around 10 minutes for all the semi-deities in the city to be killed. Now that the deities were gone, the semi-deities were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered when facing Yang Yi's group. They couldn't fight back at all. After they killed the semi-deities, Yang Yi's group left. But all of them frowned when they arrived in outer space. Elder Yuan spoke solemnly. "There are experts coming towards us." Zhuangweiran spoke solemnly. "No less than 10 deities. 10 deities." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, those stellar regions that had occupied the worlds which used to belong to clouds of heaven's stellar region had joined forces. It was expected because they'd obtained those worlds, so they had no choice but to join forces in order to avoid being forced to return them. Because while clouds of heaven's stellar region had just gone through an intense war, if it was solely in terms of deities, then clouds of heaven's stellar region was entirely capable of rivaling a 3-star stellar region. That was why Wildland's stellar region hadn't just sent its experts to annihilate clouds of heaven's stellar region. Because even if they could crush clouds of heaven's stellar region with just their own forces, they would definitely be crippled during the battle. So, even Wildland's stellar region didn't dare to go start a full-scale war with clouds of heaven's stellar region. At this moment, there was no power in the lower dimensions that dared to look down on clouds of heaven's stellar region. Zhuangweiran gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Shall we fight or retreat?" Elder Yuan's group of 3 gazed at Yang Yi as well. If it was up to Elder Yuan's group, their decision would be to retreat for now. After all, the enemy had 10 deities. If they got into battle, it would definitely not be as easy as it had been just now. Moreover, once they were locked into battle, it would be extremely disadvantageous to them. After all, they didn't have more reinforcements. However, all those stellar regions definitely didn't have just 10 deities. Moreover, there was Wildland's stellar region as well. Once they were locked in battle, the enemy's forces would definitely rush over swiftly. At that time, they would be outnumbered, and it would be extremely disadvantageous to them. However, whether they fought or retreated depended on Yang Yi's decision. Even though Yang Yi's cultivation was the lowest amongst them, he was the leader of their group. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a while, and then he shook his head. "Well, wait for them." Zhuangweiran asked, "Why?" Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "We only have clouds of heaven continent left. If we retreat, they'll definitely attack clouds of heaven continent. At that time, we can't launch surprise attacks on the other stellar regions. Moreover, the battlefield would be dragged to clouds of heaven continent, instead while we would fall into a passive position where we can only defend ourselves against them. So, we can't retreat, and we can only fight to the end." Zhuangweiran pondered deeply for a short while and nodded, and it could be considered as her approval of Yang Ye's decision. Actually, Zhuang Weiran knew that Yang Yi considered everything before he made any decision. However, Yang Yi didn't consider anything once he went mad. So, she was quite afraid that Yang Yi would act rashly, and thus asked him about some of his decisions. If Yang Yi was really acting rashly, then she would stop him, and she was the only one who could. Fortunately, Yang Yi was still in a normal state of mind, and he wouldn't act rashly. Around 20 breaths of time later, 10 rays of light suddenly shot down from far away, and it only took an instant for the rays of light to arrive before Yang Ye's group. In next to no time, 10 old men had appeared before Yang Ye's group. All of them were deities. The 10 old men were slightly stunned when they saw Yang Ye's group. Obviously, they hadn't expected people to be waiting for them. After all, Yang Ye's group was clearly waiting for them to arrive. It didn't take long for their gazes to converge onto Yang Yi, and their faces were covered in gloominess. Obviously, they guessed who Yang Yi was. Yang Yi and the others were here, so it meant that they were too late. One of the old men who wore a luxurious robe stepped forward and said, "Yang Yi, I'm really curious. What exactly are you trying to do? Crush all of our stellar regions? Do you even have such strength?" Yang Yi shrugged. "I don't know, but I intend to try." Try. The old man and the others instantly had slightly unsightly expressions on their faces. This fellow is absolutely arrogant and haughty. The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, as expected of Yang the butcher, "You're arrogant indeed." As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Ye's group and said, "Just all of you don't seem sufficient to annihilate us. What do you think?" Yang Yi smiled. "You'll only know after you give it a try. However, I think that fighting isn't always the way to resolve problems." The old man said, "What? You intend to reason with us?" Yang Yi nodded. "I do." The old man replied, "I'd like to hear it." Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "We'll get straight to the point. Shouldn't all of you return those worlds that belong to clouds of heaven's stellar region? After all, they don't belong to all of you." A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the old man's mouth. "They weren't ours in the past, but they are now. Understand? Yang Yi, allow me to give you a word of advice. Go back to clouds of heaven's stellar region, then perhaps you'll be able to live a while longer." Yang Yi paid no attention to the old man, and he just turned to look at Zhuang Weiran. He spoke softly. "See that? It's not that I love to fight, but we have no choice but to fight on most occasions. Many say that justice is in the heart. But as far as I'm concerned, justice isn't in the heart, it's in the fist. The one with the bigger fist is just and reasonable." The reason Head said all of that was actually for Zhuang Weiran to hear, because he knew that she didn't want to make enemies with everyone. It could be said that if the old man and the others had been willing to return those worlds, then Zhuang Weiran would have definitely been willing to make peace with them. She would be willing to make peace with them, even if she had to give up Celestial Demon Stellar Region's territories. Clouds of Heaven's Stellar Region really needed to rest right now. Moreover, besides Yang Yi and Elder Yuan's group, Clouds of Heaven's Stellar Region only had 3 other deities, so it couldn't even compare to a 2-star stellar region. It could be said that it was all thanks to Yang Yi that Clouds of Heaven's Stellar Region hadn't been annihilated. But what would happen if war broke out? It would require Yang Yi to deal with all of it. She didn't want Clouds of Heaven's Stellar Region and Yang Yi to make enemies with everyone. However, the old man in a luxurious robe had allowed her to understand that they wouldn't return those worlds which belonged to Clouds of Heaven's Stellar Region. Moreover, they clearly seemed that they intended to annihilate Clouds of Heaven's Stellar Region. It made sense because all the words which once belonged to Clouds of Heaven's Stellar Region were in their possession. So, would Clouds of Heaven's Stellar Region let the matter rest? It definitely wouldn't. Thus, they naturally have to annihilate Clouds of Heaven's Stellar Region to put an end to all future troubles. Even though Clouds of Heaven's Stellar Region had Yang Yes Group, they had Wildland's Stellar Region standing behind them. Moreover, even if they didn't have Wildland's Stellar Region's support, their joint forces had no need to fear Clouds of Heaven's Stellar Region as well. Zhuang Weiran glanced at the old man and the others in front of them, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. "I understand now. I won't have such immature thoughts anymore." Yang Yi nodded, and then he didn't waste another breath. He immediately waved his right hand and ordered, Kill. As soon as he gave the order, the celestial demon wolvers roared with fury and charged at the old man's group. Yang Yi, Zhuang Weiran, and Elder Yuan's group didn't stand by idly. They immediately shot forward as well. Ferocity instantly arose on the faces of the old man and the others in his group. They didn't flee when they saw Yang Yi's group attack, because fleeing at a time like this, and especially when their speed was inferior to their opponents, they would definitely be courting death. Fight. They had no choice but to fight. Rumble. Numerous terrifying auras surged out explosively from the old man's group. In an instant, the entire area started to warp. The battle erupted. 7 against 10. Even though it was 7 against 10, the aura of Yang Yi's group completely crushed the 10 deities they faced. Especially the demon wolves, they were absolutely capable of fighting 2 deities on their own. As for Yang Yi, it was obvious. The old man in a luxurious robe had sent 3 deities to besiege Yang Yi. If he just sent a single deity against Yang Yi, then it was very likely for that deity to be annihilated in an instant. So, he had no choice but to send 3 to fight Yang Yi. The joint forces of those 3 deities was entirely capable of resisting Yang Yi's heaven rend. Moreover, Yang Yi even showed signs of being suppressed by their joint forces. As for the old man in a luxurious robe, his strength had exceeded Yang Yi's imagination, because the old man was actually locked in battle with 2 of the deities from Elder Yuan's group. But even then, Yang Yi's side held a firm advantage over the old man's group, because those demon wolves were too strong. Besides that, they had Zhuang Weiran as well. She was able to fight 2 deities on her own as well. Bang! Yang Yi's heaven rend was jointly stopped by the 3 deities he fought, and then Yang Yi was pushed over 300 m away. As soon as Yang Yi stopped himself, he glanced at the surroundings. We can't delay. We must end it as soon as possible. Yang Yi pondered for just an instant before his profound energy surged madly, and then his figure shot towards the 3 old men before him. A cold smile curled up on the corners of their mouths. Even though Yang Yi's heaven rend was powerful, they didn't have to fear it while they worked together. Just like before, they attacked once more. But their expressions changed drastically when Yang Yi drew his sword this time. Bang! As soon as his sword was swung, one of the old men in front of him was instantly obliterated, and the other 2 old men were blasted over 30 kilometers away. Moreover, the space in the surroundings had collapsed, causing everyone here to instantly arrive within a black hole. It was 2 heaven rends overlapped together. At this moment, everyone stopped fighting, and then they gazed at Yang Yi. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and then he glanced at the old man in a luxurious robe and the other deities. Who else? Chapter 14:27 Mutual Destruction. Who else? Yang Yi had naturally not spoken those words to put on airs. A huge emphasis was placed on morale during a battle between 2 armies. The gap between a side with great morale and a side with lacking morale was extremely huge. Yang Yi was boosting their morale right now. He wanted their morale and auras to crush the enemy. Who else? No one from the old man in a luxurious robe side had accepted Yang Yi's challenge. Obviously, their morale was crushed. Conversely, Yang Yi's side's morale would definitely rise explosively. That was exactly what had happened. Yang Yi's side's morale had gained an utter advantage over their enemies when the old man's group shrunk back from accepting Yang Yi's challenge. Zhuang Weiran and the others grew stronger as the battle progressed while the old man's group grew weaker. It was mainly because of Yang Yi. Even though they hadn't fought Yang Yi, they had to be vigilant against him at all times, because they were absolutely afraid that Yang Yi would dash over to them and strike them with the same attack from before. That attack was too strong. After he executed 2 overlapped heaven rends, Yang Yi's countenance had turned slightly pale. Fortunately, only his countenance was slightly affected. If it was in the past, overlapping the true form of heaven rend would definitely render him heavily injured. Moreover, his profound energy would have dried up. Yet now, he was a voider, and he was entirely capable of enduring the might of 2 overlapped heaven rends. That was also why Head dared to overlap the true form of heaven rend just now. Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded. Yang Yi turned to look towards its source, and he saw a celestial demon wolf was chewing on something. What was it chewing on? A human, of course. One of the deities had been slightly careless and given the demon wolf a chance, so he was dragged into its mouth. In just around 10 minutes, the old man's side had lost 2 deities. Now, it was 7 against 8. The pressure that the old man's side experienced grew greater, but they were still fighting to the death and weren't fleeing. They were very well aware that even more would die if they fled now. The celestial demon wolves were too swift, so they couldn't escape them at all. The only person who was comparatively free here was Yang Yi. He wasn't attacking, and he was just replenishing his profound energy while 2 deities watched him. If he didn't attack, they wouldn't attack as well. They didn't dare to. That attack from before was too terrifying. Just like that, around 15 minutes passed before another shrill cry resounded. After that, everyone turned to look, and they saw another deity was being eaten by a demon wolf. This made the expressions of the old man in a luxurious robe and the others from his group to become extremely unsightly. Actually, Zhuang Weiran and Elder Yuan were extremely strong as well. The deities in battle with them were actually no match for them as well. However, while it wasn't very difficult to defeat a deity, it was actually very difficult to kill a deity. If deities can't win a battle and choose to constantly dodge instead of colliding directly, then it would be extremely difficult to kill them. At this moment, the old man's group was doing just that. They didn't go head-on against Zhuang Weiran and the others, and they were just buying time. Those 2 deities that the demon wolves killed were trying to buy time too. However, the demon wolves were too strong and far surpassed them, so they'd been killed because they weren't able to buy any more time. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. They are definitely waiting for reinforcements. Yang Yi glanced at the old man's group. He naturally knew that they were buying time. Obviously, they'd called for more reinforcements, and those reinforcements would be here soon. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards one of the old men. That old man's expression changed drastically at the sight of this. He didn't think about fighting back, and he just turned around and fled. Yang Yi didn't chase that old man, and he just turned around and shot towards the old man who was in fierce combat with Zhuang Weiran. That old man was horrified when he noticed Yang Yi shooting towards him, and then he acted just as the previous old man had. He immediately abandoned Zhuang Weiran, turned around, and fled. Yang Yi didn't chase that old man as well, and he continued charging towards the next old man. In next to no time, a strange scene appeared here. Anyone Yang Yi shot towards would flee. During this process, 2 more deities were eaten alive by the celestial demon wolves. At this moment, the old man in a luxurious robe only had 4 other deities on his side. As for Yang Yi's side, Elder Yuan's group had merely suffered light injuries that weren't a problem at all. As for the demon wolves, they were completely fine. It could be said that unless 2 or more deities joined forces against a demon wolf, just a single deity was absolutely incapable of injuring any one of them. After all, they possessed formidable speed and defenses. So, besides Qiongqi, even Yang Yi would find it difficult to suppress them. As for Qiongqi, it was quite strenuous for him to deal with 2 celestial demon wolves. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dragged them into the primordial pagoda and allowed the primordial pagoda to suppress them. The old man and the other 4 deities didn't choose to continue fighting, and they fled instead. They'd mainly been fighting earlier to keep Yang Yi and the others here, and then wait for their reinforcements to arrive. Yet now, they didn't dare to continue buying time. If they did, then they might be annihilated before their reinforcements even arrived. Should we pursue them? Of course. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he took Zhuang Weiran's hand and descended onto one of the demon wolves. That demon wolf understood Yang Yi's intentions and transformed into a ray of dark light that vanished into the sky. Meanwhile, Elder Yuan's group hurriedly followed after Yang Yi. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to chase up to the old man's group. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath, and he just immediately commanded the demon wolf to charge at them. The old man and the others' expressions changed drastically at the sight of this. At this moment, they decisively chose to stop, because their speed couldn't compare to the celestial demon wolf, so if they didn't stop fleeing, then they would be constantly attacked and picked off. Meanwhile, Yang Yi, Zhuang Weiran, and the demon wolves had arrived before the old man's group. However, Yang Yi suddenly frowned while the old man's group were delighted. After that, an emaciated palm suddenly emerged from the expanse of space above them, and it slapped down towards Yang Yi. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived above Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he transformed into a ray of light that collided with the emaciated palm. Bang! An explosion resounded. The emaciated palm shook violently, and then it shrunk back into that expanse of space. Meanwhile, 12 old men appeared beside the old man in a luxurious robe. 12 deities. The leader of the group was a robust old man in linen robes, and he held a pitch-black iron rod. There were 2 other yellow-robed old men by the linen-robed old man's side. These 2 old men had something in common with the linen-robed old man, and it was their extremely robust figures. They were at least double the size of the others here. At the same time, they possessed the strongest auras amongst the deities here. The experts of Wildland's stellar region, Elder Yuan and Zhuang Weiran, had solemn expressions on their faces because there were 17 deities standing in front of them. 17. Even though they had Yang Yi and those celestial demon wolves who could each fight 2 deities on their own, their enemy was 17 deities. But Elder Yuan's group of 3 calmed down when they noticed Yang Yi's calm expression. Actually, Yang Yi wasn't very calm in his heart. After all, 17 deities had completely exceeded his expectations. According to his expectations, their reinforcements would be 4 or 5 deities at most. However, his expectations were clearly mistaken. Actually, it made sense. Wildland's stellar region and the other stellar regions were aware of Yang Yi's strength, and they knew that 10 deities wouldn't be able to gain an advantage over Yang Yi's group. After all, the forces of celestial demon stellar region had been comparable to around 10 deities. Moreover, the celestial demon lord and the 2 celestial demon wolves had been extremely formidable. However, even such a force had been annihilated by Yang Yi and the others. So, Wildland's stellar region and the other stellar regions didn't dare act carelessly when facing Yang Yi's group. If Yang Yi and the others hadn't launched a surprise attack on Nether Blue stellar region and taken them by surprise, there would have been at least 20 deities waiting for Yang Yi's group at Nether Blue continent. It wouldn't have been just those 5 deities from Nether Blue stellar region. The old man in linen robes gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "You're the Yang Yi who killed the successor of my Wildland stellar region?" Yang Yi nodded, "I am." The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, "He didn't die unjustly. I'm afraid that if it's amongst the younger generation, then only the top 3 on the dragon rankings would be able to fight you." Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm not interested in that. Since you haven't attacked right away, I presume you have something to say. Go on, let me hear it." The old man glanced at Yang Yi's group and said, "Yang Yi, I won't beat around the bush. Even though we have greater numbers than you right now, I'm very well aware that at least half of us will die here in order to annihilate all of you. We don't want to cause mutual destruction to both our sides, and we want to give all of you a chance. We are willing to spare all of you if you retreat back to your stellar region." A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. "I want beat around the bush as well. I don't want to make numerous enemies as well. I just have one condition: hand over those worlds that belong to Clouds of Heaven stellar region, and then we can stay out of each other's business." Even though those worlds didn't belong to him, they belonged to Zhuang Weiran. They'd seized her territory, and that was equivalent to bullying her. He was ready to risk his life against anyone who bullied her. The old man in linen robes gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, "Looks like we can't reach an agreement." As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his right hand, and a dimensional teleportation flag appeared in his grasp. A moment later, a ray of light instantly enveloped him and the others around him. "Yang Yi, pay for your decision." As soon as the old man finished speaking, all of them vanished on the spot. A grim expression instantly appeared on Zhuang Weiran's face. "They've gone to Clouds of Heaven continent." A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then he flipped his right hand. A dimensional teleportation flag appeared in his grasp, and then all of them vanished on the spot. Chapter 1428. It's perfect to annihilate all of you. Clouds of Heaven stellar region. The old man in linen robes and the others were very well aware that if they fought in outer space, then Yang Yes Group would have the initiative. Because Yang Yes Group had two celestial demon wolves, and those demon wolves were so swift that they couldn't catch up to them at all. So, if they didn't want to lose the initiative, then they only had one choice, and it was to head to Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. If the battlefield was on Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, then Yang Yes Group would be forced to fight them. Moreover, they didn't want to drag out the confrontation with Yang Yes Group. They had a huge advantage over Yang Yes Group right now, and they wanted to use that advantage to annihilate the potential problem that was Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. When the old man's group arrived in the sky above Clouds of Heaven continent, Yang Yes Group arrived right after. They were in confrontation again. Meanwhile, the linen-robed old man suddenly gazed at Elder Yuan's group. All of you are from Azure Cloud Merchant Group, right? Elder Yuan immediately frowned. They'd actually changed their appearance, and it was naturally because they were afraid that others would recognize them as members of Azure Cloud Merchant Group. But he hadn't expected the linen-robed old man to actually be aware of their identities. Meanwhile, the linen-robed old man said, "Please return to your merchant group." Elder Yuan gazed at the linen-robed old man and said, "I don't understand what you're saying." He naturally couldn't admit it because it would implicate Azure Cloud Merchant Group. A smile curled up on the corners of the old man's mouth, and then he withdrew a transmission talisman and crushed it. A few moments later, the space in front of Elder Yuan's group suddenly started trembling. Elder Yuan and the others' expressions gradually became quite unsightly. Yang Yi gazed at them and asked, "What is it?" Elder Yuan spoke in a low voice. "The Patriarch ordered us to head back." Yang Yes' face fell. Obviously, Wildland's stellar region was behind it. Elder Yuan said, "The eldest young miss has been relieved of all her duties and placed under house arrest. The second young miss is managing everything within the merchant group now." Yang Yes' eyes instantly narrowed slightly. He turned to look at the linen-robed old man. Obviously, Wildland's stellar region had definitely pressured Azure Cloud Merchant Group. Meanwhile, Elder Yuan sighed softly and said, "Young brother Yang, I'm sorry. We must return. After all, that's where our roots lie. Moreover, the Patriarch has emerged from closed-door cultivation because of this matter." Yang Yi smiled. "Elder Yuan, there's no need to say more. I understand the difficulty all of you are facing. Once you've returned, spin my apology to your eldest young miss because I dragged her down into this." Elder Yuan nodded and said, "Young brother Yang, you're an extraordinary genius. I believe that today will definitely not be your last day. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Yuan and the others vanished into the starry sky. Once they left, Yang Yi only had Zhuang Weiran, Zhuang Weiran's parents, and the two celestial demon wolves on his side. The gap between their strengths was too huge. It's not wrong to be young and arrogant. Meanwhile, the old man gazed at Yang Yi and said, "However, it isn't good to be too arrogant. Yang Yi, what do you think?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "Actually, I suddenly have the feeling that the so-called successor of your stellar region was just a sacrifice." "Why?" "Because your stellar region wanted to seize the territory of Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region and Celestial Demon Stellar Region for a long time. However, you didn't have a reason to do so openly. But once I killed that fellow, it's justifiable for you to occupy those worlds and even converge the forces of the other stellar regions to form a huge group." Yang Yi knew that had actually been used by Wildland's stellar region. Wildland's stellar region had definitely known when Mantion had come to look for Zhuang Weiran, but they didn't stop him. Why? Because they wanted Yang Yi to kill Mantion. As for the reason, it was just as Yang Yi said, they wanted to cause conflict between both sides. Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region had around 100 small worlds, while Celestial Demon Stellar Region similarly possessed around 100 small worlds. So, it was a total of around 200 small worlds. Besides that, if they annihilated Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, it would be equivalent to obtaining 2 medium worlds and around 200 small worlds. The temptation was too great. So, even if Zhuang Weiran gave up on the other worlds, they would still not spare Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. After all, weeds should always be pulled up by the roots. The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while and smiled. "It's pointless to talk about that, isn't it?" Yang Yi nodded. Indeed. Yang Yi, the old man continued, am willing to give you another chance. So long as you and Zhuang Weiran each hand over 2 strands of your souls, then we can spare clouds of heaven continent. A medium world in exchange for 2 peerless geniuses. Wildland Stellar Region definitely didn't suffer a loss when making such an exchange, especially Yang Yi. If they took control of Yang Yi, it would be equivalent to taking control of that mysterious beast Yang Yi had and those 2 celestial demon wolves. As for Zhuang Weiran, she was no ordinary genius. They would need the joint forces of at least 3 deities to have a chance at killing her. But she was just a semi-deity. It could be said that not to mention 1 medium world, they would even be willing to give 5 medium worlds to gain control over Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran. Yang Yi paid no attention to the old man and just gazed at Zhuang Weiran instead. Are you afraid? She shook her head slightly. Yang Yi smiled, and then he looked at the old man while a trace of ferocity appeared on his face. Are 17 deities very strong? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the old man when his figure appeared once more. The old man's face fell when he saw Yang Yi attack. However, he didn't go head-on against Yang Yi, and he just retreated around 3 kilometers away. Even though he hadn't fought Yang Yi, he knew Yang Yi had a very formidable sword technique, and it had instantly killed numerous deities. So, he didn't overestimate his ability to go head-on against Yang Yi's attack. At the moment Yang Yi attacked, the celestial demon wolves didn't stand by idly and immediately grew at least 10 times larger. 2 colossi appeared in the starry sky. Yang Yi ordered them to leap forward and slam themselves against the deities in front of them. Those deities' expressions changed when they saw 2 celestial demon wolves that were huge as mountains, pouncing at them. They didn't try to go head-on against the demon wolves, and they started dodging instead. But just a moment later, around 10 palms and beams of light slammed against the demon wolves. Even though their defenses were extremely strong, it still hurt them when they forcefully resisted the attacks of over 10 deities. So, a trace of pain had appeared in their eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had charged over, and then a wave of blood-red sword energy swept out horizontally. Rumble. Numerous deities were blasted around 10 kilometers back. Yang Yi didn't pursue them. He just took a step forward, and then crystal blue stellar energy suddenly filled the surroundings. The stellar energy surged swiftly towards Yang Yi, and then Yang Yi's figure crystallized in an instant. Once his figure crystallized, Yang Yi transformed into a blood-red ray of light that shot towards the deities that were besieging the demon wolves. Zhuang Weiran, Zhuang Weitian, and Qin Yaochan didn't stand by idly, and they charged at the linen-robed old man and the others. Even though Yang Yi's side had 11 fewer deities than their enemies, the aura their side had while Yang Yi and the demon wolves led the charge was actually much greater than the linen-robed old man's group. The demon wolves had to be given credit for that, because they'd forcefully stopped most of the attacks. Meanwhile, Yang Yi crushed everything that stood before him, and no one dared to go head-on against an attack from him. Just he alone was keeping 5 deities busy. However, the reason he could accomplish that was the stellar ward technique. Those 5 deities weren't weaklings, and they would naturally not just stand by idly as Yang Yi attacked. However, Yang Yi's stellar ward technique was too powerful, so their attacks could only push Yang Yi back at most. They weren't able to cause any damage to him. Coupled with the fact that Yang Yi possessed sufficient profound energy and primordial violet energy was ceaselessly repairing his body, ordinary injuries were utterly useless against him. The linen-robed old man and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. That fellow is really difficult to deal with. No one dares to go against his sword, and no one can break through his defenses. How are we supposed to fight him? Besides that, the celestial demon wolves were extremely terrifying after they completed their transformation. Just like Yang Yi, no deity dared to go head-on against them. All of them could only dodge as they fought back. However, while their injuries could cause a certain amount of damage to the demon wolves, that damage wasn't very severe and the demon wolves could hold on. As for Zhuang Weiran, she was extremely strong as well. She was fighting 2 deities without falling into a disadvantaged state. Besides that, as the formed war god, Zhuang Weitian was naturally not weak as well. It wasn't very difficult for him to fight 2 deities as well. Qin Yaochan was the comparatively weaker member of the group, but her strength was more than enough to fight a single deity by herself. 6 against 17. H. Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded. The old man in a linen robe and the others looked towards the source of the cry. They saw a white halberd had been pierced through the chest of a deity. Zhuang Weiran was standing before that deity. Yang Yi gazed at the linen-robed old man while a wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of his mouth. 17 deities don't seem to be enough. It really isn't enough. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then the space around the linen-robed old man's group rippled. After that, 10 old men appeared here. 10 deities. Zhuang Weitian and Qian Yaochan instantly turned ghastly pale at the sight of this. Zhuang Weiran's face was quite unsightly as well. 26 deities. Wildland's stellar region and those other stellar regions have mobilized most of their experts. Besides Nether Blue stellar region that had been annihilated, the other 6 stellar regions and Wildland's stellar region definitely had over 30 deities. Now, 27 of those deities were here. In other words, Wildland's stellar region and the other stellar regions had mobilized most of their experts. What about now? The old man in a linen robe gazed at Yang Yi while a wisp of ridicule could be seen on the corners of his mouth. Is it enough now? Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "Most of your deities are here now, right?" "Yes." The linen-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi and said, "For safety's sake, we've mobilized most of our forces. We won't give you the chance to kill us in smaller groups. Most of your forces are here." Yang Yi nodded and said, "It's perfect to annihilate all of you at once." The linen-robed old man's eyes were filled with ridicule. "You will?" Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He just waved his right hand, and a diagram appeared in front of him. After that, Chapter 1429, the number 1 treasure in the lower dimensions. Chapter 1429, the number 1 treasure in the lower dimensions. It was the stellar sword diagram, of course. The stellar sword diagram was his trump card, and it was his final trump card, and he usually wouldn't reveal this trump card. Even when he fought the celestial demon lord that day, he still hadn't revealed it. Because once it was revealed, it wouldn't be a trump card anymore. Moreover, while he'd attained the Voider realm, he still didn't dare rashly utilize it. After all, it didn't make him suffer backlash, it reduced his lifespan instead. Moreover, it might even take his life in the process. However, he had to use it now. 26 deities. Even Xiong Qi's presence wouldn't be able to make a difference in such a situation. He had no choice but to utilize the stellar sword diagram. Actually, he wasn't very confident even with the stellar sword diagram. After all, there were 26 deities here. However, he had no other choice. Once he withdrew the stellar sword diagram, Yang Yi gazed at Zhuang Weitian and Qian Yaochan. "Uncle, Auntie, please head down to the city. Don't ask me why, just do as I say and leave." Zhuang Weitian and Qian Yaochan were puzzled, and they were about to speak when Zhuang Weiran said, "Go." They glanced at Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran, pondered deeply for an instant, and then nodded before vanishing on the spot. Yang Yi gazed at Zhuang Weiran, and she gazed at him as well. "You know that I won't leave." Yang Yi smiled. "I never thought of asking you to, but you have to head inside." She gazed at the diagram in front of Yang Yi. "You got it?" Yang Yi nodded. She pondered deeply for a few moments before she said, "Be careful." After that, she flashed into Yang Ye's chest. As for the 2 celestial demon wolves, Yang Yi ordered them to return into the primordial pagoda as well. Even though they really didn't want to head in there, they didn't dare to disobey Yang Yi. In the end, they obediently entered the primordial pagoda. Once Zhuang Weiran and the demon wolves were within the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he gazed at the linen-robed old man's group. "Come, let me see how powerful it is." As soon as he finished speaking, ferocity suddenly covered his face, and then he waved his right hand. The stellar sword diagram before him instantly transformed into a ray of dazzling light, and then the scene around them warped. In an instant, all of them were within outer space. Actually, the scene around them wasn't much different to how it had been just moments ago. They were still within outer space. However, if one sensed it carefully, one would notice that this expanse of outer space was different from the one before. At this moment, the linen-robed old man and the others had noticed that. Solemn expressions appeared on their faces because their intuition told them that it was dangerous. A moment of silence ensued before the old man looked up at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, no matter what tricks you're trying to play, you're dead. Attack. Rumble. A terrifying, imposing aura erupted from all 26 deities, and the imposing aura slammed down in Yang Ye's direction. How terrifying was the aura they emanated? Logically speaking, even if the space around them could avoid collapsing and shattering before their auras, it should ripple violently. But nothing like that happened. The space here merely rippled slightly and remained very calm. The linen-robed old man and the others had noticed that, and it made the expressions on their faces grow even more solemn. Yang Yi paid no attention to the aura they emanated, and he just gazed at the sword precursor. He remained silent for an instant before he tossed the sword precursor forward, and it transformed into a ray of light that appeared far away. It didn't take long for the sword precursor to start spinning rapidly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi took a step forward, and then a mysterious force appeared out of thin air here. After that, the stars floating in the sky suddenly started trembling violently, and it didn't take long for them to emanate dazzling starlight. Boom! The imposing aura emanated by those 26 deities instantly exploded apart and was obliterated. Oem! 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 Suddenly, sword howls resounded through the surroundings. The sword howls were very close together, and they resounded in succession. At the same time, the distant stars started to tremble violently while ray after ray of stellar sword energy erupted from them. The sword energy emerged incessantly in succession, just like the sword howls had, and they shot towards the sword precursor. How many rays of stellar sword energy were there? Countless. Stars surrounded Yang Yi and the others, so the sword energy swarmed over from all directions. It was like a very dense storm, and it was a truly shocking scene. At this moment, the experts of some of the stellar regions which were comparatively close to clouds of heaven stellar region had left their stellar regions, and they arrived in outer space. All of their gazes had converged towards clouds of heaven stellar region. The scene from the outside world, and within the stellar sword diagram was completely different. The expanse of outer space that housed clouds of heaven stellar region was extremely large, and there were countless stars in the area. At this moment, countless rays of stellar sword energy were emerging from deep within outer space and descending like shooting stars towards clouds of heaven stellar region. They formed a dense and successive mass that descended like a meteor shower, and they illuminated the entire starry sky. In the stellar sword diagram, the linen-robed old man and the others were stunned when they saw the dense rain of stellar sword energy. A moment passed before the linen-robed old man seemed to have thought of something. His pupils constricted while terror filled them. The stellar sword diagram. It's the stellar sword diagram. The expressions of the other old men by his side had instantly changed drastically when they heard him, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They'd naturally heard of the stellar sword diagram. Of course, Jian Wuji was the reason they knew about it. During the battle between Jian Wuji and that mysterious old man in Taoist robes, Jian Wuji had drawn upon the energy of the stars and summoned stellar sword energy. Even though Jian Wuji had still lost and died, the scene from all those years ago had still left a deep impression in their hearts. At that time, some experts had said that the stellar sword diagram was the #1 treasure in the lower dimensions. Even though it was disputed slightly, the stellar sword diagram's strength was beyond doubt. Yet now, they hadn't expected that it had fallen into Yang Ye's hands, and Yang Yi could actually utilize it. The linen-robed old man took a deep breath, and then he spoke with a fierce expression on his face. Join forces and resist it together. Can we? One of the old men spoke in a slightly trembling voice. The linen-robed old man gazed at that old man and howled with fury. We have to, or we'll die. As soon as he finished speaking, his profound energy surged madly. Meanwhile, the other old men by his side had ferocity covering their faces as well. Just as the linen-robed old man had said, they had no way out of this situation. So, if they couldn't resist the stellar sword energy, then there would only be a single consequence. death. So, they had to resist it. Rumble. Countless beams of light shot up into the air within the stellar sword diagram. The beams of light shot up in succession towards the stellar sword energy that covered the sky. However, the beams of light were clearly too few when compared with the stellar sword energy, and the strength they contained was far inferior to the stellar sword energy. Rumble. Explosions resounded incessantly in the starry sky above clouds of heaven continent. The starry sky shook while space collapsed incessantly, and the sounds of explosions and sword howls resounded without end. Meanwhile, clouds of heaven continent shook violently while countless people looked up with horror. Has doomsday arrived? A long time passed before the sword howls and explosions above clouds of heaven continent gradually lessened. In the end, the starry sky above clouds of heaven continent returned to its previously calm state. Yang Yi was still there in outer space, and the linen-robed old man was still there as well. However, only the two of them were left there. The rest had vanished. The linen-robed old man stared fixedly at Yang Yi in silence. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's eyes were closed, and he remained silent as well. After quite some time passed, the linen-robed old man withdrew his gaze and spoke softly. That was the stellar sword diagram. That was the strength of the number 1 treasure in the lower dimensions. As soon as he finished speaking, countless rays of stellar sword energy suddenly erupted from within the old man's body. In an instant, they obliterated the old man. Actually, the old man had been struck by Yang Ye's stellar sword energy, but he'd forcefully suppressed it. So, he'd been able to survive until now. Once they shot out of the old man's body, the rays of stellar sword energy shot towards the surroundings like shooting stars. It only took a moment for them to vanish into the depths of outer space. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weitian and Qin Yaochan appeared here. Their expressions changed drastically when they only saw Yang Yi here. They were about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly said, "Uncle Ani, Weiran is fine." Zhuang Weitian and Qin Yaochan heaved sighs of relief in their hearts. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weitian sized up Yang Yi and said, "All of those 26 deities are dead?" Yang Yi nodded. Zhuang Weitian gasped when he saw Yang Yi nod. 26 deities. 26 deities. All of them had been killed. After a moment of shock, Zhuang Weitian was overjoyed. Because from this day onward, no one would dare to offend clouds of heaven stellar region, including Wildland's stellar region. Wildland's stellar region had lost at least 90% of its deities during this battle. Moreover, Wildland's stellar region wasn't the only one. The other stellar regions had lost at least 90% of their deities as well. But clouds of heaven stellar region hadn't lost a single expert. Meanwhile, Qin Yaochan suddenly took Zhuang Weitian's hand, and then she raised her chin in Yang Ye's direction. Yang Ye's eyes were closed, and he remained motionless like a statue. The joy on Zhuang Weitian's face vanished. He sized up Yang Yi and asked, "Are you all right?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Uncle, Auntie, head down and preside over clouds of heaven continent. I have some matters to attend to." "Are you really all right?" Zhuang Weitian clearly wasn't quite convinced. His intuition told him that Yang Yi was definitely not fine. At this moment, Yang Yi didn't feel very normal to him. Yang Yi shook his head again. "Go on." This time, his voice carried a slightly indisputable tone. Zhuang Weitian intended to say something, but Qin Yaochan took his hand and said, "Let's go down there." As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't wait for his reply and just vanished on the spot while bringing him along with her. Once they left, Yang Yi moved his right hand slightly. A ray of violet light flashed, and then Zhuang Weiran appeared in front of him. Zhuang Weiran was about to speak when her pupils suddenly constricted. Besides shock, there was terror in her eyes. "You? No!" Zhuang Weiran's furious howl suddenly resounded through outer space. Chapter 1430. My sword is quite thirsty. Yang Yi was aging rapidly in front of Zhuang Weiran. Yang Yes whitened rapidly. Zhuang Weiran watched as Yang Yes hair turned snow white in less than 2 breaths of time. At the same time, threads of death energy had started to emerge from within his body. That was exactly why Zhuang Wei was horrified. Death energy. Death energy was coming from within the body. What did that represent? It represented that the person's lifespan was almost depleted. In other words, that person was about to die. Yet now, it was actually coming from Yang Ye's body. So, how could Zhuang Weiran not be shocked and horrified? Meanwhile, Yang Wei opened his eyes. At this moment, there was a huge difference in them when compared to before. The sharp and fierce gaze he had was gone, and it was dim and lifeless instead. Moreover, there was a trace of muddiness within them as well. It seemed like the gaze of an old man who was about to pass away. Besides that, his skin had shriveled, and there were lots of wrinkles on him. He was old. Yang Yi seemed extremely old. You. Zhuang Weiran stretched out her hand and touched Yang Ye's cheek while tears flowed down from her eyes without her noticing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I caused this. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and took her hand. There was a slightly unsightly smile on his face as he said, I love you. So who else would I help? Besides that, you promised not to speak such words that made it seem like I'm an outsider. Yang Yi had never regretted interfering in the war between Celestial Demon Stellar Region and Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Even now, after Head paid a price that he practically couldn't endure, he still hadn't felt any regret. Zhuang Weiran. He would never regret anything he did for her. Zhuang Weiran shook her head and remained silent while lightly lying against Yang Yi and hugging him tightly. Her hands and body were shaking, and her tears were flowing incessantly. She was crying. Since she was young, she had practically never cried, because she would never allow herself to. Even when her parents forced her to marry someone, she still hadn't shed a single drop of her tears. But at this moment, her tears were flowing out incessantly. Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region's business had nothing to do with Yang Yi, but Yang Yi had been swept into this vortex because of her, and had paid a price that she should have paid. Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region and her should have borne all of this, but it had fallen onto Yang Ye's shoulders instead. Even though she knew that Yang Yi had done so willingly, seeing Yang Yi in such a state caused her heart to be unable to help but be filled with pain. Yang Yi wrapped his arms around her waist and spoke softly. Stop crying. It's not a big deal. I just lost some of my lifespan. Actually, he hadn't lost a little. Had lost a huge amount. Voiders had around 13,000 years to live. But because his strength wasn't sufficient to endure the might of the stellar sword energy, forcefully utilizing sword domain to use the stellar sword diagram had consumed around 99% of his lifespan. He wasn't sure of the exact number, but he knew that based on the state he was in, he could live for 3 months, at most. If he couldn't attain the semi-deity realm in 3 months, then he would enter eternal slumber. However, it was extremely difficult to attain the semi-deity realm in 3 months. After all, Head just advanced to the Voider realm. So, attaining the semi-deity realm in 3 months was even more difficult than defying the heavens. In short, had gone a little too far this time. Fortunately, there was a small benefit from it, and it was that his sword intent had advanced to the quasi-returnal rank. Had forced his sword intent to cover the stellar sword energy earlier. Had naturally done that so those rays of sword energy would become even stronger. However, there were truly too many rays of stellar sword energy, so it was extremely strenuous for his sword intent to envelop all of them. But he still gritted his teeth and held on. He hadn't expected that his persistence would have actually allowed his sword intent to attain a breakthrough. Actually, it was normal. It was like a person who ran 10 steps in every breath of time. But if someone strong pursued that same person with the intent to kill, then that person might be able to run 20 steps, or even 100 steps in every breath of time. If one didn't force oneself forward, one would never know how outstanding one was. Even though had attained quasi-returnal rank sword intent, the price he paid was too huge. 3 months. Moreover, it might even be shorter than that. If he didn't attain the semi-deity realm by then there would be no need for others to come looking for him. He would die just like that. It was no joke. While the primordial pagoda was powerful and heaven-defying, it couldn't eliminate the death energy within him. This death energy hadn't been forced on him by someone else, and it was created after his lifespan had been exhausted to a certain level. The primordial pagoda couldn't increase his lifespan. It wasn't that heaven-defying. So, the only way to survive was to break through the barriers before him and attain a new height, so that his lifespan would increase. After embracing each other for a long time, Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran returned to clouds of Heaven City and then entered the three-red level of the primordial pagoda. When Xiao Yushi saw Yang Yi, she reacted exactly as had expected. Her tears instantly started surging out. Yang Yi had no choice but to console her as well. Around 2 hours passed, and after he kept guaranteeing that he was fine, Xiao Yushi's countenance finally returned to normal. Xiao Yushi hugged him tightly, and her voice was trembling slightly, but the indisputable tone in it was stronger as she said, "Don't torture yourself like this again." Yang Yi naturally nodded quickly. Actually, why would he even want to torture himself? It couldn't be helped. Under such circumstances, all of them would have been killed if he didn't utilize the stellar sword diagram. They were facing 26 deities. Their enemies wouldn't even have to attack, because just their auras would have been sufficient to crush Yang Yi's group. A short while passed before Xiao Yushi's emotions stabilized, and then Yang Yi sat down cross-legged and started to recuperate. He was extremely exhausted. Regardless of whether it was his mind, body, or even soul, all of them were extremely tired. It was naturally because Head utilized the stellar sword diagram. His cultivation wasn't sufficient, yet Head forcefully utilized a force that he couldn't endure. So, it definitely had severe effects on his body, mind, and soul. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi cultivated in silence. But in the outside world, hell had been raised. The outside world here wasn't just clouds of heaven continent. It represented all the worlds in the lower dimensions. The stellar sword diagram had appeared again. All the stellar regions started to investigate. In the end, they got a report, and all those reports had a name on it, Yang Yi. It didn't take long for the leaders of those stellar regions to give an order. Don't offend clouds of heaven stellar region and don't offend Yang Yi. The stellar sword diagram was in Yang Yi's possession, and Head used it to kill 26 deities. Most importantly, based on the reports they received, Yang Yi was definitely a madman. He was someone who'd even dared to slaughter a city. So how mad was he? Moreover, Yang Yi liked to fight because of the slightest disagreement, and he would fight to the death. It was best not to offend such a person. Just looked at Wildland's stellar region and all those other stellar regions. That was the consequences of offending Yang Yi. It could be said that even if Yang Yi didn't take further revenge, Wildland's stellar region was completely crippled. As for the other two star stellar regions, it was even worse. They only had two choices: submit to clouds of heaven stellar region or submit to other stellar regions. Only then would they be able to survive. In short, Wildland's stellar region and all those other stellar regions were finished. After recuperating for 5 days in the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi's body had recovered completely. Of course, his lifespan had definitely not recovered. After accompanying Xiao Yushi for some time, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda, War God Hall. When Yang Yi walked in, everyone immediately looked at him. There was adoration, fear, and various other emotions in these gazes. Zhuang Weiran was seated at the seat of the host. Zhuang Weitian and Qin Yaochan had retired from their positions, and Zhuang Weiran was managing everything on clouds of heaven continent. Zhuang Weiran walked over to Yang Yi. She took his hand and walked back to her seat while everyone watched, and then she glanced at everyone in the hall. His orders are my orders from now on. No one is allowed to disobey him. Understand? All of them naturally nodded. Zhuang Weiran nodded slightly, and then she sat on the seat of the host with Yang Yi. Even though the seat was meant for a single person, it could accommodate two without a problem. Yang Yi spoke softly. This isn't very suitable, right? Actually, Yang Yi wouldn't do anything intimate with her while there were outsiders present, because he didn't want to harm her prestige, and it was a form of respect to her. She gazed at him and said, I think it's absolutely fine. Yang Yi smiled. If you say so. A smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. However, it vanished in an instant. She turned to look at the others in the hall, and her gaze fell on Yi Luyun in the end. Luyun, did Wildland's stellar region and those other stellar regions reply? Yi Luyun shook her head slightly. Zhuang Weiran's face fell. Yang Yi asked, What's wrong? She spoke in a low voice. I sent messages to Wildland's stellar region and those other stellar regions. I asked them to return those worlds which belong to us, but they didn't reply. So that's what happened. Yang Yi nodded. And then he gazed at Yi Luyun. Luyun, send them another message. Tell them that my sword is quite thirsty. Yi Luyun was at a loss for words. Chapter 1431, The Ominous Territory. A day later, besides Wildland's stellar region, all the other stellar regions had retreated from the worlds which once belonged to Clouds of Heaven stellar region. Not only had they retreated, they had even dispatched their forces to express their willingness to submit to Clouds of Heaven stellar region. That surprised Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran a little. Both of them hadn't expected those stellar regions to surrender like that. Are my words that influential? Actually, those stellar regions had no choice but to surrender. Because even if Clouds of Heaven stellar region didn't look for trouble with them, the other stellar regions would. Because their current strength couldn't even compare to a one-star stellar region. It could be said that besides Wildland's stellar region, each of the other stellar regions which participated in the attack on Clouds of Heaven stellar region only had around one deity left. The reason they chose to surrender to Clouds of Heaven stellar region was that no other stellar region dared to accept their surrender. After all, everyone knew that they'd offended Clouds of Heaven stellar region. So, if they accepted those stellar regions, it would be equivalent to taking the enmity between those stellar regions and Clouds of Heaven stellar region. Who would dare to do that? Not to mention anything else, just Yang Yi alone could deter a 3-star stellar region. Just think about it. If he activated the stellar sword diagram in a stellar region, perhaps its might wouldn't be sufficient to destroy a stellar region, but it was more than enough to destroy a single medium world. Not to mention that Yang Yi had 3 extremely strong beasts by his side. So, no one would offend Clouds of Heaven stellar region for so little benefit. Thus, if those stellar regions wanted to survive, they had no choice but to surrender to Clouds of Heaven stellar region. The reason they hadn't replied before this was because they felt something might have happened to Yang Yi. After all, based on Yang Yi's current cultivation, he would definitely be unable to endure activating such a heaven-defying treasure like the stellar sword diagram. So, they still held on to a shred of hope. However, once Yi Luyun passed Yang Yi's message to them, that shred of hope within their hearts had been destroyed. Yang Yi was still alive. After they found out about that, they stopped hesitating. War God Hall. There were only 3 people here. Yang Yi, Zhuang Weiran, and Yi Luyun. Amongst the stellar regions that have surrendered, there are a total of 370+ small worlds and 6 deities. As for semi-deities, there are over 100 in total. Yi Luyun spoke slowly. If we take them all in, our Clouds of Heaven stellar region strength will be in the top 5 of the 3-star stellar regions. Yang Yi gazed at her and asked, only the top 5? Yi Luyun rolled her eyes at him. What else? The first? Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment. I think that we should be almost on par with a 4-star stellar region. Yi Luyun shook her head. That's because you don't know much about these lower dimensions. Do you know? All the worlds beneath the large world are considered the lower dimensions. But do you know how huge the lower dimensions are? Yang Yi shook his head. Don't ask me. Just tell me. She explained. The lower dimensions are extremely huge. Its size is beyond your imagination. A deity once exhausted 10 years of time, yet was still unable to locate the ends of the lower dimensions. In the end, someone divided the lower dimensions into territories, the Eastern Territory, Western Territory, Southern Territory, and Northern Territory. We're in the Eastern Territory. There are over a dozen 3-star stellar regions in the Northern Territory, but there's only a single 4-star stellar region. That 4-star stellar region is quite far away from us. Even if stellar teleportation formations are utilized, it would take around 3 days to get there. Yang Yi felt quite embarrassed. Had always thought that the lower dimensions were extremely small, but it turned out that it wasn't small, and he was just looking up at the sky from the bottom of a well. Actually, there's one more territory. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran spoke abruptly. The ominous territory. Yang Yi and Yi Luyun gazed at her. The ominous territory? Zhuang Weiran nodded slightly. It's quite mysterious and comparatively dangerous. Very few know about it. Actually, it's extremely few. Yang Yi was puzzled. The ominous territory? She explained. Its origins can't be traced. All we do know is that it's extremely dangerous, and countless deities have died there. However, many experts still head there, because there are too many fortuitous encounters waiting to be found there. Fortuitous encounters? Yi Luyun asked. There's a lot of treasures there? Zhuang Weiran nodded slightly. The celestial demon lord's inheritance and my father's inheritance were obtained there. Right, those two celestial demon wolves are from there as well. Yang Yi asked, why have you suddenly mentioned that territory? Zhuang Weiran remained silent for a while, and then she said, I hope you'll go there. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Zhuang Weiran spoke solemnly. There's a forest there, the forest of darkness. At the depths of that forest is a spring, the spring of life. The dew of life flows within the spring, and it can increase lifespan. It can increase lifespan. Yang Yi was visibly moved. What did he lack the most right now? Lifespan. Even with the primordial pagoda in his possession, it was difficult to attain the semi-deity realm within 3 months. So, he had to increase his lifespan and gain more time to cultivate. Yi Luyun asked, isn't it very dangerous? Zhuang Weiran gazed at Yang Yi and said, with your strength and the 3 of them, you can go anywhere in this world. However, you absolutely can't be careless in the ominous territory. Even with the celestial demon lord's strength, and even when he had the assistance of those 2 celestial demon wolves and that celestial demon, he still didn't dare to go deep into the ominous territory or stay for long. Yang Yi smiled. Don't worry, I won't underestimate my enemies. Many had underestimated him in the past, and his sword had turned them into souls of the dead. So, he would absolutely not underestimate anymore. Zhuang Weiran nodded slightly. If it wasn't because of your lifespan, I wouldn't have told you about the ominous territory. It's not because I think you're weak, it's because you're too fierce. I really can't imagine what would happen once you head there, and the situation there can't be compared to the world outside it. Yang Ye's face was completely dark, because she was saying that he was really good at causing trouble. As if she knew what he was thinking, Zhuang Weiran spoke softly. I'm not afraid that you'll cause trouble. I'm afraid that others will provoke you. You're too unyielding and refuse to suffer any losses. So, you won't hold back if others offend you, and that's exactly why it's easy for trouble to arise. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. That's my fault. Of course it isn't your fault. Zhuang Weiran shook her head slightly. Your character is the reason you've been able to gain such attainments in the sword Dao. A sword cultivator should have an edge and be fearless, and that's just what your character is like. So, your sword Dao improves rapidly, because you fear no one and no problem. No matter how strong your enemy is or how great their backing is, you still dare to draw your sword. Simply speaking, you never suppress your sword, and you definitely draw it when it should be drawn. Many sword cultivators aren't able to accomplish that. Just as Zhuang Weiran had said, the main reason Yang Ye's attainments in the sword Dao improved so rapidly was that Head never suppressed his sword. Sword cultivators stressed on the cultivation of the mind and heart. If one's desires remained unimpeded, the sword Dao would thrive. Yang Ye's desires had always been unimpeded, because Head never suppressed them. Had drawn his sword when he should. That was exactly why his sword Dao grew at an unparalleled pace. As for the growth of his slaughter intent, actually, the growth of slaughter intent was very simple. It was achieved by killing. If an ordinary person was allowed to kill a few 100,000 people, then perhaps even an ordinary person could comprehend slaughter intent. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun suddenly asked, when will you be traveling to the ominous territory? Yang Yi fell silent for a while, and then he said, I still have 2 things to do. I'll go there once I'm done. Yi Luyun said, one of them is Wildland Stellar Region. What about the other? The other stellar regions that occupied the worlds which once belonged to Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region had returned them, and they'd even surrendered to Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. However, there had been no reply from Wildland Stellar Region, so they definitely had to deal with it. Yang Yi replied, I owe someone a favor. I have to repay it a little at least. Yi Luyun asked, Azure Cloud Merchant Group? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Luyun, don't be too smart. I won't talk to you anymore if you're always like this. After all, she seemed like a worm in his belly that knew everything. Yi Luyun grinned and said, you do have to deal with that, or you would be quite ungrateful. Yang Yi nodded. Nangong Qin had helped him tremendously. Yet now, She'd been punished because of him. So, he naturally had to help her. Otherwise, he really would be quite ungrateful like Yi Luyun had said. Yi Luyun asked, "When are you leaving?" Yang Yi answered, "Now." He had less than 3 months to live, so he naturally didn't dare to waste any time. Zhuang Weiran said, Azure Cloud Merchant Group is a merchant group which belongs to a single clan, the Nangong clan. The Nangong clan has a medium world and over 100 small worlds. It's a 3-star stellar region as well. Even though it isn't as strong as Wildland's stellar region or Celestial Demon stellar region, their influence is something that both Wildland's stellar region and Celestial Demon stellar region can't compare to. After all, there are truly too many stellar regions working together with them. Especially their network of information, it can be considered the greatest in the Eastern Territory. As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Discuss the matter with him once you get there. You are there to help Nangong Qin and not fight, right?" Yi Luyun covered her mouth and chuckled. Yang Yi's face was dark, because he seemed like a troublemaker to her. Actually, Zhuang Weiran's worries were very understandable. She had known Yang Yi for some time, and she knew his temper quite well. It could be said that it was very easy for someone with Yang Yi's character to cause trouble. It was absolutely true because Yang Yi's troubles had never ended. The corners of Zhuang Weiran's mouth curled up when she noticed the expression on Yang Yi's face. "All right, I'm not going to complain further. Go on." Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly walked over to her and wrapped his arm around her waist. He spoke softly, "Weiran, remember what I said when we fought the Celestial Demon Lord? At that time, I said that you have to promise me something if we survived." Zhuang Weiran nodded slightly in response. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth curled up, and he spoke softly, "I." Only Zhuang Weiran knew what Yang Yi had said, but it had caused her face to suddenly turn slightly red. Chapter 1432, Perhaps It Isn't Helping You. After teasing Zhuang Weiran for a while, Yang Yi left Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region and went to Stellar City. Azure Cloud Merchant Group's headquarters was on Cloud Merchant Stellar Region, so he naturally had to travel through Stellar City, because traveling through space exhausted too much profound energy. So, teleportation was much more convenient. Yang Yi didn't stay in Stellar City, and he immediately traveled to the teleportation platforms there, paid the required divine crystals, and entered one of the teleportation formations. After quite some time passed, Yang Yi opened his eyes. At this moment, he was at a point in outer space, and a teleportation formation was behind him. "State your identity." Suddenly, a voice resounded through the area, and then an old man appeared near Yang Yi. It was a deity. Yang Yi wasn't surprised. After all, the teleportation formations of a stellar region were usually guarded, and it was naturally for the sake of preventing other stellar formations from using the teleportation formations to launch surprise attacks. The old man stared at Yang Yi and asked, "Who are you?" Yang Yi spoke flatly, "Yang Yi." "Yang Yi." The old man's pupils constricted. You're Yang Yi." The old man naturally knew Yang Yi's name. After all, did anyone in the Eastern Territory not know Yang Yi's name? He was a terrifying existence who'd slaughtered a city and killed over 20 deities in one go. The old man became extremely vigilant. "Yang Yi, my Azure Cloud Merchant Group didn't participate in the battle between Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region and Celestial Demon Stellar Region, even though Cloud Merchant Stellar Region was a 3-star stellar region. Not to mention the old man, even the entire stellar region wouldn't dare to underestimate Yang Yi." Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he heard the old man, and then he chuckled. "You've misunderstood. I'm not here to look for trouble with Azure Cloud Merchant Group. I'm just here to pay a visit to your eldest young miss, Nangong Qin. She's a friend of mine." The old man's expression eased up slightly as he felt it was fine so long as Yang Yi wasn't here to look for trouble with them. He sized up Yang Yi and said, "You're here to see the eldest young miss?" Yang Yi nodded. The old man fell silent and was slightly hesitant. Yang Yi frowned. "What? Has something happened to her?" The old man was quite shocked when he saw the slightly hostile expression on Yang Yi's face, and he hurriedly said, "She's fine. But she had been confined to her room. You have to get the patriarch's approval if you wish to see her." Yang Yi said, "Then can I see your patriarch?" The old man's expression was quite unnatural. Could he say no? If he did, what if Yang Yi tried to see the patriarch by force? Based on the reports had received, Yang Yi wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. He was someone who even dared to slaughter a city. So was there anything that he didn't dare to do? The old man fell silent for a moment before he said, "The patriarch is in closed-door cultivation. So the second young miss is managing the affairs of the merchant group. They'll take you to see her. You can see the eldest young miss if you obtain her approval." Yang Yi nodded. "That works." Just like that, the old man led Yang Yi to the main city on Cloud Merchant Continent, Cloud Merchant City. As soon as he entered the city, Yang Yi felt quite shocked, because it was prosperous beyond his imagination. The buildings in the city were extremely luxurious, and most of them were made of very high-quality materials. Besides that, there was a tremendous amount of people in the city. It was extremely bustling, and the roughly 300 wide streets here were filled with people. It wasn't just one street, but most streets that were crowded with people. They were moving very swiftly and seemed to be busy. When he saw Yang Yi stop in midair and look down below, the old man said, "Our merchant group established stores in many worlds, and Cloud Merchant City is our headquarters. So, our goods are always sent here, sorted, and transported out. So, we're very busy." Yang Yi nodded slightly and said, "Your merchant group should be really wealthy." He still remembered how the second young miss of Azure Cloud Merchant Group had lost 100,000 divine crystals to Yi Luyuan and casually produced 80,000 on the spot. Of course, there was a trace of pride on the old man's face. Besides Stellar City, there's no other power in the Eastern Territory that can compare to us. The old man seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stopped. He glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Actually, we aren't very rich. We're just all right." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. "I'm not going to steal from you. Do you have to act like that?" Actually, that was exactly what the old man feared. After all, it was no secret in Azure Cloud Merchant Group that Yang Yi had led Elder Yuan's group of 3 to steal spirit veins. The old man led Yang Yi to a hall called Cloud Hall. However, Yang Yi and the old man didn't enter because a black-robed old man obstructed their path. The black-robed old man gazed at the old man by Yang Yi's side and frowned. "Elderly, why have you returned instead of guarding the teleportation formation?" Elderly bowed slightly to the black-robed old man and said, "Grand Elder, someone wants to see the second young miss. So, I brought him here." "The second young miss?" The black-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Who are you?" Yang Yi replied, "Yang Yi." The black-robed old man's eyes instantly narrowed slightly. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "You're Clouds of Heaven Stellar Regions, Yang Yi?" Yang Yi rubbed his nose. "My reputation has spread quite a bit. Everyone knows me." Meanwhile, the black-robed old man said, "May I know why you've come to my Azure Cloud Merchant Group?" Yang Yi replied, "I'm here to see a friend, Nangong Qin." "Right, she's your eldest young miss. However, I heard she has been confined, and I have to obtain your second young miss approval to see her. So, I'm here to see your second young miss." The black-robed old man was slightly stunned. "You are friends with the eldest young miss?" Yang Yi said, "Can I?" The old man sized up Yang Yi and had quite a strange expression on his face. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually say that he was friends with Nangong Qi. Needless to say, being friends with Yang Yi was no trivial matter, but it depended on how deep their friendship was. If they were just ordinary friends, then it wouldn't be a very big deal. But if they were very good friends, then it would be extraordinary. The black-robed old man fell silent for a while and said, "The second young miss is with an important guest, and she asked to not be disturbed." Yang Yi smiled. "It's fine. I can wait." The old man glanced at Yang Yi and felt slightly surprised. He seems quite easy to deal with. Moreover, he doesn't feel oppressive or overbearing at all. They saw he likes to attack for the slightest disagreement. The rumors don't seem to be very true. The black-robed old man restrained his thoughts and said, "All right, I'll take you to see her once she's done." Yang Yi nodded. "Thank you." The old man glanced at Yang Yi. He really is quite easy to deal with. The black-robed old man didn't speak further. He just nodded slightly to Yang Yi, turned around, and left. Once the black-robed old man left, Yang Yi gazed at Elderly and said, "Go on with your business." I'll wait here by myself. Elderly hesitated for a moment, and then he nodded and left. Once Elderly left, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he sat down cross-legged at the side. He intended to cultivate. As far as he was concerned, he couldn't waste a second now, because every second that passed was his life ticking away. Around an hour later, a young man and two old men appeared in the distance. They quickly arrived before the entrance of the hall. However, the black-robed old man appeared once more when they were about to head in. The second young miss is in a meeting. No one is allowed to disturb her. The black-robed old man vanished once he finished speaking. The young man hesitated for a moment and then moved towards the side. He didn't dare to force his way in. After waiting for a while, he suddenly gazed at Yang Yi, who was seated cross-legged at the side, and his eyes instantly had a ferocious glow in them when he saw Yang Yi's appearance. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at the young man as well. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel stunned when he saw the ferocity and desire to kill in the young man's eyes. "Do I know that fellow? What? You don't remember me?" The young man stared fixedly at Yang Yi. "Let me remind you. Stellar City, the second young miss." Yang Yi sized up the young man, and he recalled who the young man was. The second young miss had a young man by her side that day, and that young man had attacked him when conflict arose between him and the second young miss. However, the young man had been punched flying. Yang Yi hadn't expected to actually meet the young man here. Meanwhile, the young man led the two old men over to Yang Yi and spoke fiercely. "ID intended to go looking for you, but you've actually appeared before me now. Looks like even the heavens are helping me." Yang Yi glanced at the young man and said, "Perhaps it isn't." "It isn't." The young man laughed ferociously and waved his right hand. "Tear all four of his limbs off." Suddenly, Yang Yi said, "You don't recognize me?" He wasn't being narcissistic, but he felt that his name should carry some weight. Moreover, the young man should know his name. However, the young man had still come to look for trouble with him, and that was quite strange. After all, only one of the old men behind the young man was a deity. The young man ridiculed, "Recognize you? How laughable. I should recognize you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he waved right hand. "Tear off all four of his limbs. No, tear his fifth limb off as well." Chapter 1433, Are You an Idiot? Chapter 1433, Are You an Idiot? Slap. Suddenly, a clear slap resounded through the surroundings, and then the young man was blasted away. He flew extremely far away before finally descending to the ground. Boom. The ground shook violently and cracked apart. The two old men who were standing by the young man's side were stunned. Yang Yi was quite stunned as well, because it was none other than the black-robed old man who'd struck the young man. One of the old men gazed at the black-robed old man with a puzzled expression. "Elder Hua." The black-robed old man glanced coldly at the old man who spoke to him, and then he raised his right hand. The young man was instantly brought over in front of him. "Is there something wrong with you in the head?" The young man was quite stunned, and his eyes were filled with a lost expression. The black-robed old man released the young man and said, "Go home right now and don't come out for the next 3 years." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at the old man who spoke to him just now. "Tell your lord that I was the one who said that." "Why?" The young man stared at Elder Hua. Besides a puzzled expression, there was rage in his eyes. After all, he'd been slapped for no reason, so he was naturally furious. If the black-robed old man's strength wasn't formidable, he might have even attacked by now. "Why?" The black-robed old man gazed at the young man and said, "If it wasn't for your grandfather, I wouldn't have even bothered to care about your fate." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at the old man again. "Take him and leave right now. Otherwise, I'll have to help his grandfather teach him a lesson." "I refuse to accept this." Meanwhile, the young man suddenly roared with fury. "Elder Hua, why? Why would you rather help him than me? Do you still treat my grandfather as a brother of yours?" Slap. Another clear slap resounded as the young man's figure was blasted away once more. The two old men's expressions became quite unsightly. However, Elder Hua paid no attention to them. He gazed at the young man who'd crashed down to the ground in the distance. You fool! I wouldn't even have bothered to hit you if it wasn't because I think of your grandfather as a brother. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Yang Yi. Young brother Yang, you won't make a fuss with these children, right? Actually, he was terrified when he saw that the young man's group intended to attack Yang Yi. What a joke. Tear off Yang Ye's limbs? Did they want to die? Not to mention the young man. Even the forces of the entire Azure Cloud Merchant Group would probably be unable to tear off Yang Ye's limbs. Children? Yang Yi glanced at the black-robed old man. Needless to say, the old man was very good at defusing the situation, because if he made a fuss about it, then he would be a child too. It would be beneath him. Yang Yi grinned and said, of course I wouldn't. However, if he keeps trying to look for trouble with me, then... The black-robed old man replied, I guarantee that won't happen. Yang Yi shrugged and remained quiet. Meanwhile, the other old man by the young man's side couldn't help but ask, Elder Hua, who? His name is Yang Yi. As soon as the black-robed old man finished speaking, he turned around and gazed at Yang Yi. Young brother Yang, the second young miss is done. Let's go. Yang Yi nodded, and then he went with Elder Hua. Meanwhile, the two old men seemed like they were petrified on the spot, and it didn't take long for cold sweat to appear on their faces. Yang Yi, Yang the Butcher. Did anyone in the Eastern Territory not know Yang Yi? He was a god of slaughter who'd comprehended quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent, and he had the stellar sword diagram which was called the number 1 treasure in the lower dimensions. It could be said that it wasn't just 2-star stellar regions which didn't dare to offend Yang Yi. Even 3-star stellar regions didn't dare to offend him, but they actually intended to tear off his limbs. At this moment, they were beyond grateful to Elder Hua. If Elder Hua hadn't interfered, then all 3 of them would have died here. Meanwhile, the young man was stunned on the spot. Yang Yi. Only now did he recall that the person who'd struck him in Stellar City was called Yang Yi. However, he hadn't paid any attention to that name. So, that scene from before had occurred. Actually, he felt quite fearful right now, because he was very well aware that if Yang Yi killed him, then his grandfather would definitely not avenge him. They couldn't afford to take revenge. It didn't take long for their group of 3 to leave. Meanwhile, Yang Yi followed Elder Hua into the hall. There were only 3 people in the hall. Yang Yi, the black-robed old man, and the second young miss who was at the seat of the host. Yang Yi gazed at the second young miss. She seemed much more heroic than her older sister. Yang Yi didn't beat around the bust and immediately said, Second young miss, I'm here to meet the eldest young miss. I wonder if you can allow it? The second young miss spoke flatly. Just meet her? Of course not. Yang Yi smiled. She helped me yet was confined because of me. I think I have to deal with it. Otherwise, I would be too ungrateful. Deal with it? A smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. I wonder how you intend to do that? Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. She's my friend. So what? She refused to show any weakness and met his gaze. She's a member of my Nangong clan. She made a mistake, so my clan naturally has the right to punish her. Yang Yi shook his head and said, Her so-called mistake is helping me, right? Yes. The second young miss continued. She got swept into the enmity between Wildland's stellar region and Clouds of Heaven's stellar region without obtaining authorization from the merchant group. Her actions have severely harmed our interests, so she should be punished. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time before he replied, Second young miss, I promised her that if she helped me, then she can open branches in the worlds I manage, and I promised not to take any fees for 30 years. Now, my Clouds of Heaven stellar region has taken control of a few hundred small worlds. So long as she is released, Azure Cloud Merchant Group can open stores in all those worlds and pay no fees for 30 years. A few hundred worlds. She was visibly moved. If Azure Cloud Merchant Group opened branches in those worlds, it would obtain massive benefits. Moreover, they would have to pay no fees. She could imagine how much her merchant group would make in those years. A moment of silence ensued before her expression eased up slightly. Yang Yi, is that true? Of course. He looked her in the eyes and said, However, the only condition is that she must discuss and complete the agreement with my stellar region. My stellar region only acknowledges her. The second young miss's face turned gloomy. Yang Yi, Are you trying to interfere in my merchant group's business? Aren't you going a little too far? Too far? Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Second young miss, allow me to be honest. If it wasn't out of consideration for the fact that you're related to Miss Nangong Qing, I wouldn't have wasted my breath on you. Let me just say this. If Nangong Qing manages Azure Cloud Merchant Group, then I'll treat your merchant group as a very close ally. But if someone else manages it, then I'm sorry. My Clouds of Heaven Stellar region won't welcome anyone from Azure Cloud Merchant Group. The second young Mrs. face became slightly unsightly. Yang Yi, I admit that you're very strong, and no one dares to offend you. However, that doesn't represent that we fear you. If you want to work together with us, then my Nangong clan welcomes it. However, my Nangong clan will deal with our own business, and an outsider has no right to make decisions for us. Yang Yi nodded. So, you refuse to let her go? She looked him in the eyes and spoke resolutely. I refuse. Yang Yi gazed at her and asked, Are you sure? Very sure. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. However, the black-robed old man's figure vanished at the exact same moment, and his speed was actually slightly faster than Yang Yi. He immediately arrived behind Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly turned around and stabbed his sword forward. Bang! An explosion resounded as the old man was blasted out of the hall. The old man was astounded. He glanced at his palm, and he noticed a thumb-sized hole at the center of it. The expression on the old man's face became extremely solemn. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to be even stronger than he'd imagined. He looked up and saw Yang Yi was already in front of his second young miss, and a sword was pressed against the center of her forehead. Bring your Nangong Qing here. Yang Yi looked her in the eye. It's best if you hurry. I'm not someone with a huge amount of patience. She stared at him and said, Yang Yi, this is our clan's business. Yang Yi shook his head and said, I don't care about your clan's business. All I do know is that she helped me when Clouds of Heaven Stellar region was at its most difficult moment. Now that she's in trouble, how can I just stand by idly? It's fine if your Azure Cloud Merchant Group has no place for her. I can take her with me and help her establish an even better merchant group. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, he would never forget those who oppressed him. Similarly, he would never forget those who'd helped him. She just gazed at him in silence. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, I really don't like to waste my breath, and I don't want to waste time here. If I don't see her in 10 breaths of time, then I'll cut off your head. Domineering. Absolutely domineering. Suddenly, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and he said, I heard that you and your older sister are the only successors in your generation? The second young miss frowned. What are you trying to say? Yang Yi replied, If I killed you, then only your older sister would remain. Her pupils constricted while a trace of terror appeared in her eyes. Chapter 1434. We've been waiting for you. Suddenly, a voice resounded. Brother Yang, don't scare my younger sister like that. Yang Yi turned around, and he saw Nangong Qing walking over slowly from afar. There was an old man by her side. The old man was quite fat, and he wore extremely luxurious clothes. He looked very wealthy, and he even carried a faint, dignified aura. Yang Yi withdrew his sword when he saw her. Are you all right? She shook her head slightly. Actually, I was fine once you defeated Wildland's stellar region. Of course, nothing would have happened to me even if you failed. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She smiled and started explaining. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to come to an understanding. Actually, Nangong Qing had been released since he defeated Wildland's stellar region. The reason the news of her release hadn't been made public was because she wanted to see how much their friendship was worth. If Yang Yi didn't come to save her, then it proved that their friendship was worth nothing and Yang Yi was just using her. Even though Azure Cloud Merchant Group couldn't take revenge on Yang Yi, it could stay far away from him and not work together with him. But Yang Yi had come. Not only had he come, he was actually willing to fight Azure Cloud Merchant Group for her. That proved that she was quite important to Yang Yi, and it proved that her judgment wasn't wrong. Besides that, it proved that Shed won the high-risk bet that Shed made. I'm sorry. There was a trace of an apologetic gaze in Nangong Qing's eyes. After all, it wasn't right to test Yang Yi like that. Yang Yi was about to speak when the old man by Nangong Qin's side spoke abruptly. This has nothing to do with Qiner. It was my idea. Yang Yi gazed at the old man. You are? Nangong Tian. The old man continued, the current president of Azure Cloud Merchant Group and their grandfather. You can call me grandfather as well? Yang Yi's face darkened. Fuck off. You look like you don't want to. Nangong Tian spoke angrily. Do you know how many people in the Eastern Territory wish to call me grandfather? The queue can go all the way to the Western Territory. Meanwhile, Nangong Qin glared angrily at Nangong Tian, and she blushed slightly. Grandfather. Yang Yi glanced at Nangong Qin, and he came to a slight understanding. Nangong Tian really wasn't lying, and there probably really were a huge amount of people who wanted to call him grandfather. Why? Because calling him grandfather represented that one would be marrying his granddaughter, and marrying his granddaughter would instantly allow the person to gain possession of half of Azure Cloud Merchant Group's wealth. That wasn't a small amount at all. But the old man wanted Yang Yi to address him as grandfather, so the meaning behind it was obvious. However, Yang Yi had no such intention. He had more than enough wives. Adding one more would make it even more unfair to Su Qingshi and the others. Moreover, he really thought of her as just a friend. So, Yang Yi smiled and said, Senior, you must be joking. We're just very good friends. Nangong Qin glanced at Yang Yi when she heard him refuse it. Even though she had quite a good impression of Yang Yi, it wasn't to the point of liking him. However, as a woman, it made her feel quite uncomfortable when Yang Yi refused so decisively. Does he think I'm not worthy of him? Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, I understand that merchants always seek profits, but I think that you shouldn't use everything to accomplish such a goal. Miss Nangong is a person, and she isn't a piece of goods. You shouldn't treat her like goods and use her as a form of an investment or use her to rope in others. Don't you think so too? The old man's objective was very clear. The old man wanted to draw Yang Yi over to his side, but Yang Yi was very much against such actions. After all, love shouldn't have any other motives hidden behind it. Nangong Qin was slightly stunned when she heard him, and then her gaze became much gentler when she looked at Yang Yi again. Now, she had a better understanding of why an intelligent girl like Yi Luyuan was so willing to stay by Yang Yi's side. It was none other than because while he possessed formidable strength, he was still very respectful towards women and didn't belittle them. Of course, the precondition was that he acknowledged the person. The second young miss glanced at Yang Yi as well, and there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. Nangong Tian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, Kid, I admit that I underestimated you. Yang Yi smiled. Since Miss Nangong is fine, then he'll be bidding my farewells. He had to travel to Wildland's stellar region. After all, the situation there was quite strange, so he had to deal with it himself. Only once he resolved it would he dare to head to the ominous territory. Nangong Tian asked, You're heading to Wildland's stellar region? Yang Yi nodded. How did you know? Nangong Tian replied, Besides Wildland's stellar regions, all the other stellar regions have surrendered, so you definitely have to go deal with it. However, you have to be careful. Yang Yi gazed at Nangong Tian. Why? Nangong Tian shook his head. I've sent my people to investigate, but I couldn't get any confirmed information. I've only heard that Wildland's stellar region seemed to have gained the backing of someone. However, even if they didn't have any backing, they definitely have something to rely on. So, you should be careful. However, based on your strength, even 10 deities can't kill you. But you should still be careful. Because of Nangong Qin, the greater Yang Yi's accomplishments were, the greater the benefits that Azure Cloud Merchant Group received would be. So, he naturally didn't want Yang Yi to die early. Thank you for the warning. Yang Yi cupped his fist towards Nangong Tian and said, I know that Azure Cloud Merchant Group's information networks are unparalleled. I hope that you can provide Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region some help in that aspect. If they didn't have a good network of information, it would be no different than being deaf and blind. If Azure Cloud Merchant Group could provide information to Zhuang Weiran and the others, then it would definitely be much easier for them to deal with many things. Nangong Tian smiled. No problem. Yang Yi nodded. Farewell. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he didn't stay a moment longer and vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Nangong Tian suddenly shook his head. What a pity. Nangong Qin gazed at Nangong Tian with a puzzled expression on her face. What? The second young miss spoke indifferently. Grandfather feels that it's a pity that Yang Yi refused the union with you. Nangong Tian smiled. Actually, it may not be a bad thing. We're a merchant group that seeks to gain wealth and peace, and we always seek to maintain harmonious relationships with others. But the way Yang Yi does things is the absolute opposite. So, if he becomes a part of our clan, then it may not be a good thing for us. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at both the sisters and said, both of you should stop fighting for the position of patriarch from now on. Both of you are each other's only loved one once I'm gone. Understand? They fell silent. Nangong Tian gazed at the second young miss, second granddaughter. Would you have been able to resist if Yang Yi really intended to kill you? See that? All plans are useless before absolute strength. You're more suitable for cultivation than doing business. You should spend more time cultivating instead of running around and fighting with your older sister for the position of president. Understand? The second young miss fell silent. Nangong Tian sighed softly. I'm not siding with your older sister, but she really is more suited to business while you are more suited to cultivating. Once you arrive at a level comparable to Yang Yi, you'll realize that besides strength, everything else is actually useless. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Nangong Qin and continued, it's the same for you. Remember that no matter how much wealth you have, you can't protect it without strength. A long moment of silence ensued before the second young miss nodded. I understand. Actually, Shed understood from the moment Yang Yi had pressed his sword against her forehead. In this world, only strength was respected, and not wealth. Of course, when wealth arrived at a certain level, then it would be very terrifying as well. However, the precondition was that one had enough strength to protect that wealth. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have the chance to use that wealth when someone targeted her. Strength was more important than wealth. Wealth was amassed so that one could possess even greater strength. That was what Nangong Tian was telling them. Meanwhile, Nangong Tian gazed at Nangong Qin. Even though what you did was quite risky, I had to admit that you have courage. Moreover, your bold actions brought our clan a formidable ally. So long as Yang Yes alive, our Nangong clan should be able to be continuously passed down. Moreover, even if I'm gone, both of you have someone to rely on. Nangong Qin hesitated to speak. Grandfather, how are you? Nangong Tian smiled. I'm fine. I've lived for very long, yet have been unable to rise to a higher level. My death is just a matter of time. Resolve everything between yourselves on your own. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Once he left Cloud Merchant Stellar Region, Yang Yi went to Stellar City. However, he hadn't headed straight for Wildland's Stellar Region, and he sat down cross-legged and started meditating instead. He naturally had to be at his prime before heading there. Just as Nangong Tian had said, Wildland's Stellar Region hadn't done anything since it lost the battle, so there definitely was something strange going on. They either had help or had something to rely on. However, Yang Yi didn't care about all of that. All he knew was that Wildland's Stellar Region had to pay the price. After all, it had seized Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region's territory and even attacked it, yet it intended to act dumb now? Impossible. Around an hour passed before Yang Yi stood up and went to the teleportation platforms, and then he entered the teleportation formation which led to Wildland's Stellar Region. Some time passed before Yang Yi arrived at a point in outer space. He glanced at the surroundings, but noticed that there were no experts guarding the teleportation formation. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant before he vanished on the spot. Wildland's continent. Yang Yi had just entered Wildland's continent when his eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, and then he stopped on the spot. At the same time, his profound energy started surging. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded. Yang Yi, we've been waiting for you. Chapter 1435 What chapter me? Chapter 1435 What chapter me? They've been waiting for me? Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. He had 3 ferocious beasts within him, and if he was included, his group could even crush 10 deities. After all, he possessed quasi-returnal rank sword intent now. Moreover, if he used the sword god seal, then he would possess true returnal rank sword intent. It could be said that unless 20 deities surrounded him, otherwise any other ambush against him would be no different than seeking death. But did Wildland's stellar region have 20 deities now? It clearly didn't. However, Yang Yi would absolutely not underestimate his opponents. After all, better safe than sorry. There were many who died because of their carelessness. Yang Yi looked up and saw space trembling not too far away from him. It didn't take long for a robust middle-aged man to appear before him, and there was a young man with a fan standing by the middle-aged man's side. Besides that, there were no other experts here. It isn't an ambush. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto the middle-aged man. The man's aura was extremely powerful, and it felt dangerous like the celestial demon lord. Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man before he gazed at the young man. He sized up the young man for a moment before a trace of solemnness appeared in his eyes. Because the young man had a mysterious layer of energy surrounding him, and it caused Yang Yi to be unable to see through the young man's cultivation. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man. "You're the Wild's Lord of Wildland's stellar region?" The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. "I am." He naturally wanted to kill Yang Yi. After all, Wildland's stellar region had been reduced to such a state because of Yang Yi, and it could be considered to be even inferior to a 2-star stellar region now. Because 90% of Wildland's stellar region's deities had been killed by Yang Yi, and it filled him with pain. It was his idea to besiege Yang Yi with absolute strength and give Yang Yi no chance to escape. Because he was very well aware that he couldn't continuously send small groups to deal with Yang Yi. If they did that, they would be giving their lives away to Yang Yi. So, he'd converge the deities of practically the entire Wildland stellar region and the other stellar regions with the hopes of annihilating Yang Yi in one go. However, he hadn't expected Yang Yi to possess the stellar sword diagram and then turn the situation around and kill all of their forces instead. Besides Wildland's stellar region, all the other stellar regions had surrendered after the battle. As for his Wildland stellar region, it couldn't endure the losses it had sustained as well, and it fell from the sky right down to the ground. It was all because of Yang Yi. If it wasn't for Yang Yi, Wildland's stellar region would be the strongest 3-star stellar region in the Eastern Territory. Yang Yi nodded. "So you're the Wild's Lord." Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. At the same time, a ray of light appeared, and it shot rapidly towards the Wild's Lord. He didn't care why the Wild's Lord had still dared to continue occupying those worlds which once belonged to clouds of heaven's stellar region and refrain from taking any action. All he knew was that killing the Wild's Lord would result in the destruction of Wildland's stellar region. The Wild's Lord's face instantly became extremely gloomy when he saw Yang Yi attack without saying a word. He didn't say anything and slammed his fist forward as well. Bang! An explosion resounded abruptly, and then Yang Yi and the Wild's Lord split apart. As soon as they did, Yang Yi pushed forward again. Once he arrived in front of the Wild's Lord, the ancient sheath appeared on Yang Ye's left grasp, and then he drew the sword in the sheath and swung it. Heaven Rend. 2 overlapped Heaven Rends. The Wild's Lord was the lord of a 3-star stellar region, so his strength was definitely on par or greater than the celestial demon lord. So, ordinary attacks were utterly useless against him. Thus, Yang Yi had immediately overlapped 2 Heaven Rends when he attacked. The strength of his current overlapped Heaven Rend was much more powerful than before, and it was because his sword intent had attained the quasi-returnal rank. Once it was enhanced by 2 types of quasi-returnal rank intent, Yang Ye's attack caused the space throughout the entire sky to collapse and be obliterated in an instant. Meanwhile, the Wild's Lord's pupils had constricted when Yang Yi drew his sword. The Wild's Lord naturally didn't dare to underestimate Yang Yi, so he'd treated Yang Yi as an equal from the very beginning. However, when he saw this attack, he knew that he still had underestimated Yang Yi a little. The Wild's Lord took a deep breath as his right hand moved slightly, and then a huge pitch-black axe appeared in his grasp. His left foot moved slightly to the side, and then he grabbed the axe with both hands and swung it down at Yang Yi. The sword and axe collided. Boom! A loud explosion resounded through the sky above Wildland's continent. At this moment, it felt like the entire continent was trembling. At the same time, the space in a tremendous area around Yang Yi and the Wild's Lord collapsed. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to have become a black hole. Meanwhile, rumbling was resounding incessantly in the sky that seemed like a black hole. Quite some time passed before the sky gradually returned to normal. Yang Yi and the Wild's Lord appeared once more in the sky, and they were around 10 kilometers away from each other. Countless cultivators throughout Wildland's continent turned ghastly pale when they saw the Wild's Lord. Because the Wild's Lord's left arm was gone, and there were a few dozen holes throughout his body. Every single hole was bleeding, so the Wild's Lord seemed like he was covered in blood. Conversely, besides a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, Yang Yi didn't seem to be injured at all. The gap in their strength was obvious. The Wild's Lord had actually lost to Yang Yi, and he'd even lost in a head-on collision. So, it made them wonder how strong Yang Yi was. The Wild's Lord stared fixedly at Yang Yi, dual intense. The reason he'd suffer a loss was Yang Yi's dual intense. His defenses were extremely formidable, but Yang Yi had relied on that sword in his grasp and dual intense to pierce through his defenses with ease. Even though his cultivation was greater than Yang Yi, he had no advantage when facing Yang Yi. Yang Yi paid no attention to the Wild's Lord, and he just waved his right hand. The two celestial demon wolves appeared by his side. Roar! Roar! They immediately roared once they appeared here, causing space to start rippling before the sound waves created from their roars. It was absolutely shocking. It didn't take long for the demon wolves to turn around and look at Yang Yi, and their gazes carried a trace of flattery. Presently, they understood Yang Yi's temper a little, and they knew he was one who didn't succumb to coercion but could be persuaded. If one treated him nicely, then everything could be discussed. But if one tried to use force on him, then he would be even more forceful. So, if they wanted to live a better life from now on, then they had to get on friendly terms with Yang Yi. Otherwise, they would have many days of suffering to endure. Yang Yi patted them gently, and then he gazed at the Wild's Lord. At this moment, the Wild's Lord was looking at him as well, and there was an extremely solemn expression on his face. After all, he'd heard of the strength that these two demon wolves possessed. They were extraordinary, ominous beasts that were comparable to peak deities. Kill. As soon as Yang Yi gave the order, he was about to attack with the demon wolves. However, the young man with the folding fan suddenly appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. Brother Yang, allow me to say a few words, all right? Yang Yi gazed at the young man and smiled. It can't wait until I deal with him? The young man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he smiled. Brother Yang, if you repay enmity with enmity, then when will the cycle end? How about you make peace with the Wild's Lord? Make peace? Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said, Are you joking? Of course I'm not. The young man smiled. As they say, if enmity isn't settled amicably, then there'll be no end to it. If both of you continue fighting, then it won't be beneficial to any one of you. What do you think? I think you're joking. Yang Yi chuckled. I don't like to beat around the bush, nor do I like to waste time. I presume you're the help that Wildland's stellar region found. Since that's the case, I think there's nothing for us to talk about. If I'm stronger, Wildland's stellar region will vanish from this world. If you're stronger, I'll vanish from this world. What do you think? Brother Yang, you're really confident. The young man smiled. I won't beat around the bush with you as well. I specially came here to see you just to tell you that Wildland's stellar region has submitted to my falling sky stellar region. So, stop looking for trouble with Wildland's stellar region. Falling sky stellar region? Yang Yi frowned. I've never heard of it. The young man's face instantly froze. Meanwhile, the Wild's Lord suddenly laughed coldly. Yang Yi, are you feigning ignorance? Falling sky stellar region is our Eastern Territory's only 4-star stellar region. Yet you actually said you haven't heard of it? Are you really ignorant, or are you looking down on falling sky stellar region? The young man's face was quite hostile as he gazed at Yang Yi. A 4-star stellar region. Yang Yi glanced at the young man. He hadn't expected the young man to be from a 4-star stellar region. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before he gazed at the Wild's Lord. No wonder you dared to feign ignorance. So you found powerful backing. Yang Yi gazed at the young man and said, I presume you are aware of the enmity between my clouds of heaven stellar region and wildland stellar region, but you still decided to accept wildland's stellar region surrender. A wisp of ferocity curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. Do you think you can bully me? The young man replied, Brother Yang, that's not my intention. But wildland's stellar region is a subordinate of my falling sky stellar region. So, please give me face and don't make things difficult for wildland's stellar region anymore. Yang Yi chuckled. Then can you give me face? Don't interfere in my business with wildland's stellar region, all right? The young man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he spoke. Brother Yang, so you don't intend to give me face? The Wild's Lord had a cold smile on his face as he said, Yang Yi, I advise you to gain an understanding of falling sky stellar region before coming back here and answering that question. Yang Yi chuckled. I'm one who respects those who respect me. If others don't respect me, then I don't care who that person is. Let me say this. I'm destroying wildland's stellar region. Don't you dare. The smile on the young man's face had vanished, and there was only coldness there right now. At the same time, he crushed a transmission talisman in his right hand. It didn't take long for ripples to run through the space in front of him. Watch me. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with the two celestial demon wolves. Chapter 1436 Dream On. Yang Yi naturally did as he said. As soon as he finished speaking, the celestial demon wolves transformed into rays of dark light that shot towards the Wild's Lord. At the same time, Yang Ye's figure transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the Wild's Lord as well. The Wild's Lord's expression instantly changed when he saw Yang Yi and the demon wolves attack. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to disregard falling sky stellar region. After all, it was a 4-star stellar region. Has he gone mad? The Wild's Lord didn't have the time to think about that because the demon wolves were in front of him. He naturally didn't dare to act carelessly when facing those demon wolves that were comparable to peak deities. He held tightly to his hammer with both hands, and then swung it forward. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions resounded, and then the Wild's Lord was blasted flying. Meanwhile, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. The Wild's Lord was shocked and hurriedly raised his hammer in front of himself. Bang! An explosion resounded while the hammer in his grasp shook violently, and then his figure was pushed backwards repeatedly. Meanwhile, the demon wolves had transformed into rays of dark light that arrived above the Wild's Lord. He couldn't fight back at all. In just around a dozen breaths of time, the joint forces of Yang Yi and the 2 demon wolves forced the Wild's Lord back repeatedly, and they'd even left over a dozen holes on him. If this continued, it would take 10 minutes at most for the Wild's Lord to be killed. The young man remained silent for a while before his figure shot towards Yang Yi. He naturally couldn't just watch as the Wild's Lord was killed, because it was he who'd set up the surrender of wildland's stellar region. If it succeeded, then his status in falling sky stellar region would rise tremendously. Even though wildland's stellar region's strength had declined tremendously, that was only in terms of deities. As for its semi-deities and the worlds it possessed, they were still there. All of that was difficult for falling sky stellar region to refuse. So, if he succeeded, then he would have rendered extremely meritorious service. The young man's idea was amazing, but had overlooked something, and it was Yang Ye's strength. A wisp of ruthlessness flashed through Yang Ye's eyes when he saw the young man charge at him, and then he shot towards the young man. A ray of light flashed. The young man's expression changed drastically at the sight of that ray of light. At this moment, he realized that Yang Ye's strength was much greater than had expected. At this moment, he regretted attacking rashly. But it was too late because the sword energy was already in front of him. He had no way out and could only go head-on against it. The young man's folding fan was spread open with a flick of his wrist, and then a ray of blue light shot out from it and collided with Yang Ye's sword energy. Boom! As soon as the ray of blue light and sword energy collided, an explosion instantly erupted. Countless threads of energy and sword energy shot madly in all directions. Meanwhile, the young man was blasted away by the impact, and blood sprayed like a fountain from his mouth. However, Yang Yi hadn't been pushed back at all, and had even transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the young man. There really were very few in the younger generation who could be a match for Yang Yi right now. So, the young man had really overestimated his own strength. After all, amongst the people Yang Yi knew in the younger generation, he only feared Nether Maiden. Why? Because she could reduce his lifespan. If she were to reduce his lifespan now, then he would die in an instant. The young man's pupils constricted when he saw Yang Yi shoot at him. He clenched the folding fan in his right hand while his profound energy surged madly into it before swinging it forward. Bang! A dazzling beam of blue light shot out from the folding fan, and it surged rapidly towards Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi didn't try to dodge it at all, and he just drew his sword when the beam of blue light was about to collide with him. Bang! The young man watched with astonishment as the beam of light was slashed into bits, and Yang Yi didn't slow down at all as he instantly arrived before the young man. This time, Yang Yi didn't draw his sword and just slammed his fist forward. As far as he was concerned, the young man wasn't worth his profound energy. His physical strength was sufficient. The young man was horrified when he saw Yang Yi's fist slamming down towards him, and he hurriedly unfolded his fan and raised it in front of his chest. Bang! Pooh! The young man was blasted away. Mouthfuls of blood sprayed out of him in midair and formed a beautiful arc in the air. Yang Yi didn't pursue the young man, and he just turned around and shot towards the Wild's Lord, who was being completely suppressed by the demon wolves. As far as he was concerned, the most important matter at hand was to kill the Wild's Lord, because the Wild's Lord was a much greater threat than the young man. If the Wild's Lord was allowed to escape, then based on the strength he possessed, he would definitely be a tremendous threat to Clouds of Heaven Stellar region. Zhuang Weiran and the others would naturally not fear him if he attacked them openly. But if the Wild's Lord acted from the shadows, then Clouds of Heaven Stellar region would definitely suffer a huge loss. Once Yang Yi charged over to the Wild's Lord, he immediately drew his sword and swung it. Bang! The Wild's Lord was instantly blasted far away. At the same time, his hand, which had used to raise his axe against Yang Yi's attack, had been blasted into pieces. Once he pushed the Wild's Lord back, the two demon wolves swiftly shot after the Wild's Lord. Suddenly, the Wild's Lord said, "Yang Yi, my Wildland's stellar region is willing to surrender." He was very well aware that if the battle continued, then it would take less than 10 minutes for him to be killed. Not to mention fighting back against the joint forces of Yang Yi and those two celestial demon wolves, he didn't even have the chance to escape. The only way to escape was to buy time. He had to buy time until the experts of Falling Sky Stellar region arrived. Only then would he have a chance to live. The demon wolves immediately stopped when they heard the Wild's Lord, and they turned to look at Yang Yi. "You want to surrender?" A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. "It wouldn't be a problem if you said that earlier. But don't you think it's too late to talk about surrendering now?" As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the Wild's Lord. Yang Yi was no fool, so he would naturally not believe the Wild's Lord. He knew that the Wild's Lord was definitely not surrendering sincerely. It was obvious that the Wild's Lord was buying time until reinforcements arrived or surrendering temporarily so he could lie in wait for an opportune moment to take revenge. Regardless of which it was, Yang Yi didn't want that. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, it was best if the Wild's Lord died. So long as the Wild's Lord died, then Clouds of Heaven Stellar region could occupy Wildland's Stellar region's territory. Moreover, it would be rid of all future troubles. When he realized that Yang Yi wasn't going to fall for his ruse, a trace of panic finally appeared in the Wild's Lord's eyes. But it only took a moment for that panic to be transformed into ferocity. At this point in the situation, the only way for him to survive was to fight. He had to fight until the experts of Falling Sky Stellar region arrived. Only then would he have a chance to survive. So, once the Wild's Lord thought up to that point, a wisp of ferocity had flashed through his eyes. He unfurled his left fist, and then his palm shook slightly before a cut appeared at the center of his left palm. After that, he swiftly pressed it against his forehead. Bang! A terrifying aura surged out from within him, and it instantly blasted both the demon wolves around 300 m back. Surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, because the Wild's Lord's aura was much stronger than before. What secret technique is that? It seems quite formidable. Meanwhile, the Wild's Lord looked up at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, this secret technique is the supreme secret technique of my clan, blood sacrifice. It's a technique that burns the bloodline of my ancestors within me, so that I am not interested in your secret technique at all. Yang Yi's voice hadn't even finished resounding when Head transformed into a ray of light that appeared before the Wild's Lord. He hated it when people wasted their breaths during a battle. One person would start describing his combat technique and cultivation technique, then the other would describe his technique as well. Was all of that even important? Could it improve their strength in battle? As far as Yang Yi was concerned, they weren't important at all, and they couldn't improve anyone's strength in battle. If it could improve his strength in battle, then he was absolutely willing to describe Heaven Rin 10 times to his opponent. But it couldn't. So, it was best to avoid pointless talking in a battle of life and death. Even though the Wild's Lord had utilized a secret technique to improve his strength by force, he was still completely suppressed by the joint forces of Yang Yi and the two demon wolves. He didn't have the ability to fight back at all. At this moment, the Wild's Lord couldn't even fight back. He could only resist the attacks that were launched at him. Fortunately, his body was quite strong, so it was quite capable of withstanding blows. Around 10 breaths of time passed like this. Bang! One of the demon wolves struck the Wild's Lord's back, causing him to be slapped away. Meanwhile, the other demon wolf transformed into a ray of dark light that slammed against the Wild's Lord's flying figure. The Wild's Lord's pupils constricted when he saw the demon wolf's body slamming down upon his heavily injured figure. His instinct for survival made him slap his left palm forward swiftly. Unfortunately, how could he resist the demon wolf in his current state? Bang! His arm was smashed into pieces from the impact, and a fountain of blood sprayed from his mouth. At this moment, a trace of despair had appeared in his eyes. However, it didn't take long for his eyes to open wide, and the despair there had been transformed into excitement and happiness, because numerous rays of light were shooting down here from above. His reinforcements were here. Yang Yi looked up at the sky while a trace of ruthlessness arose on the corners of his mouth. I'm going to kill him no matter who comes here today. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the Wild's Lord. Meanwhile, a furious shout came from high above. Stop! Dream on! Yang Yi's voice resounded. At the same time, his speed grew faster and faster, and he became so swift that the ray of light Head transformed into was practically impossible to detect. An instant later, no! A shrill cry resounded through the sky, and then a head shot up into the air while accompanied by a fountain of blood. Chapter 1437, Allow Me to Be Honest. Who do you think you are? Chapter 1437, Allow Me to Be Honest. Who do you think you are? The head belonged to the Wild's Lord, of course. Even though the Wild's Lord's strength had risen tremendously, not to mention a temporary rise in strength, Yang Yi's group wouldn't even be afraid if another expert like the Wild's Lord joined the battle. Presently, he possessed dual quasi-returnal rank intents and 2 celestial demon wolves who could fight 2 peak deities on their own. Not to mention the Wild's Lord, their joint forces could even defeat Qiongqi. However, if Qiongqi recovered his strength, then they would definitely be the one who were defeated. After all, Qiongqi hadn't recovered completely. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, glanced at the head that was flying through the air, and then shook his head as he said to himself, what a pity. He'd used a little too much strength earlier. He'd intended to kill the Wild's Lord slowly, and then refine him into a sword servant. If he could refine the Wild's Lord into a sword servant, then it would definitely be a great help to him. After all, the Wild's Lord wasn't weak at all. However, Yang Yi was afraid that complications would arise at the critical moment, so he didn't dare to hold back at all. Thus, he'd accidentally taken the Wild's Lord's head. Even though he'd lost an extraordinary sword servant, it wasn't that bad. At the very least, the Wild's Lord was dead. However, this wasn't the end of it. Yang Yi looked up towards the distance, and a woman and 3 old men had appeared not too far away from him. The woman wore violet gold armor, had curved brows, a sharp chin, exquisite facial features that were practically perfect, and a slender and tall figure. She was very striking. However, the most striking part about her was her eyes, because they were actually black and white respectively. Her eyes made her seem quite strange, but it didn't affect her beauty. Her appearance wasn't inferior to Zhuang Weiran, Su Qingshi, and the others at all. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? She didn't speak, and it was the black-robed old man by her side who'd spoken these words. The old man stared fixedly at Yang Yi while rage and a trace of the intent to kill filled his eyes. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. I should stop just because you said so? Allow me to be honest. Who do you think you are? How dare you? The old man instantly revealed a ferocious expression. The old man was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly pointed his sword at the old man. Old man, do you want to fight? Yang Yi wasn't an oppressive and domineering person, but he wasn't someone who would take things lying down. If someone respected him, then he would respect that person. If someone didn't respect him, then why would he show that person any respect? The old man had acted overbearingly since he'd arrived, so Yang Yi would naturally not be nice. Because he was very well aware that if he was nice to such a person, then the person would try to take a yard. The old man was stunned. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yang Yi to say that. It didn't take long for him to recover from his shock, and then a terrifying aura surged out from within him. However, it had only just appeared when the woman by his side waved her hand, and then a mysterious wave of energy swept towards the old man before the old man's aura instantly vanished without a trace. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of that, and there was a trace of a solemn expression in them. The woman was only a semi-deity, but she had obliterated the black-robed old man's aura with absolute ease. Such strength wasn't ordinary. After all, the old man was a deity, and his strength wasn't inferior to Elder Yuan. Yang Yi became vigilant inwardly. Even though he hadn't fought her, that scene from before had proved how strong she was. Express contempt strategically, but take the enemy seriously. The old man didn't dare to say anything about the woman's actions, and he immediately moved back and stood behind her. Meanwhile, the woman gazed at Yang Ye's forces. She sized up the celestial demon wolves standing in front of Yang Yi, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. You're the first person in the Eastern Territory who has dared to challenge my falling sky stellar region like this. Challenge? Yang Yi chuckled and said, I have no intention to do that, but I had no other choice. If you're going to try and bully me, I have to fight back, right? We're trying to bully you? The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Wildland's stellar region had surrendered to my falling sky stellar region, yet you killed the Wild's lord. Are you sure we're trying to bully you? Yang Yi asked, Do you know why Wildland's stellar region surrendered? She gazed at the young man whom Yang Yi had practically crippled just now. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, You don't have to look at him. I'll tell you. Wildland's stellar region joined forces with a few more stellar regions to attack my stellar region, but they lost. Understand? It was your stellar region that forcefully interfered in the enmity between my clouds of heaven's stellar region and Wildland's stellar region. After that, you act all high and mighty while you tell me that I shouldn't take revenge because Wildland's stellar region is under your protection. So tell me, are you bullying me, or am I bullying you? She gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before turning to look at the young man. The young man hesitated for a while before he said, There is enmity between Wildland's stellar region and clouds of heaven's stellar region, and I'm aware that they surrendered to us because they wanted to use us against clouds of heaven's stellar region. However, Wildland's stellar region is a 3-star stellar region. It has 120 small worlds and a medium world. If we can obtain all of them, then it's extremely beneficial to our falling sky stellar region. The woman remained silent for a long time before she said, It's not a big mistake. The young man heaved a sigh of relief when he heard her. He knew what she meant. His thoughts were correct, but he'd overlooked something, and it was Yang Ye's strength and courage. He'd thought that using the name of falling sky stellar region would make Yang Yi retreat obediently, but he hadn't expected Yang Yi to refuse and even kill the Wild's lord before his reinforcements arrived. It was no different than expressing contempt towards falling sky stellar region. The young man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he moved behind the woman. Obviously, this matter was beyond his ability now. She turned to look at Yang Yi. All the worlds in Wildland's stellar region's possession belong to my falling sky stellar region. The meaning behind her words was that she wouldn't pursue the fact that Yang Yi had killed the Wild's lord. However, Wildland's stellar region's territory had to belong to falling sky stellar region. Yang Yi shook his head. Wildland's stellar region took 32 worlds from my clouds of heaven stellar region. They must be returned to my stellar region. Yang Yi had made a compromise as well. He could give up Wildland's stellar region's territory, but the worlds which belonged to clouds of heaven stellar region had to be returned. He didn't know how strong 4-star stellar regions were, but it was obvious that they were definitely extremely strong. If he was all alone, then he wouldn't have to fear them at all, because they would have to send at least over 20 deities to kill him, and those deities might not even be able to succeed. If he started launching surprise attacks, then he would be even more terrifying than an assassin. However, he wasn't alone. He had clouds of heaven stellar region. If they couldn't do anything to him, they could act against clouds of heaven stellar region. Clouds of heaven stellar region couldn't afford to get into another war right now, the woman suddenly said. What if I refuse? Yang Yi nodded. Then let's fight. Perhaps I wouldn't be able to destroy your stellar region, but crippling it shouldn't be a problem. Just as he'd said, if falling sky stellar region refused to return those worlds to clouds of heaven stellar region, then the only option was war. Even though clouds of heaven stellar region couldn't afford to enter into war right now, it had no other choice. It had to fight this war matter what. After all, if they didn't fight back when someone else took their territory, then wouldn't it be a grieving? There were many occasions where death wasn't terrifying. The terrifying thing was living a life that was worse than death. They could lose their territory, but they couldn't lose their backbone and dignity. Cripple us? A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of the black-robed old man's mouth. You will? Needless to say, those 2 beasts of yours are very strong. However, not to mention 2 of those beasts, my falling sky stellar region wouldn't fear you even if you had 10 more. Yang Yi gazed at the black-robed old man. I think that since you're not the one making the decisions, then can you keep your mouth shut? Otherwise, why don't we have a spar? The old man spoke fiercely. Do you think that I fear you? Then bring it on. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot at the old man. He was extremely swift and merely took an instant to arrive in front of the old man. A ruthless expression instantly appeared on the old man's face when he saw Yang Yi attack. However, the woman behind him suddenly spoke. Be careful. Be careful? The old man was quite bewildered. But in just an instant, his expression changed drastically because a sword was descending towards him. It was dangerous. Extremely dangerous. That was what the black-robed old man felt right now, and he was shocked. The profound energy within him surged. At the same time, a black shield appeared above him, and then his profound energy surged madly like a torrent into the black shield, causing a ray of dazzling black light to burst forth from it. The black light instantly enveloped Yang Yi's attack. Bang! However, just a moment later, a ray of dazzling light erupted from within the black light, and the black light was instantly blasted into bits. Moreover, the black-robed old man's shield exploded apart as well, and it transformed into bits of energy that rained down from the sky. At the same time, the black-robed old man crashed down from midair and smashed into the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently while countless bits of dust shot up into the air. The old man wasn't dead, but he definitely lost the ability to fight. Of course, the reason he was alive was that shield. That shield had been a low-grade origin rank treasure. Even a low-grade origin rank treasure had been blasted into pieces by a single attack from Yang Yi. Moreover, it had even crippled a deity. Because that attack wasn't an ordinary heaven rend, it was 2 overlapped heaven rends that were enhanced by 2 quasi-returnal rank intents. How terrifying was such an attack? Yang Yi slowly sheathed his sword within the ancient sheath, and then he gazed at the woman's group. Deities? It only takes a single swing of my sword. Chapter 1438. It's more terrifying than the primordial pagoda? The woman and the others had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. They hadn't expected Young Ye's strength to be that formidable. They'd thought that it was the two celestial demon wolves that had caused the Wild Lord's death, so they looked down on Young Yi a little. Yet now, they realized that he was much more terrifying than those two demon wolves. After all, Head destroyed a low-grade origin rank treasure and incapacitated a deity with a single swing of his sword. Such strength couldn't just be described as terrifying. It was abnormal. Extremely abnormal. At this moment, cold sweat was flowing down the young man's face, and there was a strong feeling of fear in his heart. Because Head actually taken the initiative to attack Yang Yi just now. If Yang Yi had used the same attack on him, then he would have probably been obliterated. Damn you, Wild's Lord. The young man suddenly cursed in his heart. The reason he cursed the Wild's Lord was because the Wild's Lord hadn't told him about Yang Ye's true strength. Moreover, had been careless, and he hadn't investigated Yang Ye's background and strength after arriving at Wildland's stellar region. If had investigated Yang Yi, he would have definitely not acted so rashly just now. Even though Falling Sky Stellar Region was a 4-star stellar region and wouldn't fear Yang Yi, it didn't represent that he could look down on Yang Yi. At the very least, he didn't have the ability or the right. But Head done that, and Head almost lost his life as a consequence. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, "I really have underestimated you. I never expected that a genius like you would be in such a place." Even though she was a genius as well, Yang Ye's strength had far surpassed her imagination. Even she wasn't confident in her ability to withstand that attack from before. That was the strongest sword technique she'd ever seen. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "Your Falling Sky Stellar Region wants to maintain its dignity. All right, I can give you face. You can take the worlds which belong to Wildland's Stellar Region. However, those worlds which Wildland's Stellar Region took from my Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region have to be returned. Otherwise, I won't give face to anyone. That's my limit. So, shall we fight or end this in peace? You can make the decision." She gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, "Do you think it's worth offending a 4-star stellar region for just over 30 small worlds? Would you be grateful if I gave those worlds to you?" Yang Yi laughed coldly. "No, you wouldn't. Your stellar region would just think that I should have done that. It's even to the extent that you'll try to take a yard and ask for even more. All of you are used to being in a superior position, and you have that terrible habit. Moreover, I have no need to curry favor with all of you, because it's utterly useless. My own strength is the only thing I can trust." The woman took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi. "I agree to your conditions. My Falling Sky Stellar Region won't take those worlds which belong to Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. However, I hope that you won't come looking for trouble from Wildland's Stellar Region in the future. Because from this moment onward, it isn't Wildland's Stellar Region but Falling Sky Stellar Region. Understand? Am not interested, nor do I have the time to do that." Yang Yi continued, "One last reminder. Tell your people not to offend me. I don't have a very good temper. So, it would be bad if I kill them by accident and cause a war between us." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't stay a moment longer. His figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Once Yang Yi left, one of the old men by the woman's side said, "How arrogant. He has the strength to back it up." Another old man spoke solemnly. "His attainments in the sword Tao is at an extremely terrifying level. I'm afraid that if it's amongst the younger generation, then only those 3 in the top 3 of the dragon rankings are capable of fighting him. They aren't the only ones." Meanwhile, the woman added, "There are countless extraordinary people in the world, and while many peerless geniuses aren't on the dragon rankings, their strength isn't inferior to those people on the dragon rankings. Just like that fellow, Yang Yi. Even though he isn't on the dragon rankings, but besides the 1-star on the dragon rankings, even the Tuned and the 3 Road would probably be unable to defeat him." As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at the young man. "Go get every single bit of information on him. I want it within 15 minutes. "Yes." The young man bowed slightly to her, and then he vanished into the distance. Around 15 minutes later, the young man returned here. At this moment, he had an extremely solemn expression on his face. He didn't speak and just respectfully handed a scroll to the woman. She glanced at him and opened the scroll. As she looked through it, her face gradually grew solemn. In the end, It became extremely solemn. One of the old men by her side asked, "What's wrong?" She rolled up the scroll, remained silent for a long time, and then said, "He has the stellar sword diagram and can activate it. He used it to instantly annihilate 26 deities from Wildland's stellar region and a few more stellar regions." The old men's pupils constricted, and there was a trace of shock in them. 26 deities. Not voiders, not semi-deities, but deities. 26 deities had been killed in an instant. Meanwhile, the woman took a deep breath. No wonder he dared to be so unyielding. So he had the stellar sword diagram. With such a divine treasure in his possession, even a 4-star stellar region wouldn't rashly offend him. 4-star stellar regions definitely had more than just 20-plus deities, but they couldn't afford to lose that many deities as well. Just think about it. If Yang Yi went a falling sky stellar region, activated the stellar sword diagram, and then attacked everything around him, just thinking about it was terrifying. The woman remained silent for a long time before she said, "Don't offend him. Don't offend clouds of heaven stellar region as well. If it's possible, try your best to express goodwill to them. Since we can't become enemies, then we should try our best to become friends. There is no irreconcilable enmity between us." Meanwhile, the young man suddenly asked, "Isn't it humiliating to show goodwill to clouds of heaven stellar region?" The woman turned to look at the young man. "Is he not qualified to form friendly relations with us?" The young man hurriedly replied, "Of course he is." She gazed at him and said, "The desire to render meritorious service isn't wrong, but you can't be impatient. You must take everything into consideration before doing anything. Otherwise, you might lose your life before you succeed at rendering that meritorious service." The young man hurriedly bowed. "Guardian Yi, I understand." She said, "Don't worry, they'll report your contribution. It's quite a big contribution, so you'll probably gain generous rewards." The young man hurriedly took a knee and spoke with slight excitement. "Thank you, Guardian Yi. You deserve it." She continued, "Stay here and work with our forces to take control over these worlds. Remember what I said, don't offend clouds of heaven stellar region." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. The old men hurriedly followed after her. Once they left, the young man finally stood up straight and heaved a long sigh of relief. This time, while Head rendered meritorious service, Head almost lost his life, and the reason was that he hadn't investigated Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't stay on Wildland's stellar region. He went to Stellar City and used the teleportation formations there to return to clouds of heaven stellar region. There were only 3 people in War God Hall: Yang Yi, Yi Lu Yun, and Zhuang Weiran. Zhuang Weiran asked, "Is it done?" Yang Yi nodded. "It's all done. You can send people to take control of those worlds later." Yi Lu Yun asked, "You didn't encounter any problems, right?" "I did encounter some problems." Yang Yi told them what happened at Wildland's stellar region. The reason he told them was because he wanted them to know that Wildland's stellar region was under falling sky stellar region's control now. So, clouds of heaven stellar region had to be wary of that. After all, it needed time to develop and grow, and it didn't need another war. A short while passed before Yi Lu Yun spoke solemnly. No wonder Wildland's stellar region dared to act dumb, so it found powerful backing. As she spoke, she gazed at Yang Yi. "You got into a fight with them, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "I crippled one of their deities." "I knew it." She glanced at him. "No wonder they were willing to return those worlds to us. However, I'm quite curious about why you actually chose to make a compromise this time. ID thought that you would want all the worlds which belong to Wildland's stellar region." Yang Yi shook his head. "It isn't worth it. Even if he could get those worlds for clouds of heaven stellar region, he would have to go to war with falling sky stellar region. At that time, clouds of heaven stellar region would fall into a state of war again, and it would suffer even greater losses. Moreover, he didn't have time to waste on it. He only had a little over 2 months left to live." "It really isn't." Yi Lu Yun smiled. "We have countless things to do right now, and we need time. So, it's best to avoid war, if possible." Yang Yi smiled. "Besides to tell both of you about Wildland's stellar region, I returned for another reason, and it's because I'm going to head to the ominous territory." "You have to." Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran spoke solemnly. You can't delay it anymore. Yi Lu Yun nodded solemnly as well. Yang Yi was the pillar of support for both the Sword Alliance and Clouds of Heaven Stellar region. If anything happened to him, then she would really not dare to think about the consequences. Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Zhuang Weiran. Weiran, do you know where it is? She shook her head slightly in response. I don't. My father never told me. Yang Yi said, then I'll go ask him. Actually, you can just ask the celestial demon wolves. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran said, they are from there. So they definitely know it better than my father. Right. Yang Yi smiled and waved his right hand. Both demon wolves appeared in front of him. They looked exactly alike because they were twins. Yang Yi had given them names, and it was Big Blackie and Little Blackie. Yang Yi asked, where's the ominous territory? Their pupils constricted when they heard Yang Yi, and then they swiftly shook their heads. Yang Yi and the others were stunned. He glanced at them and said, take me there, understand? Both of them shook their heads to display that they were unwilling. Yang Yi's face fell. If you refuse, then I'll put you back inside there. Both demon wolves hesitated for a moment, and then they transformed into rays of dark light that entered Yang Yi's chest. Yang Yi was stunned. It's more terrifying than the primordial pagoda? Chapter 1439 Death is Beyond the Yellow Springs. Yang Yi was quite stunned indeed, because he hadn't expected the celestial demon wolves to rather enter the primordial pagoda than take him to the ominous territory. They were comparable to peak deities. It could be said that it would take at least 10 or more deities to kill them. But they were actually afraid of returning to the ominous territory. Was the ominous territory more terrifying than the primordial pagoda? Of course it wasn't. The reason they would rather stay in the primordial pagoda was mainly because it wouldn't harm them. They actually weren't so afraid of it anymore. Because so long as they had no intention to fight back, then it wouldn't act against them. Moreover, they liked staying in it now, because the spirit energy in the primordial pagoda was extremely pure. Such spirit energy was tremendously beneficial to them. So, they naturally chose the primordial pagoda when Yang Yi compared it to the ominous territory. Yang Yi didn't summon the demon wolves again, and he gazed at Zhuang Weiran instead. She fell silent for a long time before she said, my father spoke very scarcely about the ominous territory once he got back from it. He just warned me to absolutely not go there before I attain the deity realm. So, he didn't tell me how to get there. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, ID thought the ominous territory is just a little more dangerous than the outside world, but now it seems like it's far from that. She wanted to advise him not to go. However, how would he deal with his lifespan if he didn't? Cultivate? Cultivate to the semi-deity realm in 2 months? It wasn't realistic. Yang Yi grinned. I know it's very dangerous, but you should be aware of my strength. Besides that, I have 3 ferocious beasts with me. We can even safely escape from the joint forces of 20 deities. So, you don't have to worry. Understand? Zhuang Weiran's face eased up slightly. Indeed, ordinary deities weren't a match for Yang Yi's current strength. Coupled with the fact that he had those 3 ferocious beasts with him, it would take at least 20+ deities to pose a threat to him. Moreover, even if he faced over 20 deities, Yang Yi's group strength was sufficient to retreat unharmed from such an attack. Yang Yi smiled. Come, let's go see your father. Zhuang Weiran nodded and left the hall with Yang Yi. Zhuang Weishan's room. Zhuang Weitian asked solemnly, you intend to head to the ominous territory? Yang Yi nodded. Zhuang Weitian asked, is it absolutely necessary? Why? Yang Yi continued, is it really very dangerous? It isn't just dangerous. Zhuang Weitian spoke solemnly. No one knows how the ominous territory was formed. All we do know is that it has been there since a very long time ago. It's an independent world, and no one knows its actual size. Because no one has been able to come out alive after going deep into the ominous territory. He gazed at Yang Yi at this point. In the past, a supreme expert. A supreme expert who was ranked at the 1st position on the dragon rankings went deep into the ominous territory, but he never returned. Moreover, the experts of the large world have even sent its forces down here to explore the ominous territory, and they never came back once they went deep in there. Zhuang Weiren's face instantly became extremely solemn. Yang Ye's face was quite solemn as well. After all, even the experts of the large world had gone in there, yet they hadn't come back out. When he thought about the celestial demon wolf's reaction, Yang Yi knew that it really was extremely dangerous. Even though he was confident in his own strength, he knew that there always was someone stronger. For example, Blind Maiden, the unfettered one, Jin Wuji, and the old man in a Taoist robe. If an expert at their level was present in the ominous territory, even though it was probably impossible for an expert at the level of the old man in a Taoist robe to be present there, it wasn't impossible for an expert at Jin Wuji, Blind Maiden, or the unfettered one's level to be present there. If he encountered such an expert, then his strength would be insufficient even if Qiongqi and the demon wolves were included. So, while he could be confident, he couldn't be conceited. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weitian said, I actually entered the ominous territory by chance all those years ago. However, I didn't go deep, and I merely stayed in the outer area. However, I obtained tremendous fortune just from the outer area. My strength, peacekeeper, and the war god formation were obtained there. I'm not the only one. Even the celestial demon lord gained those 2 celestial demon wolves and his strength there. Zhuang Weitian paused for a moment and continued. The celestial demon within the demon lord was from the ominous territory. However, he seems to have suffered heavy injuries. Otherwise, he wouldn't need a host. However, even if he was heavily injured, his strength was extremely terrifying. The celestial demon. Yang Yi fell silent. Yang Yi didn't know how strong the celestial demon actually was. But based on the fact that the celestial demon could take control of the celestial demon lord, the celestial demon's strength was definitely extremely powerful. If the celestial demon hadn't courted death by entering Yang Ye's body, Yang Yi might have been helpless against the celestial demon. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weitian added, even if we only went around the outer area, it was still extremely dangerous. If I didn't have good luck, I would have lost my life there. Actually, entering that place isn't a matter of strength but a matter of luck. Yang Yi was puzzled. What do you mean? Zhuang Weitian explained. Because if you encounter something dangerous there, then you'll definitely die. Conversely, you might obtain a fortuitous encounter and survive if you're able to avoid those dangerous things. However, once you encounter those dangerous things, Yang Yi asked, what are those dangerous things? Zhuang Weitian shook his head. I don't know. Because practically all who encountered them are dead. Even if some survived, they aren't willing to speak about it. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, I know that you are very strong, and even 20 deities can't harm you if those 3 ferocious beasts of yours are included. However, if it's possible, it's best to not take such a risk. Do it for yourself and for Weiran. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. If it's possible, I wouldn't want to go as well. But it can't be helped. I have to. He wasn't someone who liked taking risks, because as far as he was concerned, only someone who had nothing better to do and wanted some excitement in their lives would act like that. If it wasn't for his lifespan, he would definitely not head to the ominous territory. But it couldn't be helped. Even if he cultivated within the primordial pagoda, he still wasn't confident in his ability to attain the semi-deity realm within a little over 2 months of time. Once he couldn't attain the semi-deity realm in that time limit, then he would be finished. Zhuang Weitian was puzzled. Why? Lifespan. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran spoke. He lost a huge amount of his lifespan when he utilized the stellar sword diagram. So, he must head to the ominous territory to obtain the spring of life. He lost his lifespan? Zhuang Weishan's face changed slightly. After all, losing lifespan wasn't a trivial matter. Why did everyone cultivate? It was naturally for the sake of gaining more lifespan. After all, if they didn't work hard on their cultivation, they would die once their lifespan was exhausted. Had known that Yang Yi had definitely paid some sort of price for utilizing the stellar sword diagram, but he hadn't expected it to be Yang Yi's lifespan. Zhuang Weitian had taken Yang Yi to be one of his own because of Zhuang Weiran. Actually, Yang Yi was. Even an idiot could discern that Zhuang Weiran would be together with Yang Yi in the future. Moreover, Yang Yi was the backbone of Clouds of Heaven stellar region. So, if something were to happen to him, it would be extremely disadvantageous to Clouds of Heaven stellar region. Zhuang Weitian remained silent for a long time, And then he spoke in a low voice, heading to the forest of darkness isn't a problem because it's in the outer area. It shouldn't be a problem for you to get there with the strength you possess. However, you have to be careful. You absolutely shouldn't go past the Yellow Springs River. You may not be able to get back if you go beyond it. As he finished speaking, Zhuang Weiran seemed extremely serious and solemn. Yang Yi was puzzled. The Yellow Springs River? Zhuang Weitian explained solemnly. The Yellow Springs River is also called the River of Life and Death. Death is beyond it. It's a boundary, and everything beyond it isn't the outer area anymore. Everyone who has passed through the river has never returned. The Yellow Springs River. Yang Yi frowned. What is it? It's that terrifying? Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran suddenly spoke. Why don't I go with you? No. Zhuang Weitian said. Weiran, while you're strong as well, you wouldn't be of any help to him. Yang Yi and those 3 ferocious beasts of his have the ability to fight against or flee away from any danger. But if you go with him, then not only will you be of no help, you might even be a burden for him. Moreover, there's a huge number of things to do here. You're needed here. Yang Yi glanced at Zhuang Weitian, and then he gazed at Zhuang Weiran. Weiran, uncle is right. If even I can't withstand the danger I encounter, then you'll only be giving your life away. She shook her head slightly. I have a bad feeling. Yang Yi took her hand. I promise you that if I encounter danger and can't win, I'll run right away. I absolutely won't be stubborn. Look, there are probably very few that can catch up to Qiongqi in my speed, right? Moreover, don't forget that I still have that fellow within me. Zhuang Weiran's face eased up slightly. The primordial pagoda. It belonged to the old man in Taoist robes, and just the old man's close had been able to kill a peerless expert like Jian Wuji. So, a treasure that belonged to such an expert wasn't something that the stellar sword diagram could compare to. It could be said that the primordial pagoda had surpassed her knowledge. In short, Zhuang Weiran wasn't that worried when she remembered that the primordial pagoda was by Yang Yi's side. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weitian said, Yang Yi, it's good that you think that way. Remember to flee when needed. It isn't humiliating because staying alive is the most important. Yang Yi smiled, of course. If he couldn't win, Yang Yi would naturally run. He was no fool. He wouldn't stand and fight when he couldn't win. Chapter 1440. If there's love, then be together. Zhuang Weiran asked, when are you leaving? Yang Yi thought for a while and said, I'll rest for a day before leaving. Even though time was of the essence right now, he could still spare a day. Zhuang Weiran replied, all right, I'll keep you company. Yang Yi smiled, of course. Yang Yi didn't cultivate throughout the day, and he just accompanied Zhuang Weiran all over the city. Both Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran really enjoyed this moment of peace. Cloud of Heaven's Peak. It was situated behind clouds of Heaven City. The city was built with the mountain to its back. The mountain towered into the sky, and it was impossible to see its peak from below. Clouds coiled around the mountainside, causing it to be impossible to lay eyes on the mountain's true form. This made it seem quite mysterious. At the top of the mountain, Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran were seated at the side of a precipice. Clouds filled the area below them, making it seem like a paradise for immortals. Moreover, they could see the entire city through the clouds. Zhuang Weiran spoke softly. I met him here. Yang Yi asked, who? She replied, the old man in Taoist robes. That old man in Taoist robes. Yang Yi was visibly moved. Actually, he was very curious about the old man's identity. Who exactly was the old man? Moreover, how strong was he? After all, just a single clone had been able to kill an expert like Jian Wuji. So how strong would the old man's main body be? Yang Yi found it difficult to imagine. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran continued, actually, if it wasn't for him, I might have been unable to attain my current accomplishments. Or perhaps I should say that I wouldn't have been able to attain such accomplishments so swiftly. Unfortunately, the amount of time he provided me with guidance was too short, and it would have been better if it could have been longer. Yang Yi smiled. Weiran, why have you suddenly mentioned him? Zhuang Weiran fell silent for a long time. Even though you're very strong, I have a bad feeling about this trip of yours to the ominous territory. You know, once we cultivators attain a certain level of cultivation, we're able to sense danger. Yang Yi took her hand and said, I know that you're worried, but you should be aware that I'm very tenacious. I've always been extremely tenacious. I've encountered countless dangers throughout my lifetime, but I've gotten through all of them. So, you don't have to be too worried. It'll definitely be whole when I appear before you again. She fell silent for a long time before she looked him in the eyes. Let's get married once you return. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. You're not willing? Of course I am. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he wrapped his arm around her waist. His laughter was filled with happiness. Had always allowed nature to take its course when it came to his relationships. If both of them had the intention to be together, then they would naturally be together. Just like how he loved Zhuang Weiran and she loved him. So they naturally got together. It was very straightforward. If there's love, then be together. It was just that simple. Of course, both parties had to have such feelings. If it was just one-sided emotions, then being together was something that would only happen in the person's dreams. Yang Yi accompanied her all over the city throughout the day, and they'd practically toured the entire city in one day. They didn't hide their relationship, and Yang Yi was constantly holding her hand no matter where they went. Zhuang Weiran wasn't really able to relax and allow it, but Yang Yi didn't care. He just held onto her hand. In the end, she just let him do as he wished. Her relationship with Yang Yi was no secret in Clouds of Heaven City. Since it was like that, it didn't matter even if they displayed it openly. Night. Only Yi Luyun and Zhuang Weiran were in Wargot Hall with Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at them. There's probably no power in the Eastern Territory that dares to offend Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region now. However, you have to be careful, especially against Falling Sky Stellar Region. Besides that, Dark Hell Continent only has a single deity there, and that's definitely not enough. So, you have to pay attention to Dark Hell Stellar Region too. Actually, he wanted to leave the celestial demon wolves in Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, but both Zhuang Weiran and Yi Luyun refused. The ominous territory was an extremely dangerous place, and they could be slightly at ease if the demon wolves were there with Yang Yi. After all, those two demon wolves possessed extremely terrifying strength. Yi Luyun nodded slightly. Don't worry. Well-managed Dark Hell Stellar Region and Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region properly. You should be careful too. Of course. Yang Yi smiled, and then he walked over to Zhuang Weiran and spoke softly. Don't be worried. Just wait for me to get back and marry you. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun said, Actually, I'm very confident in him. Zhuang Weiran gazed at Yi Luyun. Yi Luyun smiled. The ominous territory is extremely dangerous, but he is easy to deal with as well. Just think about it. Have you met anyone more ruthless and ferocious than him? Zhuang Weiran remained silent for a long time before she shook her head. Yang Yi even dared to slaughter a city. There definitely were other people who'd slaughtered cities, but they mostly did it with a single attack. But Yang Yi hadn't done that. Had slowly slaughtered everyone, one by one. That was why had been able to attain quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent. The main criteria to comprehend slaughter intent wasn't the amount of people one killed. It was the way one killed those people. Simply speaking, it was the process of killing. That process could cause changes in a person's mental state. However, if one annihilated a city with a single attack and transformed everyone within the city into ashes, then it would be very difficult for one to comprehend or improve one's attainments in slaughter intent, because there was no process of killing and the person hadn't absorbed any blood. Killing wasn't easy, because as one killed more and more, it was very likely for one to be corrupted by one's own intent to kill. As for those who could kill without batting an eyelid and remain unaffected by their intent to kill after slaughtering an entire city of people, then how ruthless would such a person be? Yang Yi was such a person. It was very normal for someone like Yang Yi to enter the ominous territory. Zhuang Weiran's expression eased up slowly when she thought up to this point. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun smiled. So, just wait for him to get back and marry you. Zhuang Weiran suddenly asked, Don't you want to marry him too? Yi Luyun was stunned. Obviously, she hadn't expected this question. Zhuang Weiran added, We should act as he does in life. If you want something, then pursue it. I really like that about him. Yi Luyun smiled. Don't you mind that he has many women? Zhuang Weiran fell silent for a long time before she replied. He even disregarded his life for me. So what is a little bit of a grievance for his sake? Yi Luyun nodded. I understand. After he left Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, Yang Yi went to Stellar City. This time, his destination was the Ominous Territory. If he wanted to enter the Ominous Territory, then he had to head to Ominous City first. It was the only way to enter the Ominous Territory, because there was a barrier at Ominous City, and it was the only way into the Ominous Territory. Ominous didn't always exist, and it was built by the Shur clan of the Large World. After that, the barrier there belonged to the Shur clan. Of course, they didn't stop others from entering the Ominous Territory. Just like before, anyone could go in. However, one had to pay divine crystals to enter. In the beginning, some were definitely displeased, but once the Shur clan slaughtered those people, no one dared to feel displeased again. As for those experts or powers who had the strength to go against the Shur clan, they wouldn't offend it for such trivial matters. After all, they had to head to the Large World in the future. It was naturally not worth it to offend the Shur clan for such trivial matters. Thus, as time passed, the barrier became the Shur clan's property. Once he paid the required divine crystals, Yang Yi entered the teleportation formation that led to Ominous City. Starlight enveloped Yang Yi, and then it didn't take long for him to vanish. A while later, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. At this moment, he was out of the teleportation passageway. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he frowned, because the surroundings were filled with dark gray energy. The energy was very dense and even blocked out the starlight from the surroundings. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed that the profound energy within him wasn't really flowing smoothly anymore. It could affect his profound energy. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he vanished on the spot. A long time passed before a city appeared in Yang Yi's field of vision. Just like Stellar City, it was built in the starry sky. However, unlike Stellar City, it was enveloped by dark gray energy. So, it seemed quite blurry and mysterious. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed that the dark gray energy could actually obstruct his divine sense. His divine sense couldn't move more than 300 m away from him. This place isn't ordinary at all. Yang Yi couldn't help but become slightly serious. He hadn't even entered the Ominous Territory, but just the city felt unordinary to him. I really can't be careless. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a moment, and then he vanished. He didn't enter the city immediately because there was a powerful restriction around the city. It was naturally possible for him to break through it with his strength, but he wasn't here to look for trouble. So, he stopped when he was over 300 m away from the city, and then he started walking towards the city's entrance. Yang Yi suddenly stopped after walking for a while, and then he turned around and looked towards the distance. 3 people had suddenly appeared there. They turned to look at Yang Yi when he looked at them. One of them exclaimed with surprise, "It's you." Yang Yi was stunned when he saw that person's appearance clearly, because he hadn't expected to encounter that person here. A moment later, the ancient sheath appeared in Yang Yi's grasp, and the sword precursor was sheathed in it. After that, he grabbed the sword precursor's hilt with his right hand. Chapter 1441 Death Hotel. Chapter 1441 Death Hotel. Who was the person before him? It was no stranger to Yang Yi, because it was Lin Suyao who'd wanted to kill him in the Radiant Dimension and exchange his head for permits into the Large World. Yang Yi hadn't expected to encounter her here. They were naturally enemies because she'd almost killed him that day. Lin Suyao was horrified when she saw him grab the hilt of his sword, and she hurriedly spoke. What are you doing? She was afraid of Yang Yi, of course. Actually, she should be said to be quite terrified of him. After all, was anyone in the Eastern Territory not aware of how Yang Yi had slaughtered an entire city and killed over 20 deities? Over 20 deities. Actually, Lin Suyao felt quite lucky when she found out that Yang Yi had annihilated the experts of so many stellar regions. She felt lucky that she decided to retreat that day, because if she hadn't, then she might not exist in the world any longer. But she hadn't expected that she would actually encounter that maleficent existence. Yang Yi, here. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. What? You're not going to take my head and exchange it for a permit anymore? Lien Suyao inwardly heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Yang Yi didn't attack immediately. I gave up that day. You? Lien Suyao didn't know what to say at this point. Given? She'd done that already. Apologize? If Yang Yi wanted to kill her, then apologizing would definitely be useless. So, her fate was in Yang Ye's hands. As for fleeing, she'd given it some thought, but she was very well aware that she couldn't escape him. Yang Yi was just too quick. Meanwhile, Yang Yi didn't attack. He released his grip on the hilt of his sword and said, You're heading to the ominous territory? Lien Suyao heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this, and then she nodded. I am. Yang Yi was puzzled. Isn't it very dangerous? I'm only going to explore the outer area. She glanced at him and added, Moreover, I'm not weak. Yang Yi sized her up. Actually, Lien Suyao was right. She really wasn't weak. After all, she'd been able to go head-on against the pig-riding woman. Yang Yi asked, Do you know the ominous territory well? I know a little. She continued, You're going there too? Yang Yi nodded. Meanwhile, the man in a luxurious robe by Lien Suyao's side suddenly asked, Miss Suyao, who's he? Lien Suyao glanced at Yang Yi, hesitated for a moment, and was just about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly spoke before her. Yi Yang, the character for Leaf and Sun, only Zhuang Weiran, Yi Lu Yun, Zhuang Weitian, and Qin Yaochan knew that he'd left Clouds of Heaven Stellar region. As for the outside world, he was said to still be within Clouds of Heaven Stellar region, and it was naturally done so to deter others. So long as Yang Yi was there would probably be no power that dared to attack Clouds of Heaven Stellar region. Besides that, he was very famous throughout the Eastern Territory, and he didn't want others to pay special attention to him. Keeping a low profile was actually the right choice on many occasions. Lien Suyao instantly understood his intentions when she heard him say that, and she immediately nodded and didn't speak further. The man in a luxurious robe glanced at Yang Yi and said, So it's Brother Yi. I'm Xinglai, and this is Ningqing. We're heading into the ominous territory. Since you're going there as well, we can travel together. The ominous territory is extremely dangerous, so we can take care of each other if we stay in a group. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded, all right. Yang Yi could discern that they were quite strong. Even though all three of them were semi-deities, they were definitely not weaker to deities. At this moment, Yang Yi understood why they'd been able to attain their current accomplishments. They were brave and strived to succeed. They knew that the ominous territory was extremely dangerous, yet they still dared to come. That was something that many senior experts couldn't do. As far as those people were concerned, they refused to risk their lives. That proved the saying that the older one was, the more afraid that person would be of death. The ominous territory was extremely dangerous indeed, but at the same time, there were great fortuitous encounters hidden within it. These geniuses dared to risk their lives. If they died, their story would come to an end. But what if they survived? Like Zhuang Weitian and the Celestial Demon Lord. They'd survived, and then they formed 3-star stellar regions and gained great status. Lien Suyao was quite surprised when she heard Yang Yi agree. She hadn't expected him to be willing to travel with them. The reason she was surprised was because she felt that Yang Yi was a sword cultivator, so he would definitely prefer to be on his own. After all, sword cultivators usually acted like that. But she felt that this was good too. It was definitely extremely good news for them if they had Yang Yi on their side, because ordinary deities were utterly useless before Yang Yi. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, it was beneficial to follow Lien Suyao's group. He knew very little about the ominous territory, but Lien Suyao's group clearly knew much more than him. Since they dared to come here, they definitely made preparations. But he'd come here in quite a rush as he had no choice but to come because of his lifespan. After he arrived here, he had a stronger feeling that the ominous territory wasn't ordinary, so he had to be careful. It didn't take long for their group of 4 to enter Ominous City. Ominous City's entrance wasn't guarded. According to Lien Suyao, it didn't have to be guarded, because ordinary people wouldn't come, and those who did were definitely not ordinary. Moreover, Ominous City wasn't like Stellar City. No one dared to come here and do business. The Sher clan dared to, but it wasn't necessary, because there were truly too few people who visited the city. As far as the Shur clan was concerned, it only had to control the barrier which led into the ominous territory. Ominous City wasn't huge. If it was inhabited, then it would be able to accommodate around 100,000. Actually, it was equivalent to the size of a courtyard in a large power. There were very few buildings in the city, and they were just scattered around it, causing the city to seem rather empty. Something worthy of mentioning was that the dark gray energy was even denser within the city. Presently, it wasn't just his profound energy that flowed slightly slowly, even his breathing showed signs of slowing down. It could be said that ordinary voiders and semi-deities couldn't come here at all. Even though coming here would pose no threat to their lives, their strengths would definitely decline tremendously. Moreover, if they stayed for long, it would definitely cause huge troubles for them. Yang Yi gazed at Lin Suyao and asked, "What is this energy in the surroundings?" "Miasma." Lin Suyao spoke solemnly. "It comes from within the ominous territory. It used to be very scarce, but for some unknown reason, more and more has been seeping out." Yang Yi asked, "Is the Shur clan not doing anything about it?" Lin Suyao shook her head. "They can't, because it flows out incessantly from within the ominous territory. The only way to stop it is to enter the ominous territory. However, I'm sure you're aware how terrifying it is. Even the Shur clan doesn't dare to enter the ominous territory and do as they please. So, in the end, the Shur clan refused to do anything about it. In any case, those who dare to come here are usually not afraid of the miasma." "That's true." Yang Yi nodded. Besides that, ordinary people weren't even aware that the ominous territory existed. So, those who could get here definitely possessed extraordinary strength. Thus, he couldn't look down on anyone here. Just like Xing Lai and Ning Qing, he hadn't concealed his cultivation at all. But even if he was just a voider, the two of them hadn't looked down on him at all. Conversely, when they sized up Yang Yi, from time to time, there wasn't just a trace of vigilance in their eyes, there even was a trace of seriousness. What did it mean if a voider dared to head to the ominous territory? It represented that voider was confident in his or her strength. Simply speaking, the lower a person's cultivation was in ominous city, the more others would take that person seriously. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Lin Suyao. "Are we going into the ominous territory right now?" She shook her head. "We can't." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" She replied, "Because the sky is getting completely dark." Yang Yi was puzzled. "We can't go in at night?" She nodded. "There are ominous beings in the ominous territory, and there's the miasma as well. The miasma in there is at least 100 times thicker than it is out here. If we head in right now, we won't be able to see anything, because the miasma can obstruct our divine sense, and it's especially so once we get in there. We aren't able to release our divine sense at all once we enter the ominous territory. Besides that, you might suffocate to death in there." She seemed to have thought of something when she spoke up to this point, and she paused for a moment before she said, "You probably won't." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Xing Lai and Ning Qing couldn't help but glance at Yang Yi when they heard her, and there was a trace of curiosity in their eyes. They knew how strong Lin Suyao was, yet she thought so highly of Yang Yi. So, they grew even more curious about Yang Yi. Lin Suyao added, "We can only enter at noon, because the sun shines the brightest at noon. At that time, the sun will reduce the density of the miasma. Moreover, there are fewer ominous beings moving about at that time. So, the 2 hours after noon are comparatively safer." Yang Yi asked, "What if the sun is gone?" Lin Suyao spoke solemnly, "We must leave before the sun vanishes. You absolutely can't stay the night in there. Otherwise—" She couldn't help but glance at him when she spoke up to this point, and then she said, "Staying the night in there shouldn't be a big problem for you." Yang Ye's face darkened. "I know you think highly of me, but you don't have to emphasize it repeatedly. But it's best if you don't stay the night in there." Meanwhile, she continued, "Of course, it's just a suggestion." Yang Yi couldn't help but ask, "Ominous beings? What sort of ominous beings are they? Are they really that terrifying?" Lin Suyao shook her head. "I don't know. Those who do are either dead or unwilling to speak of it. In short, there are dangerous things in there." Yang Yi nodded. He was about to speak when Xing Lai suddenly said, It's about to get dark. Lien Suyao's expression changed slightly. She said, "Let's go. Hurry up." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure shot forward. Xinglai and Ning Qing hurriedly followed after her. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he hurried after them. It didn't take long for him to catch up to Lien Suyao. "What's wrong?" Lien Suyao's voice carried a trace of anxiety. "We must enter Death Hotel before it gets completely dark. Otherwise, we'll be finished." Death Hotel? What the heck is that? Yang Ye's brows were pressed tightly together. Chapter 1442, Ominous City. Yang Yi asked, "What's Death Hotel?" "I'll tell you in a while." As soon as Lien Suyao finished speaking, she sped up, and so did Xinglai and Ning Qing. It didn't take long for a black stone house to appear within Yang Ye's field of vision. The stone house wasn't huge, and it merely occupied around 30 m in both length and width. As for its height, it was around 30 m as well. The stone house was made of unknown black ore, and it emanated a faint dark glow. Besides that, there was nothing special about it. Yang Yi and the others stopped, and he noticed that their expressions were extremely unsightly. Yang Yi asked, "What's wrong?" Lien Suyao shook her head. "We're late. It has closed." Yang Yi looked at the entrance to the stone house, and it was covered in a layer of dark light. Meanwhile, a wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Ye's eyes because he noticed that the dark gray energy was actually unable to get close to the stone house. Every single time it came close to the stone house, the dark gray energy would be bounced away by the dark light on the stone house. Yang Yi gazed at Lien Suyao with a puzzled expression on his face. "What's that?" Lien Suyao was used to Yang Ye's ignorance, and she immediately explained that stone house was made by the Shi clan, and it's to give the people heading to the ominous territory a place to rest. The stone house is made of unknown ore, and that ore has the ability to obstruct the miasma. The reason it's called Death Hotel is because if one doesn't enter it before the sky turns dark, then one will definitely die. Yang Yi frowned. "Why?" Meanwhile, Xinglai suddenly said, "Because if we can't get in there, it means that we have to spend the night out here. The miasma here will grow more than 10 times thicker at night. At that time, we must use all our strength to resist it. Even if we can last through the night, we still might die." Yang Yi asked, "There's more danger once morning arrives?" "That's the most dangerous time." Lien Suyao glanced at Yang Yi. "The miasma isn't the most dangerous. The most dangerous are people." People. Yang Yi came to an understanding when he heard this. If they stayed the night outside Death Hotel, they would definitely have to use all their strength to resist the miasma, and that would definitely exhaust a huge amount of profound energy. In other words, once dawn arrives, they would definitely be in their weakest state. At that time, if the people within Death Hotel came out, what was the quickest way to gain wealth? Robbery. Yang Yi had done that quite a bit. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment before he said, "Can we choose to leave the city?" Lien Suyao shook her head. "We could have earlier, but it's too late now, because the miasma can even affect stellar teleportation formations at night. So, they can't be utilized at night. Thus, we have no choice but to stay in the city because the miasma outside the city might be even thicker." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Sure enough, the miasma here was growing thicker and thicker. Even though he didn't fear it, it would exhaust a huge amount of his profound energy to resist it all night. Yang Yi gazed at the stone house in silence for a moment before he said, "Can we go in by force?" Lien Suyao's eyelids twitched, and she hurriedly said, "Don't act rashly." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" Lien Suyao said, "The barrier activates automatically at night, but it only activates once. If you break through it by force, then it won't activate again. At that time, the entire stone house will be filled by miasma and will be besieged by all the experts in there. Moreover, you might offend the Shi clan as well." Yang Yi shrugged and abandoned his thought of forcing his way in. After all, he was a reasonable person, and he couldn't blame anyone else for being late. Lien Suyao heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Yang Yi give up on going in by force. Others may not dare to go in by force, but that absolutely didn't include Yang Yi. Fortunately, Yang Yi hadn't chosen to act rashly, or they would be in big trouble. After all, Yang Yi would offend everyone in the stone house if he did that. How could anyone who dared to come to the ominous territory be easy to deal with? Meanwhile, Xinglai spoke solemnly. Let's look for a spot to spend the night. Lin Suyao nodded, glanced at the surroundings, and her gaze stopped at the entrance to the city. Let's go there. Xinglai and Ningqing nodded. It was naturally the best choice, because once anything happened, they could flee right away. After all, one couldn't fly with an ominous city. The four of them went over to the entrance to the city. There was a faint barrier of light at the entrance right now. However, it was translucent, and it allowed passage. However, it wasn't able to fully obstruct the miasma. Fortunately, it wasn't that bad because it made it difficult for the miasma to enter the city. In short, it was better than nothing. They sat cross-legged on the ground, withdrew divine crystals, and started to absorb them. Yang Yi was in a comparatively better state while Yin Suyao and the others had extremely solemn expressions on their faces, because it was definitely a situation of life and death for them, and they didn't know if they could persist through the night. Lin Suyao glanced at Yang Yi. She knew that Yang Yi was definitely capable of keeping himself safe. As for whether Yang Yi would help them, she didn't know the answer to that question. After all, they were just traveling together with Yang Yi, and there was some enmity between her and Yang Yi. Would Yang Yi really let bygones be bygones? She didn't know, but no matter what, she couldn't rely on Yang Yi, so she had to rely on herself. They started to absorb profound energy while the miasma around them grew thicker and thicker. Especially the miasma outside the city. It was thick to an extremely terrifying level. It could be said that they could see nothing but miasma. It was slightly better in the city, but it wasn't much better. At this moment, they'd started to circulate their profound energy to resist the miasma and prevent it from entering their bodies. It was fine if they just sucked in a little, but if too much entered their bodies, then it would cause huge problems. As time slowly trickled by, the miasma within the city seemed practically solid. They were just less than 3 m away from each other, but they couldn't see anyone. In the end, for safety's sake, they sat cross-legged together and combined their auras to resist the miasma around them. Yang Yi had thought about entering the primordial pagoda, but he gave up on that thought in the end. He had to be in an absolutely safe place before entering the primordial pagoda. Otherwise, if the spot he entered the primordial pagoda suffered even the slightest attack, he might suffer a similar fate as Shaoqi. Ominous City was filled with danger, so he didn't dare to enter the primordial pagoda. Late at night, the miasma was at an extremely terrifying level. It could be said that the miasma was capable of killing an ordinary voider. Even an ordinary semi-deity would be absolutely unable to resist the miasma. Not to mention Lin Suyo's group of 3, even Yang Yi felt it to be quite strenuous. Moreover, it exhausted quite a huge amount of his profound energy. Now, he understood why Lin Suyao and the others had such unsightly expressions on their faces. It was because spending the night here consumed too much energy. Once dawn arrived, they would definitely be at their weakest. If someone held ill intent towards them, they would definitely be in extreme danger. Time passed slowly. At this moment, all of them were just holding on until dawn arrived. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at the entrance of the city. Around 5 breaths of time after Yang Yi opened his eyes, Lin Suyao and the others opened their eyes as well, and they gazed at the entrance as well. A short while passed before the miasma there moved slightly, and it didn't take long for a person to walk out from the miasma and appear before them. It was an old man in a black robe. The old man's body was covered in a faint barrier of light, and it pushed the miasma away before the miasma could even get close to the old man. Solemn expressions appeared on Lin Suyao and the others' faces, and it was the same for Yang Yi. It was because he couldn't see through the old man, but Yang Yi's intuition told him that the old man was extremely dangerous. The old man glanced at Yang Yi's group, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Obviously, he hadn't expected to encounter them here. He glanced at them, and his gaze paused on Yang Yi for a moment before he continued forward. It didn't take long for him to vanish from their fields of vision. Even though their cultivations were lower than the old man didn't dare to underestimate them. There was a type of people called monstrous geniuses, and surmounting their realms of cultivation to do battle was absolutely normal for them. Simply speaking, no one dared to underestimate anyone in Ominous City. Yang Yi and the others withdrew their gazes, but only an instant passed before they simultaneously looked towards the entrance again. Another person walked out slowly from within the miasma. It was a woman. She wore a violet dress. Her appearance couldn't be seen clearly because she wore a mask that covered half her face. The entire right side of her face was concealed beneath the mask. There was a saber hanging on the woman's waist, and it didn't have a sheath. The saber was less than 1 m long, thin as the wing of a cicada, and practically translucent. She glanced at Yang Yi's group and then started walking forward. But she suddenly stopped when she passed by Yang Yi, and she said, "You're a sword cultivator?" She didn't gaze at Yang Yi as she spoke. How did she know? Yang Yi frowned, but it didn't take long for him to come to an understanding. He hadn't concealed his sword intent, so she probably sensed it. Yang Yi didn't know why she asked, but he still nodded yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the saber on her waist suddenly vanished. A moment later, a ray of cold light flashed. Hiss! A strand of blood sprayed from Yang Yi's throat. Chapter 1443 again. Chapter 1443 again. Lin Suyao and the others only reacted when they saw the blood spray. They were horrified, and it was especially so for Lin Suyao. Yang Yi died just like that? Yang Yi wasn't dead, of course. He'd moved 3 m back at the instant the saber had cut open his skin. Yang Yi hadn't expected her to attack, so he'd only been able to react passively. However, his reaction wasn't slow. Moreover, he was vigilant towards her, so he'd been able to dodge at the critical moment. But the woman's attack was truly too swift. So, he'd almost had his throat cut open. A saber cultivator. Just like the pig-riding young woman, this young woman was a saber cultivator too. However, unlike the pig-riding young woman who focused on strength to crush all her opponents, the masked woman in front of him clearly focused on speed. Needless to say, both the pig-riding young woman's focus on strength and the masked woman's focus on speed were extremely strong. Moreover, her attack hadn't been enhanced by saber intent. Under such circumstances, she'd still been able to pierce through his defenses with such ease. So, it was obvious how terrifying her attack was. Yang Yi rubbed his throat. The skin there had been cut open, and the saber only had to go a little bit deeper to cut into his trachea. He glanced at the blood on his palm, and then gazed at the woman. A moment later, his figure vanished on the spot, and he was by the woman's side when his figure appeared once more. He drew his sword and swung it. The true form of Heaven Rend. He didn't ask her why she'd suddenly attacked. All he knew was that she wanted to kill him. Since it was like that, it was pointless to ask all of that. Yang Yi's sword descended, and her saber shot forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then the masked woman was pushed over 300 m away. As for Yang Yi, he merely moved around 10 m back. Right when the others thought Yang Yi had gained the upper hand, the masked woman suddenly appeared by Yang Yi's side. A ray of cold light flashed. Hiss! A strand of blood sprayed from Yang Yi's right arm, and Yang Yi was already around 100 m away. How swift! Lin Suyao and the others had extremely solemn expressions on their faces, because the woman's saber techniques and speed were extremely swift. Yang Yi's face was extremely solemn. Her speed had surpassed his expectations a little. His arm would have been sliced off if he had been just a little slower. There was always someone stronger in this world. Yang Yi had never felt that he was invincible in the younger generation. He was very clearly aware that the world was huge, and there were countless experts in it. Perhaps there weren't many geniuses who were more monstrous than him, but there were definitely not just a few as well. Now, he'd encountered one of them. Again. As soon as the woman finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Yang Yi's pupils constricted, and then he closed his eyes. As soon as he did, a ray of cold light flashed. At the same time that it flashed, a ray of light from a sword suddenly appeared. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then both rays of light vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, the woman was back where she had been standing a moment ago, and Yang Yi was still on the spot. Who had one? A long moment of silence ensued before the masked woman spoke abruptly. It's rare to encounter the ability to destroy all techniques with a single attack. Not bad. As soon as she finished speaking, she paid no further attention to Yang Yi and just started walking forward. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of her and said, I dealt with 3 attacks from you, but you only dealt with 1 of mine. That isn't really fair, right? She nodded. Give it a try then. Of course. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. He didn't execute Heaven Rend. Unless he overlapped 2 Heaven Rends, it was impossible for his attacks to pose a threat to him. After all, she'd proven that when he executed Heaven Rend earlier. Yang Ye's sword stabbed forward. It was just a simple stab, and there was nothing special about it. When the sword arrived before her, the woman swiftly swung her saber. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's sword suddenly transformed from a stab to a sideways flick. Clang! A clear sound of collision resounded as the woman's saber shook violently. Moreover, it wasn't just her saber that shook, even her hand shook as well, because Yang Yi had suddenly stabbed at the weakest point on her saber, causing the strength and speed it carried to be dispersed by around 90%. After he dealt with her attack, Yang Yi didn't stop and stabbed forward extremely swiftly. The tip of his sword stabbed straight at her chest. At this moment, Yang Ye's speed was swift to its limits. Hiss! Hiss! 2 strands of blood sprayed out, one from the woman and one from Yang Yi. At this moment, she was over 100 m away, and there was a fine hole in her chest. That strand of blood had come from there. As for Yang Yi, there was an injury on his arm, and blood was seeping out from it. It was a cut the woman had caused while she retreated. She was too swift, so she'd been able to retreat with ease while striking him. Her speed was truly too swift. Amazing! The masked woman spoke abruptly. If we have the chance, I'll fight you again another day. As soon as she finished speaking, she started walking off into the distance, and it didn't take long for her to vanish from their fields of vision. Yang Yi didn't go after her, because it was impossible to kill her unless he executed an overlapped Heaven Rend, and even if he succeeded at killing her, his profound energy would definitely be exhausted. After all, he'd exhausted most of it from resisting the miasma. So, if he executed an overlapped Heaven Rend, then his profound energy would be exhausted, even if he had the Worldmend Stone. Of course, he could release the celestial demon wolves, but doing that would be equivalent to exposing a trump card of his. It was best to not rashly reveal a trump card at such a dangerous place. Moreover, even if he released the demon wolves, he may not be able to kill her because she was really too swift. He could imagine that if she refused to fight and chose to flee, then the demon wolves would definitely be incapable of catching up to her. However, he could try to chase after her if Qiongqi was willing to help. In short, it wasn't wise to expose his trump cards just to kill her. So, Yang Yi hadn't chosen to try and kill her. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, gazed at Lin Suyao, and said, "Who was that?" Lin Suyao shook her head. "I've never heard of her. She might be a genius from a different territory." Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at the surroundings. Dawn is almost here. Seize this opportunity to recover. Lin Suyao and the others glanced at him, and then they nodded. At this moment, they felt beyond shocked. Lin Suyao took it comparatively better because she knew who he was. So, she wasn't that shocked by the strength he revealed. But Xinglai and Ningqing were different. They didn't know who he was. In their eyes, that voider called Yi Yang actually possessed such terrifying strength. As it was said, never look down on anyone in the ominous territory. At this moment, Yang Yi thought the same way too. Because if he hadn't maintained vigilance when facing that woman just now, he might have been caught off guard and killed. There was around an hour left before the sun rises. This hour was like torture to Lin Suyao and the others. It wasn't very difficult for them to persist until dawn arrived. The real problem was what would happen after dawn arrived. Sometimes, humans were the most terrifying existences. Yang Yi wasn't thinking about all of that like Lin Suyao and the others were. The scenes of his battle with the masked woman were playing in his mind. Even though he'd used his ability to locate flaws to deal with her attacks, only he knew how dangerous that battle had been. Because her speed was truly too swift. It could be said that if he hadn't attained the Voider realm, then he would have been absolutely incapable of dealing with her attacks. They were the fastest attacks he'd ever seen. Actually, he hoped to spar with her, because sparring with her was tremendously beneficial to him. If he could get used to her speed, then what would that mean? It would mean that his reaction speed would be tremendously improved. At that time, unless an opponent of his could surpass her speed, speed would be of no threat to him. Sparring with a true expert was very beneficial. At their level, the most important to them wasn't formidable techniques but speed and strength. When speed and strength were at a certain level, then not to mention the laws, even domains could be overcome by force. After all, the simplest moves were the most terrifying on many occasions. Just like his battle with the masked woman, they hadn't utilized sword intent or saber intent, nor had they utilized any laws. Moreover, they hadn't utilized any techniques either. They just used the simplest attacks. However, the might of such attacks wasn't inferior to formidable techniques. After all, he'd executed Heavenrend once, yet it hadn't been able to harm her at all. On the contrary, utilizing his ability to locate flaws in her attacks had allowed him to injure her instead. Of course, techniques and the laws were extremely important as well. But if one's strength and speed were extremely great, then the might of the techniques one executed would grow tremendously as well. Strength and speed were the foundation. Time trickled by. It didn't take long for a ray of sunlight to appear outside the entrance to the city. The rays of sunlight gradually increased, and the visibility outside the city gradually grew better. At the same time, the miasma within the city grew fainter. Another short while passed, and then the situation within and outside the city had become just as it had been when Yang Yi arrived here. Even though miasma was still present, it was much lesser than it had been. Meanwhile, Lin Suyao suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" Yang Yi turned around, and he saw a figure dashing swiftly towards them. The figure was roaring with laughter, and that person's laughter was filled with happiness. There really are those who seek death. Ha ha ha. There were 3 other people behind the figure. In the eyes of those 4 fellows, Yang Ye's group was like a group of sheep that was exposed before a pack of wolves. Chapter 1444 I haven't finished speaking. Was a reason needed to kill someone? At most times, it wasn't necessary. If you're weak, then you deserve to die. The strong preyed on the weak in this world where the strong were respected, and that was especially the case in the ominous territory. Goodness and evil? Many didn't care about that. As far as they were concerned, there was only the strong and the weak. That was why many in this world were fond of bullying the weak. The kind were always bullied, just like this very moment. They knew that Yang Yi and the others were weak, so they wanted to kill Yang Ye's group, because they would definitely be able to gain a huge amount of wealth from killing Yang Ye's group. The person in the lead was extremely swift, and his aura was very formidable as well. Even though he was only a semi-deity, his imposing aura was much more terrifying than some of the deities Yang Yi had met. Lin Suyao and the others had extremely calm expressions on their faces because they'd expected that this would happen. Suddenly, Yang Yi raised his hands. "I surrender." Lin Suyao and the others were stunned. The green-robed man who had charged over to Yang Yi stopped as well, and there was a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yang Yi to react like that, and had been ready for an intense battle. After all, anyone who came to the ominous territory was definitely someone who was bold and wouldn't be willing to just wait for death to arrive. However, he hadn't expected this man before him to actually surrender. The other 3 behind the green-robed man stopped as well. Just like the green-robed man, there was a trace of shock in their eyes. Meanwhile, the masked woman and the old man who stood not too far away to the right had looked over as well. The old man frowned slightly. He glanced at Yang Yi, and then he closed his eyes again. As for the woman, she sized up Yang Yi, and there was a trace of curiosity in her eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi passed over his spatial ring and the ancient sheath which had the sword precursor in it. "You seek wealth. Fine, they'll give it to you. I presume you definitely have no intention to fight us to the death, right?" The green-robed man sized up Yang Yi. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Yang Yi continued, to be honest, if it was before this, then the four of us would have no need to fear your group. Yet now, my profound energy is almost exhausted. I can't fight all of you at all. So, I'm willing to give up my possessions to preserve my life. After all, so long as I'm still alive, I can earn more in the future, right? That does make sense. The green-robed man continued, however. Why do I feel like you're scheming against me? Yang Yi's face stiffened, but it quickly returned to normal. So, you want both my wealth and life? The green-robed man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, toss it over. After all, if someone acted unusually, then that person was definitely scheming something. So, it wasn't wrong to be a little cautious. Yang Yi shrugged and tossed them over to the man. The man took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at the spatial ring and ancient sheath. Head intended to check the spatial ring first, but he was stunned when he saw the ancient sheath. Is this an origin rank treasure? The green-robed man's voice was trembling. He stretched out his hand to grab the ancient sheath while he spoke. However, at the moment he did, a ray of dazzling light suddenly erupted from the ancient sheath, and then the sword precursor left it. Hiss! The man's right hand was instantly sliced into two. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had appeared in front of the man. Clang! The sword entered the sheath on its own, and then it transformed into a ray of light that flew into Yang Yi's grasp. A moment later, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. The green-robed man was shocked. At the critical moment, his remaining hand emanated a green glow as he raised it to stop Yang Yi's sword. Bang! Hiss! Half of the man's arm instantly flew up into the air while accompanied by a pillar of blood, and his figure was blasted flying. As he flew in the air, a fountain of blood sprayed from his mouth and his severed arm. Meanwhile, the other three men recovered from their shock, and their faces fell. They charged at Yang Yi, but it didn't take long for Lien Suyao and the others to obstruct their path. At this moment, Lien Suyao was extremely happy because Yang Yi had attacked. Actually, she was quite worried that Yang Yi would just leave on his own. If that happened, then the three of them would definitely not be a match for the green-robed man's group of four. However, Yang Yi hadn't left. Even though the way he attacked was quite strange, Head attacked. Lien Suyao was full of confidence when she had Yang Yi on her side. Actually, she was very well aware that if Yang Yi exposed his identity and the people here found out about his past deeds, then they would absolutely not dare to look for trouble with her group. Unfortunately, Yang Yi wanted to keep a low profile. Fortunately, Head joined the battle. Yang Yi walked slowly towards the green-robed man. Needless to say, the green-robed man's strength had exceeded Yang Yi's expectations a little, because the man had forcefully resisted a heaven rend from him and survived. He could imagine that if he hadn't tricked the man like he had, he would probably have to spend a huge amount of time to kill the green-robed man. Even though the green-robed man was still alive, had practically lost the ability to fight. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive in front of the man, and the man stared at Yang Yi as he said, "You tricked me." Actually, Head expected that Yang Yi intended to trick him, and that was why Head been vigilant against Yang Yi at all times. So long as Yang Yi made the slightest unusual movement, then he would be able to counterattack immediately. However, he hadn't expected the attack to come from the sword in the ancient sheath. Had been completely fooled. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Do you want to live?" The man spoke in a low voice. "What are you trying to say?" Yang Yi replied, "Hand over a strand of your soul and I'll let you live. You want me to be your puppet?" The man's face turned gloomy. "Don't even dream about it." Hiss. A ray of light flashed, and the man's voice stopped abruptly. He stared fixedly at Yang Yi. "I haven't finished speaking. I'm willing." He hadn't finished speaking before his head tilted to the side and rolled off his neck. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. "You haven't finished speaking?" Yang Yi shook his head. "It's your fault for not speaking faster. My sword is very swift." As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and the man's spatial ring immediately flew into his grasp. Yang Yi glanced at its contents, and a wisp of surprise instantly flashed through his eyes, because he hadn't expected it to actually contain over 100,000 divine crystals. Moreover, There were 2 void rank daggers in it. Void rank treasures were very useful to him. Moreover, even if he didn't use them, he could give them away to Zhuang Weiran and the others. Yang Yi put the spatial ring away, and then he turned to look at the masked woman. The woman was looking at him as well. Yang Yi paid no further attention to her and started walking towards the 3 men that were in battle with Lien Suyo's group. At this moment, Lien Suyao and the others were completely suppressed in battle. They were naturally not weaker than those 3 men. However, it couldn't be helped because they'd exhausted too much profound energy while resisting the miasma all night. So, they didn't have much energy left. The 3 men were horrified when they noticed Yang Yi approaching, and they didn't hesitate to vanish into the distance. Yang Yi was stunned. Am I that terrifying? Yang Yi didn't chase after them, because he needed time to recover his profound energy. He would be entering the ominous territory at noon. At that time, he had to be at his peak. There were countless experts in this place, and the ominous territory was filled with unexpected danger. So, he had to be careful. Thank you. Meanwhile, Lien Suyao gazed at Yang Yi. Her gratitude came from the heart, because Yang Yi could have just left. Based on the strength Yang Yi possessed, Yang Yi could have just left, but he hadn't. Yang Yi smiled. It was nothing. He wasn't a pedantic person. Having more friends was better than having more enemies at a place like this. Lien Suyao and the others were weaker than him, but they weren't weak. Just like the previous battle. If Lien Suyao and the others hadn't kept those 3 men busy, then it would have been impossible for him to kill that green-robed man unless he exposed some of his trump cards. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, he intended to keep as many trump cards as he could. He believed that Lien Suyao and the others definitely had their own trump cards. Or it should be said that everyone had trump cards. If they really entered into a battle of life and death, then it would be a competition of who had the most and the strongest trump cards. Lien Suyao glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. Let's recover quickly and strive to regain our peak strength before entering the ominous territory. Yang Yi nodded, and then they immediately sat down cross-legged and started to madly absorb the energy within divine crystals. Ominous City was very quiet, or it should be said to be perfectly silent. It felt like a dead city. There were some people here, but most were vigilant towards each other. So besides the people in their own respective groups, they didn't talk to others or move about in the city. Everyone was waiting for noon to arrive. Time trickled by. It didn't take long for the sun to rise high up in the sky, and the miasma in the city seemed even thinner beneath the sun's radiance. Meanwhile, the old man who had been seated cross-legged in the distance had stood up, and he vanished. After that, the masked woman stood up and vanished as well. Let's go as well. As soon as she finished speaking, Lien Suyao stood up and started walking forward. All of them arrived at the center of Ominous City under Lien Suyao's lead. There was a huge stone platform there, and a circle of dark light resided on the platform. At this moment, countless strands of dark gray energy were seeping out of the circle of light. Lien Suyao spoke solemnly. That's the teleportation formation which leads to the ominous territory. Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at the teleportation formation. There was an old man by its side. Every person who entered the teleportation formation handed a spatial ring to the old man before entering it. Obviously, it was the entrance fee. The entrance fee was truly shockingly high. It was actually 30,000 divine crystals. 30,000. The Sher clan is really great at earning money. Yang Yi shook his head. It's even faster than stealing. Yang Yi had just stolen 100,000 divine crystals, but had instantly given a third of it away right now. Meanwhile, Lien Suyao suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. Because some issues have arisen with the teleportation formation, well, be teleported to a random location within the ominous territory. So, be careful. Don't be careless. ITLL be random? Yang Yi nodded. All right. It didn't take long for it to be their turn. They paid the entrance fee and entered the teleportation formation. Some time passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. At the instant Yang Yi opened his eyes, a shrill cry suddenly resounded from not too far behind him. After that, Yang Yi's expression changed while the hairs throughout his body stood on end. Chapter 1445. A terrifying place. Chapter 1445. A terrifying place. Screech. A strange and ear-piercing cry resounded from behind Yang Yi. It was extremely terrifying because Yang Yi felt like his head was about to explode apart. Moreover, his soul was actually trembling slightly. What the heck is that? Yang Yi didn't have the time to think so much about it. He immediately turned around, drew his sword, and swung it. Hiss. Space rippled violently, but his sword hit nothing. There was nothing in front of Yang Yi. Yang Ye's face grew even more solemn. He glanced at the surroundings. Only now did he realize that the miasma here was even more terrifying than he'd expected. The visibility he had here was only around 1 m, and he couldn't see anything beyond that distance. The miasma here could be said to be much thicker than it had been in Ominous City last night. But it was noon right now. So, how terrifying would the miasma here be at night? Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he flipped his palm. A scroll container appeared in his grasp. The old man from the Sher clan had given it to him when he entered the teleportation formation. Actually, everyone who entered the ominous territory was given one. It was a teleportation scroll. So long as he crushed it, he would be instantly teleported out of the ominous territory. He'd never thought about leaving before this. After all, he was quite confident in himself. Yet now, this place was really not normal. Yang Yi took a deep breath and put the scroll away. After that, he waved his right hand, and Big Blackie appeared in front of him. Big Blackie's pupils constricted when it saw the scene before it, and then Yang Yi noticed deep fear appear in its eyes. Besides fear, there was a trace of horror. It didn't take long for it to try and enter the primordial pagoda, but Yang Yi stopped it. So long as he willed it, others couldn't enter the primordial pagoda. Big Black shot Yang Yi a pleading gaze when it saw Yang Yi stop it from entering the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi's face grew even more solemn when he witnessed this scene. Based on his understanding, both Big Blackie and Little Blackie weren't adults yet. Yes, these two celestial demon beasts hadn't reached maturity yet. Even though they weren't adults, their strength was beyond doubt. It could be said that there really were few in the lower dimensions who were capable of killing them. But they were so terrified of this place. In other words, there were existences here that were even more terrifying than them, and those existences weren't just slightly more terrifying than them. Even though Big Blackie had become much smaller than before, it was still many times larger than Yang Yi. So, Yang Yi had no choice but to soar up into the air and rub its head while he spoke softly. "What are you afraid of?" Big Blackie remained silent for a long time before it raised its claw and started waving it about. Yang Ye's face darkened when he saw this. Again? In the past, the violet mink had done that, and so had Snowy. Now, the celestial demon wolf was doing the same. Actually, it was very normal because not all beasts could speak, especially one like the Big Blackie who'd rarely met humans in the past. After all, it had rarely encountered humans while living in the ominous territory in the past. Moreover, beasts weren't fond of speaking the human tongue, just like how no human was fond of speaking the beast tongue. Besides Yang Yi. However, he wasn't speaking it, and he just understood it. A short while passed before Yang Yi understood Big Blackie. It was telling him that the ominous territory was extremely dangerous, and it was asking him to leave quickly. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he said, "I can't leave. I must get to the Forest of Darkness. Can you take me there?" This damnable place was covered in miasma, so he had no choice but to make Big Blackie lead him to the Forest of Darkness. Otherwise, if he were to search himself, then he really didn't know how long it would take for him to locate his objective. Big Blackie hurriedly shook its head and started waving its claws. It was telling him to leave immediately. Yang Yi didn't order Big Blackie by force. After all, it was telling him that for his own good. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short while and said, "Remember that big fellow who dragged you into me?" Qiongqi. Fear instantly appeared in Big Blackie's eyes. Even though it was a ferocious beast as well, it was clearly on a lower level than Qiongqi. Qiongqi had fought two of them without falling into a disadvantaged position. Most importantly, Qiongqi wasn't at his full strength, and his injuries hadn't been fully healed. In short, the celestial demon wolves were quite afraid of Qiongqi. Yang Yi said, "Are there existences in here that are stronger than him?" Big Blackie fell silent and seemed to be making a comparison. A long time passed before it nodded. Yang Yi couldn't help but clench his fists when he saw this. There are existences here that are more terrifying than Qiongqi. What the heck is this place? This time, Yang Yi had really become serious. He couldn't just avoid being careless in this place, he had to be absolutely serious as well. Otherwise, he might really lose his life here. Yang Yi took a deep breath and gazed at the demon wolf. After that, he told it why he was here. He naturally couldn't just use force when dealing with Big Blackie and Little Blackie, because if he did that, it would naturally make them have the intent to turn on him. The best method was to form a good relationship with them, just like the one he had with Qiongqi. Once he formed a good relationship with them, he wouldn't have to give them orders anymore, because they would help him on their own accord. Big Blackie remained silent for a very long time, and then it nodded and agreed to take Yang Yi. Actually, while Yang Yi wanted to form a good relationship with them, they wanted to form a good relationship with Yang Yi as well. They were under Yang Ye's control right now, so it would definitely be extremely beneficial to them if they formed a good relationship with Yang Yi. Moreover, they weren't so against being bound to Yang Yi anymore. It was because of the primordial pagoda. Actually, they liked living in the primordial pagoda. However, the precondition was that it didn't target them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a paradise but hell. Yang Yi didn't waste more time. He immediately got on Big Blackie. Even though Big Blackie still wasn't really willing to let Yang Yi ride him, it didn't refuse. In any case, Yang Yi had rode it in the past, so another round wasn't a big deal. Just like that, the pair of man and wolf started traveling forward. Big Blackie traveled quite slowly. Yang Yi had asked it to speed up, but it shook its head in response. It didn't take long for Big Blackie to make Yang Yi understand the reason. There were too many dangerous things here, so they couldn't make too much noise. Otherwise, it would draw the attention of many dangerous things. Obviously, those dangerous things were a threat even to Big Blackie. Yang Yi sized up the surroundings incessantly as he rode Big Blackie. He still felt some lingering fear towards the ear-piercing screech from before, and it was mostly because he hadn't even seen a shadow of its owner. That mysterious thing had definitely intended to attack him, but for some unknown reason, it had abandoned its intentions. Perhaps it was because his reaction was too quick and caused its surprise attack to fail, or perhaps there was some other reason. However, no matter what the reason was, that thing's strength was beyond doubt. Now, Yang Yi finally understood why even deities didn't dare to come here. If an ordinary deity had faced that situation, then perhaps that deity would have died on the spot. After traveling for some time, a ferocious glow suddenly flashed through Big Blackie's eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi frowned as well, and he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Screech! Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing cry resounded around Yang Yi. It seemed to possess penetrative force, and it caused sharp pain to come from Yang Ye's mind. It was a sound wave attack that couldn't be warded off. Yang Yi hurriedly released his sword intent and formed an invisible barrier of sword intent around himself. Only then did his head feel slightly better. He glanced at the surroundings, but he didn't notice anything. Yang Ye's face became gloomy. The sharp pain was actually quite terrifying. If an ordinary deity was caught off guard, then it was very likely for that deity to be temporarily dazed. But Yang Yi didn't suffer from such effects because the sharp pain was simply too inferior when compared to the intense pain which he'd suffered from the backlash of his sword intent. He'd even been able to withstand that, so such sharp pain was just normal pain to him. However, Yang Yi was definitely unhappy because someone or something was watching him from the shadows. But he couldn't detect its tracks because the miasma could obstruct his divine sense, and that existence was hiding within the miasma. This put him in a very passive position. Right when Yang Yi felt quite helpless, Big Blackie suddenly raised its front claws and slammed them against the ground. Boom! At this moment, the entire ground quaked. It wasn't just the ground that quaked, even space shook, and then Big Blackie opened its mouth and roared. Boom! A terrifying aura surged out explosively from the celestial demon wolf, and then the miasma was blasted away. The miasma was pushed far away, but it didn't take long for the miasma to surge back around them. Big Black was ceaselessly scanning the surroundings. Its eyes were filled with a vicious glow, and it roared furiously from time to time. Yang Yi nodded to himself as he sat on Big Blackie's back, as expected of an ominous beast. It really is quite terrifying once it gets mad. After Big Blackie made a show of strength, they didn't encounter any further danger all along the way. It was mainly because Big Blackie was ceaselessly emanating its aura that belonged to an ominous beast. Even though it made their journey slightly smoother, Yang Yi still had an extremely solemn expression on his face. It wasn't just Yang Yi, even Big Blackie's eyes were filled with seriousness and vigilance. Because even though Big Blackie's aura could force some dangerous things here to dare not look for trouble with them, it may draw the attention of even more terrifying things. They were treading on thin ice. That was how Yang Yi felt after he arrived at this damnable place. Needless to say, it was really quite aggrieving. With the strength both he and Big Blackie possessed, was there a place in the lower dimensions that they couldn't go to? However, they had to be absolutely careful at all times while they were here, and they were absolutely afraid that something terrifying would suddenly show itself before them. After traveling forward for some time, Big Blackie suddenly stopped moving. Yang Yi was about to speak when he suddenly raised his head and looked forward. The miasma there started to move slowly, and a short while passed before Yang Yi seemed to have seen something, causing his pupils to constrict. Chapter 1446 Talk. What had he seen? A huge mountain. A huge mountain that blotted out the sky was slamming down in his direction. It felt like the sky was collapsing down upon him. A wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the air. Once he arrived in the sky, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. Oem! A sword howl resounded as a ray of sword energy tore through the air, and it slammed against the mountain. Hiss! Bang! The mountain collapsed apart once his sword energy shot into it, and countless pieces of rubble and dust erupted from it and shot through the sky. A long time passed before the sky gradually returned to normal. Meanwhile, a rock titan was standing in front of Yang Yi and Big Blackie. The rock titan was huge, completely made of unknown faint silver rock, and it held a pair of rock axes. Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face because that mountain from before had been brought over by that fellow in front of him. Yang Yi was very confident in his own strength, and destroying that mountain wasn't difficult at all. However, if it was lifting and moving that mountain, then he might be able to give it a try once his physical strength was multiplied by 3 times at least. I can't use brute strength against it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly noticed that the rock titan wasn't looking at him, and it was looking at the celestial demon wolf. A moment of silence ensued before the rock titan suddenly spoke, "Death to intruders of Rock Mountain." As soon as it finished speaking, it raised its rock axe and swung it down at the demon wolf. The rock axe was many times larger than Yang Yi, and it was extremely swift. Yang Yi merely saw a ray of white light flash before it arrived in front of Big Blackie. Big Blackie was naturally unwilling to display any weakness, and it immediately slammed its claws against the ground and shot towards the rock axe. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then Big Blackie was actually pushed back to where it had been standing just moments ago. As for the rock axe, it had transformed into a ray of white light that flew back into the rock titan's grasp. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to attack when the celestial demon wolf beneath him shook its head to indicate that he shouldn't attack for now. Big Blackie turned to look at the rock titan, and then numerous ripples swept towards the rock titan. A short while passed before the rock titan shook its head and gazed at Yang Yi. "Human, leave immediately, or I'll smash you into bits." Meanwhile, Big Blackie turned to look at Yang Yi, and then it started waving its claws. A short while passed before Yang Yi understood what was going on. This was Rock Mountain. As for what Rock Mountain represented, he had no idea. In any case, this was Rock Mountain, and it was the territory of the Rock Titan. The Rock Titan had attacked them because they'd entered its territory. But they had to pass through Rock Mountain to get to the Forest of Darkness. Of course, they could go around. However, it would consume a huge amount of time. Because Rock Mountain was huge, even with the demon wolf's speed, it would take at least around a day to go around Rock Mountain. Moreover, if they went around it, they may encounter even more danger. So, Rock Mountain was their best choice. However, The rock titan was in their path. Talk. I have to talk with it. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "We have no intention to offend you, and we just want to pass through. Please allow us passage. I promise we're just passing through." Big Black hurriedly nodded as well to display that they were just passing through. No. The rock titan's voice was like a thunderclap as it pointed its axe at Yang Yi. "Human, leave or die." Clearly, it refused to talk. Yang Yi glanced at it, fell silent for a while, and then suddenly said, "Since you don't welcome us, then farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi patted Big Blackie, and the latter immediately turned around and left. The rock titan withdrew its axe when it saw this. However, Big Blackie suddenly transformed into a ray of dark light that shot towards Rock Mountain. Big Blackie was extremely swift and had instantly passed by the rock titan and vanished into the distance. Go around? Yang Yi didn't want to go around. He couldn't see anything in this damnable place. If he tried to go around, then they might encounter some sort of monster. Moreover, he didn't want to waste time. Since this was the fastest route, then why go around it? Even though the rock titan refused them passage, what could the rock titan do if they were fast? The rock titan was extremely strong, and it could even push Big Blackie back, so it was obvious how terrifying its strength was. Thus, Yang Yi hadn't chosen to go head-on against it. After all, he just wanted to pass through. Big Blackie was swift indeed, and it had left the rock titan far behind in just an instant. However, Yang Yi's expression changed just a few moments later. Because a rock axe was rapidly approaching from behind them. The axe carried extremely terrifying force, and it had even locked onto them. So, it was impossible to avoid. He could only go head-on against it. Yang Yi turned around, drew his sword, and swung it. Bang! The rock axe was blasted away. However, Yang Yi was blasted flying by the impact as well, and he flew around 10 kilometers away. Once he stopped himself, Yang Yi looked down at his hand, and he noticed that his palm had cracked open. Moreover, cracks had appeared throughout his arm. What terrifying strength! Yang Yi took a deep breath and looked up. The ground not too far away from him was trembling, and then the head of a rock titan emerged from there. It didn't take long for the rock titan to appear before Yang Yi and Big Blackie. Yang Yi circulated his violet energy to repair his arm while he gazed at the rock titan. "Brother, we just want to pass through. Human, die." As soon as it finished speaking, it swung its rock axe again, and the rock axe descended rapidly in Yang Yi and Big Blackie's direction. Yang Yi didn't try to use his ability to locate flaws. Because the rock titan was too physically strong, he couldn't overcome that strength at all. Yang Yi stopped holding back and took a step forward before two types of terrifying intents appeared out of thin air. After that, the intents coiled together and swept towards the rock axe. Bang! The rock axe was instantly blasted away on collision. However, the intents hadn't vanished, and they didn't slow down at all as they slammed against the rock titan. Huh! The rock titan shouted with fury, and it raised its other axe and swung it forward. Bang! Yang Yi's intents shattered into bits, and the aftershock swept towards the rock titan. However, it merely took 2 steps back before it stopped moving. Moreover, it was completely unharmed. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched at the sight of this. That fellow's defenses are even stronger than the celestial demon he embodied. Yang Yi had no way to fight the rock titan because he couldn't pierce the fellow's defenses. Unless he activated the sword god seal and raised his sword intent to the returnal rank, of course. Only then would it be possible for him to pierce through the rock titan's defenses. But what about after the battle? This was the ominous territory. It wasn't clouds of Heaven City. Anything here may pose a threat to his life. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant, and then he gazed at the rock titan which was about to attack. "I think we can talk about it." Swish. The reply Yang Yi got was a rock axe. It was spinning rapidly as it slammed down towards Yang Yi, and the space in its wake warped. Even though the space in its wake was merely being warped, it was extremely terrifying. After all, that overlapped heaven rend Yang Yi executed earlier hadn't even been able to tear open the space here. So, it was obvious how strong the space here was. Yang Yi naturally didn't dare to act carelessly. He sheathed his sword while his profound energy circulated madly. At the same time, both his intents surged madly into the ancient sheath. Once the huge axe arrived around 3 m away from him, Yang Yi swiftly drew his sword and swung it. OM! An ear-piercing sword howl shot up into the air. Everywhere it passed, the miasma around it was pushed backwards like a receding tide. Bang! A loud explosion resounded at the point of collision, and then a terrifying wave of energy swept towards the surroundings. Yang Yi was pushed backwards repeatedly while the axe was blasted away towards the rock titan. The rock titan stretched out its hand and grabbed the axe. Bang! A huge wave of force swept through its body, and it couldn't help but move a few meters back. But Yang Yi had been pushed around 300 m back. Yang Yi glanced at his arm. At this moment, his entire arm was numb, and it was like he'd lost all feeling in that arm. That fellow was too terrifying. It could be said that if the Celestial Demon Lord activated the Celestial Demon Hegemon body and fought that Rock Titan, the Demon Lord would definitely lose to the Rock Titan. Its defenses were formidable to a horrifying level. It wasn't just its defenses that were horrifying, even its strength was horrifying. Human, you deserve death. Meanwhile, the Rock Titan raised its axe and swung it at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched at the sight of this. The most terrifying part of the Rock Titan's attacks weren't the strength they carried but the fact that they could lock onto their target. Just like this very moment, it had locked onto Yang Yi's aura, so he couldn't avoid it at all. Because not only had it locked onto him, it was extremely swift as well. Right when Yang Yi was about to attack when Big Blackie charged forward and slammed itself against the rock axe. Boom! The rock axe was blasted away, and Big Blackie was pushed backwards repeatedly. Yang Yi didn't just stand by idly. He flashed onto Big Blackie's back and said, "Let's go." Big Blackie immediately transformed into a ray of dark light that vanished into the distance. Since they couldn't win, they had to flee. Yang Yi hadn't forgotten what Head told Zhuang Weiran. At this moment, he couldn't defeat his opponent, so he had to flee. Only an idiot would continue fighting the Rock Titan when it was impossible to win. After all, he was here for the Forest of Darkness. Of course, the main reason was that he had no way to defeat the Rock Titan. Big Blackie rose its speed to its limits. However, Yang Yi could still sense the Rock Titan behind them. Even though the Rock Titan was huge, it was extremely quick. However, when Big Blackie rose its speed to its limits, the gap between them and the Rock Titan was growing larger and larger. This allowed Yang Yi to heave a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to fight the Rock Titan, and he presumed that even Big Blackie didn't want to. After all, even if they weren't beaten to death, they would be exhausted to death in a battle with it. A short while passed before Big Blackie suddenly stopped. Yang Yi was stunned. It didn't take long for him to look up into the distance, and then the corners of his mouth instantly twitched. After that, a droplet of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. In an instant, Yang Yi gulped and said, "Big Blackie, let's go back to that Rock Titan." Chapter 1447 Surrender. What had they seen? There were 21 Rock Titans not too far away from Yang Yi and Big Blackie. Those Rock Titans were like towering pillars that obstructed their path. Every single Rock Titan was either holding a pair of axes or a pair of huge sabers or hammers that were even larger than Big Blackie. This time, Yang Yi felt that he might be about to meet his maker. At this moment, the Rock Titan behind him had caught up. 22 Rock Titans were staring at Yang Yi and Big Blackie, causing a chill to run down Yang Yi's spine. Even though he couldn't see Big Blackie's face, he knew that it was definitely unsightly. As soon as it saw Yang Yi and Big Blackie, the Rock Titan behind them instantly intended to attack. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly raised his hands. "I surrender. I really surrender. I'm not joking this time." The Rock Titan behind Yang Yi didn't pay any attention to what Yang Yi had just said, and it just threw its axe at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. He didn't dare act carelessly. He immediately turned around, drew his sword, and swung it. Heaven Rend that was enhanced by 2 types of intense. Only a Heaven Rend enhanced by 2 types of intense could barely resist the Rock Titan's strength. Otherwise, he would be no match for the Rock Titan. At this moment, All moves or the ability to locate flaws were useless. Pure strength could crush everything. If the gap between their strengths wasn't very huge, then he could locate the flaws in the Rock Titan's attack and destroy the attack. However, it was impossible when the gap between their strength was too huge. He had to go head-on against it. Bang! His sword collided with the axe, and then his figure was blasted away. However, it didn't take long for him to stop himself this time. A moment later, he transformed into a ray of light that shot forward swiftly and instantly appeared before the Rock Titan. Death by a thought. Yang Yi hadn't used this move for a very long time. It was none other than because its might couldn't be compared to Heaven Rend. The reason Head executed it now was because it could improve his speed, so he could get closer to the Rock Titan even more quickly. Otherwise, he would always have to passively ward off the Rock Titan's attacks. The Rock Titan had clearly not expected Yang Yi to suddenly become so swift, and it was caught off guard. Yang Yi's sword stabbed straight against its chest. Bang! The Rock Titan moved over 30 m back while Yang Yi was pushed over 300 m back. Moreover, his entire arm felt numb. As for the Rock Titan's chest, there was only a hole there, but that hole was practically unnoticeable on the Rock Titan's huge figure. Yang Yi couldn't stab it to death. Even if it just stood there and let Yang Yi strike it, it would probably be very difficult for Yang Yi to kill it. Even though it was quite a blow to his confidence, it was a fact. The Rock Titan's defenses weren't just stronger than the celestial demon hegemon body, it was very much stronger. The celestial demon hegemon body relied on external forces to strengthen one's physical defenses for a period, but the Rock Titan hadn't relied on any external forces. Its body was always that strong. The Rock Titan was clearly infuriated from being injured. It immediately spun on the spot, and its axe swept out horizontally. Everywhere it passed, cracks appeared throughout space. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he took a step forward. Quasi-returnal rank sword intent and slaughter intent surged out from him, but it didn't take long for his sword intent and slaughter intent to shrink back, and then it suddenly erupted. The brink laws. The brink of both slaughter intent and sword intent. Bang! An explosion that shook the sky resounded. The rock axe was blasted back at a speed that was practically undetectable to the eye. This time, the Rock Titan hadn't been able to catch it, and it struck the Rock Titan's chest. Bang! The Rock Titan moved backwards repeatedly, and it moved around 300 m back before it finally stopped. Moreover, cracks had appeared on its chest. However, Yang Yi's face grew even more solemn, because the might of two quasi-returnal rank intents at the brink was absolutely terrifying. It could be said to be only inferior to an overlapped Heaven Rend. However, it hadn't caused any material harm to the Rock Titan. Yang Yi was on the verge of despair against the Rock Titan's defenses. The Rock Titan was clearly exasperated from being injured by Yang Yi again, and it was even before its own kind. Terrifying waves of violent aura surged incessantly from within it, and its axes started to spin rapidly. The space around the Rock Titan warped before his spinning axes. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Looks like that fellow is about to use a powerful technique. Yang Yi tightened his grip on the ancient sheath. He knew that he couldn't hold back this time, and he had to overlap his Heaven Rends. Otherwise, he may not have another chance to attack. His defenses were very strong, but they absolutely couldn't resist the Rock Titan's axes. After all, the Rock Titan's strength far surpassed the physical defenses he possessed. Yang Yi didn't make Big Blackie help because the other Rock Titans hadn't interfered in the battle. If Big Blackie lent him a hand, then those Rock Titans would definitely join the battle as well. At that time, both of them would definitely be finished. Even though he didn't know why those Rock Titans didn't attack, he couldn't be bothered about that. At this moment, he had to think about how he would resist this Rock Titan's attack. The Rock Titan was about to attack when a voice suddenly resounded. "Shurba, wait a moment." The Rock Titan called Shurba immediately stopped and gazed at the group of Rock Titans. Yang Yi looked over as well. His gaze descended onto a Rock Titan who held a pair of huge sabers. He noticed that Rock Titan with dual sabers was slightly larger than the others, and it stood at the front of the group. Obviously, it was the leader. That Rock Titan gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "You're a sword cultivator?" Yang Yi nodded. A long moment of silence ensued before the rock titan said, "You can go." Yang Yi was stunned. "That fellow intends to let me leave?" Yang Yi asked, "Why?" The rock titan with the huge sabers replied, "No reason, just leave." Yang Yi was speechless. Shirba was clearly quite displeased. It immediately intended to say something, but that rock titan with the dual sabers glared at Shirba. Shirba was clearly quite afraid of that rock titan and didn't dare glare back at it. Shirba just glared fiercely at Yang Yi instead. Even though Yang Yi was really curious why that rock titan intended to let him go, Yang Yi didn't ask again. The most important matter at hand was to leave. After all, what would he do if that fellow regretted its decision? There were so many rock titans here, so Yang Yi had no chance against them. Yang Yi sat on Big Blackie. Big Blackie understood his intentions and was about to leave. The rock titan with the dual sabers suddenly said, "You're not turning back?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm going to the forest of darkness." The forest of darkness? The rock titan with the huge sabers shook its head. "You'll die before you get there. This isn't a place you should be. It's not too late to leave right now. Once night arrives, then not to mention a single celestial demon wolf, even 10 won't be able to save you." Yang Yi frowned. "It's that terrifying?" "It's much more terrifying than you've imagined." The rock titan continued, "Your natural talent isn't bad, and your strength isn't bad as well, but you're too young. Come here in 10 years, and there'll probably be nothing here that can pose a threat to you. Yet now, it's best for you to leave." The demon wolf beneath Yang Yi hurriedly nodded to display its agreement. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he said, "Thank you for the warning, but I must go there." Actually, if it was possible, he didn't want to stay in this damnable place for a moment longer. It was an absolutely terrifying place. Now, he finally understood why the celestial demon wolves weren't willing to come here. There really were quite many here that were stronger than the demon wolves. Simply speaking, even with his current strength combined with the 2 demon wolves, the ominous territory still was extremely dangerous. But he had to continue forward. As far as he was concerned, he would have a chance to survive if he continued. But if he didn't, then he could only wait for death to arrive. 2 months in the outside world was around 2 years within the primordial pagoda, and it wasn't realistic to attain a breakthrough in such a short period. Because Head just attained the Voider realm. He wasn't that great to be capable of immediately charging into the semi-deity realm. The rock titan didn't speak further when it heard Yang Yi insist. Yang Yi didn't say anything else as well, and he immediately rode Big Blackie and vanished from the rock titan's fields of vision. Patriarch, why? Once Yang Yi and Big Blackie left, Shirba gazed at the rock titan with dual sabers. Shirba wasn't the only one. The others gazed at that rock titan as well, because Shirba's question was the exact same question that they had in their hearts. The rock titan with dual sabers looked in the direction that Yang Yi had vanished towards and said, "He had a trace of that person's aura." Once they left Rock Mountain, Yang Yi and Big Blackie continued forward. Dense miasma still filled the road ahead. Needless to say, Yang Yi was quite confident in his trip to the Forest of Darkness. Yet now, the cruel reality before him told him that this damnable place was much more terrifying than Head imagined. Zhuang Weitian only knew that the Forest of Darkness existed, but Head never been there. Or it should be said that Zhuang Weitian hadn't even been to Rock Mountain. If he had, he would probably not exist in the world anymore. So, Zhuang Weitian had felt that Yang Yi's strength should be sufficient here if Yang Yi didn't go over Yellow Springs River. However, it wasn't that simple. There was no need to even pass Yellow Springs River because just the outer area was extremely terrifying. Yang Yi took a deep breath and looked up into the sky. The sunlight coming from high above was growing weaker and weaker. Obviously, sunset was approaching. In other words, night was coming. Once night arrived, a long time passed before Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. When did I become so cowardly? As soon as he finished speaking, he patted Big Blackie on the back. Big Blackie understood his intentions and sped up. Since Head chosen to travel to the Forest of Darkness, then he didn't want to think about what-ifs. There was trouble ahead? That's fine. He would just fight it. What if he couldn't overcome the trouble? That would be fine as well. He would just flee. What if he couldn't escape? It wouldn't. It was a problem. If he couldn't escape, then he would have no choice but to fight desperately. In any case, he, Yang Yi, had never feared fighting desperately and risking his life. Around 2 hours later, the sunlight in the sky had vanished, and the veil of night gradually descended. The miasma in the surroundings grew thicker and thicker. It could be said that he couldn't see anything in front of him now. Fortunately, he had Big Blackie, or he wouldn't even be able to discern the direction he was heading towards. The difference was that Big Blackie was a beast, so it could use its instinct and sense of smell to determine the direction it was heading towards. Moreover, it was an ominous beast that used to live here, so the miasma didn't really affect it. Suddenly, Big Blackie stopped. Yang Yi was puzzled. He was about to speak when he suddenly looked up towards the distance, and his pupils constricted when he saw the scene there. He cried out involuntarily, "What the fuck is that?" Chapter 1448. There's always someone stronger. Balls of flames. Numerous fist-sized balls of flames were floating within the miasma, not too far ahead from them. These balls of flames seemed like specters that were floating about within the miasma. There was quite a huge amount of them, and they filled Yang Yi's field of vision. It was dangerous. That was what Yang Yi felt right now. Big Blackie was clearly extremely terrified, and the hairs on the top of its head were standing on end. Yang Yi asked, "What are those?" Big Blackie shook its head. Yang Yi was quite shocked. "Even you don't know?" After all, Big Blackie had been living in the ominous territory, yet it actually didn't know. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to understand why. Even though Big Blackie used to live here, it only remained within the confines of its own territory. Or it should be said that it didn't possess any territory, and it just traveled around the outer area with Little Blackie, because they didn't dare to go deep into the ominous territory. After all, their strength was sufficient to escape, even if they couldn't defeat the dangers they encountered in the outermost area of the ominous territory. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and looked at the balls of flame. What exactly is the ominous territory? Everything within this place is terrifying. If all of them were to leave this place, then perhaps only the large world would be able to resist them. Everyone was curious, and Yang Yi was no exception. He wanted to find out about the origins of the ominous territory. However, he was very well aware that he didn't possess such strength yet. It was quite embarrassing, but had thought that once he attained the Voider Realm and quasi-returnal rank sword intent, then nothing in the lower dimensions could pose a threat to the joint forces of him, the two celestial demon beasts, and Qiongqi. However, the cruel reality in the ominous territory told him that he, Yang Yi, was just a little bit stronger than some people. The world was huge, and there were all sorts of things in the world. There were countless experts as well. As they say, there's always someone stronger. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he looked up towards the distance. There were two choices before him. The first was to continue forward, and the second was to go around. As for going back, had never thought about that. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up because had almost forgotten something. The sword domain, the laws of darkness, and the spatial laws. As soon as he thought about them, Yang Yi immediately sent Big Blackie back into the primordial pagoda, and then he started to merge himself with the space around him. However, he wasn't able to. Why? Because the space here was too solid. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed that some sort of mysterious energy seemed to be present in space, causing him to be unable to enter space at all. It was even impossible to travel through space. The only way to tear space open was by force. Since he couldn't merge into space, he could only utilize the laws of darkness. He hadn't used the laws of darkness for a very long time. It wasn't because he'd forgotten it, but it was quite useless against semi-deities and deities. Experts at the semi-deity and deity realm possessed comprehensions of the world that were at an extremely formidable level. So, it wasn't really realistic to think about utilizing the laws of darkness to attach himself to their shadow and launch a surprise attack on them. It wasn't just the laws of darkness, even the laws of speed and decay weren't very useful to him now, because his strength had completely surpassed the scope of those laws. Now, only the brink laws were really useful to him. No, the laws of darkness was useful too. For example, now that darkness had descended upon this place, He could utilize the laws of darkness. Even though it was useless in battle, it was quite good when used for escaping or concealment, especially when it was combined with the sword domain's ability to conceal his aura. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to notice his presence at all. Once he concealed himself, Yang Yi shot towards the distance. Even though he was being concealed by the sword domain and laws of darkness, Yang Yi still didn't dare to act carelessly at all. This place was extremely mysterious, so he couldn't guarantee that the sword domain and laws of darkness would be successful. If he were discovered, then he would be in deep trouble. Yang Yi gradually grew closer to the balls of flames. It didn't take long for the nearest ball of flame to be around 1 m away from Yang Yi, and he finally saw it clearly. Actually, it was a small ball of flame. It was around the size of a watermelon, and it was completely round. Yang Yi noticed that a small being which seemed like a butterfly resided within the ball of light. Actually, based on its appearance, it was a butterfly. However, there was something different about it. Firstly, it seemed like it was made of fire, and it was completely fiery red. Secondly, there were 3 spikes that were fine like needles on the end of its abdomen. At this moment, the little fellow seemed to be sleeping. Even though Yang Yi was curious about what it was, he wasn't stupid enough to disturb the little fellow's sleep. Perhaps it was because of the ball of flame, but his divine sense couldn't scan the butterfly and determine its realm of cultivation. However, it was obvious that the butterfly was definitely not ordinary. After all, could anything capable of living in the ominous territory be ordinary? The ordinary beings were definitely dead by now. Yang Yi sized it up for a moment, and then he vanished on the spot. A chill couldn't help but run down Yang Yi's spine as he passed through this place, because there were at least over 10,000 small balls of fire here. Even if they were just semi-deities, it would be over 10,000 semi-deities. I have to leave as soon as possible. Yang Yi sped up, but he didn't dare to move too quickly as he was afraid of waking them up. If he were to wake them up now and be detected by them, then he would definitely die. Yang Yi suddenly stopped after walking for a while, because there was a huge ball of flames not too far ahead. That ball of flames was at least 3 times larger than the others here. There was a butterfly-shaped demon beast within it as well. Yang Yi didn't know what it was, so he considered them to be demon beasts for now. The demon beast within the large ball of flames wasn't just larger than the others, it was dark red in color while the others were just light red. Obviously, it was the leader. If I get it under my control, then will it be equivalent to taking control of all the other little fellows? Such a thought had suddenly appeared in Yang Yi's mind, and it scared him. After all, it was too insane. If it really was possible, then he could sweep through the entire lower dimensions with the help of these balls of flames. However, he was only thinking about it, because if he failed, then he would be courting death. Moreover, his objective was the forest of darkness and not these balls of flames. Yang Yi glanced at the big ball of flames, and then his figure shook slightly and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he left the area. This place was truly too mysterious. Moreover, this was just the outer area, and the inner area was beyond Yellow Springs River. But just this area was already so mysterious and terrifying. So what was it like beyond Yellow Springs River? How about the deepest parts of the ominous territory? What was it like there? Yang Yi was curious, absolutely curious. However, he wouldn't go have a look. Curiosity killed the cat, and he knew that very well. As far as he was concerned, he intended to leave once he got the spring of life. In any case, he didn't want to stay here a moment longer than what was necessary. After he left the area, Yang Yi didn't continue forward, and he found a spot to sit down cross-legged instead. The battle at Rock Mountain had consumed a huge amount of his profound energy, so he had to recover it first. Besides that, his physical strength had to recover as well. He had to maintain his peak strength at all times while he was here. Yang Yi sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and started madly absorbing the energy within the divine crystals he placed around himself. He immersed his consciousness into his body. Even though he hadn't entered the primordial pagoda, he could sense and see everything within the primordial pagoda. Xiao Yushi was still cultivating at the 3rd level. Presently, she was cultivating like a mad woman. It was mainly because she hoped to help Yang Yi, and she didn't want to be a burden to him. Yang Yi's footsteps were too quick, and it was so quick that in Nanjing was his only partner that could follow closely behind him. Fortunately, she had the cultivation room on the 3rd level, so her speed of cultivation was improved, and it wasn't that impossible to catch up to Yang Yi now. Yang Yi watched her for a while before he looked at the celestial demon wolves. At this moment, both of them were lying on the ground and greedily absorbing the spirit energy in the surroundings. The spirit energy in the primordial pagoda wasn't just pure, it was extremely abundant. So, it was like a paradise to them. However, there was a trace of worry in both their eyes. Because Yang Yi was in the ominous territory, as far as they were concerned, whether Yang Yi could leave safely was absolutely uncertain. Yang Yi withdrew his consciousness and focused on absorbing the spirit energy within the divine crystals. Around an hour later, Yang Yi opened his eyes and continued forward. At this moment, it was late at night, and the miasma in the surroundings was dense to a horrifying degree. It was absolutely impossible to see anything. Presently, his divine sense couldn't even leave his body, and he could see nothing besides miasma. Even if he lowered his head, he couldn't see his own feet. Besides that, the miasma was extremely corrosive, and even his dual quasi-returnal rank intents were barely able to protect him. Moreover, the miasma was still growing thicker. Presently, Yang Yi felt like someone who was blind and deaf. Suddenly, he stopped moving, glanced at the surroundings, and then frowned. Something feels off. Yang Yi observed his surroundings carefully, but he didn't find anything. Was I mistaken? Yang Yi shook his head. He was concealing himself with the laws of darkness and the sword domain, so he felt that he should be safe. Moreover, there was no movement around him. Even though he couldn't see anything, he could detect movements if there was any. Yang Yi continued forward. However, a pale hand suddenly descended onto his shoulder. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.